Hello again, Retrothon. Badwell Blackburn here. I'm brought along a good friend of mine who plays Lords of Exile as well. Game Time podcast. Hey, hello, my good friend. Commentary here.
Hello, glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Game Time Podcast, another runner of this game.
Lords of Exile itself was a game that was funded via Kickstarter back in 2018. It's a wonderful game. Gabriel is the main character. We don't use him. He's a little slow. After you play through the game with him, you unlock Lyria. And with that said, let's go ahead and get jumped into this. We'll go ahead and explain more as we go along. And 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Let's go. So first off, we're going... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, first off, we're going to Samantha's Castle. This is very much so the tutorial part of the game. In a lot of ways, you'll get to see movements and basic jumping, platforming, stuff like that. Immediately, you'll see the weapon of choice for her stock weapon. Kind of like a Mega Buster from Mega Man, kind of, but it's a dagger. And when you shoot in the air, you don't lose any momentum, so we're going to see a lot of that. We're going to be taking the top platform to avoid the wolves. Right over. Very nice. And the first enemy we're going to kill, just jump and pound, and he's done. We're speedrunning, so we're not getting that health. And on to the next room where we got to avoid the lanterns. Got one. And we should have 2 more purple guys. There we go, and down to the bottom. A well-timed double jump here will make you not take damage. Very good. And here we're going to shoot. And we hit the barrel, so we know we're on the right cycle. 2 jumps, and we made it a little bit further than the game wanted us to go. A little bit of climbing. Up the ladder, and jump. Oh, no jump. We just gotta wait on that now, and then we're gonna shoot some more purple guys. And 2 more. Very good. Alright. The first difficult part of the game right here. It's harder than it looks to make these platforms, especially when these little blobs start coming at you. They're total RNG, so not much you can do there. There we go, we did it. And we're already through the first level and on, well, almost to the first boss. She just made her first appearance.
Had to stop and laugh at us, you know.
And here you're going to see the most broken strat in the game. It's science and shooting at the same time, and it just annihilates health. Very good. Couple more daggers, and now she's going to go into phase 2.
Nothing like an
Couple more hits, and she's done. One more, 2 more. There we go. Very well done.
Thank you. I just did that, didn't I? That was a mistake.
Oh, no.
I meant to get out of the way of the fire, but that was... because usually I've got 2 more health there. Sorry about that, everyone. We will make that time up later.
That's alright. This boss is cool, so... We'll be back out of here in no time. I do that too sometimes, weirdly enough, because in boss rush, that's definitely a thing.
Yep, boss rush mode actually accelerates getting to the next boss, so...
Yep.
Whereas in the main run itself, you have the next... You end up having the next, you have to get the orb, so... I have had it though where I have ended up dying at a boss and had the orb come down and actually hit me while I'm on the ground and dead, and it goes to the next. So that is one small quirk that will happen on occasion. Let's see if we can get this this swag here to go ahead and make up a little bit there.
Let's do it. You look good to me.
Yep.
Go for it.
The box was in the right spot.
Oh,
and no.
So close. Are we going to go for 2?
Nope.
Okay.
Although I made the long jump.
Very good. So, what Bedwell was going for there was a cycle-based movement that you can do, where if you move quick enough, you can just blast through this first screen. It's very difficult, but you can do it. So here we're gonna be hitting a switch over here and then dropping the ladder. There we go. And the usual strat here is just damage boost, or try to not get hit too much. But he's good. He's got 4 health.
Just enough health.
He's got 4 health, and this is the first sub-boss. There's a handful of sub-bosses in the game. This is the first one. And it's pretty easy. You're just gonna double jump, kill that guy, and... oh.
It's temperamental on whether or not it takes 1 or 2 for that second one on occasion.
Yeah, that second one's weird. Most of the time it works if you just ground pound him, but sometimes he'll want to mess with you a little bit of health.
Just a little bit.
The one thing about this game, I don't want to curse it, but if you get hit while you're in the air, and you're above like water or a pit or anything, you just die. There's nothing you can do.
You will drop like a brick.
Yeah. And hopefully that doesn't happen, but it might. That was a really good screen transition. And we have another jump. Nice. Got right over the trigger for that, so he was slightly further than he was supposed to be. Hit another switch and we're through the door. This is one of my favorite screens in the game, personally.
And we're in critical territory, but we should be able to make it.
Yeah, you're good. You're going to get health very soon, so just don't get hit and you're good.
Yeah, I probably should go ahead and get it. Normally, if I was... Okay. Well, we will be without the scythes in this boss, which is usually having the scythes makes the boss a lot faster. But we can do without. This will be no problem. We're going to go for the small hop here, though.
Nice.
Got it.
If you're just a little bit off on that, then you just die. So that was really good. Does this guy have a name? Do you know? I have never known what to call this guy.
Tiger? I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah. You'll see why now. He's the Tiger boss. That was really good. Good fight.
Usually he'll end up dying on the left side before right around the time he changes, if you've got the full 20 scythes, because you can go ahead and get that drop for 10 more and end up having 30 and being able to do the alternating the way I do, and just shred him.
Definitely. And here, the main strat we're going for here is we're just trying not to take too much damage. There's going to be some boosting here in a moment. It really saves time. So we're going to climb this. Ooh, very nice.
I've been working on this screen as of late.
I always go up on the green there, but so that was interesting to see. I didn't expect that. So here we see the homing scythes for the first time. These are super OP because there's a lot of stuff that can kill you in this stage. There's spikes everywhere, arrows flying, but the scythes and the bats, those homing scythes with the bats really help here. Nice cycle, you made it, and jump down. Nice.
Refill the scythes with that blue potion there.
And these scythes just make super quick work of these spiders. Very nice.
We've got got more than 4 health here, so we're good for this screen. Some strategic slams with health, with damage boosts. Get you through this screen real quick.
These were those boosts I was speaking of. 3 boosts, 4 boosts, and nice. We still have 10 size, so we are in good shape. A little bit of extra health there, just to make sure. Alright, now we're on to the third boss. This is by far the most broken strat of the game that was going to go for. Did we get it?
We got it. Took a moment to get adjusted in the spot, but we got it.
What do you think? You get stuck in the wall, and the game thinks you're jumping. So you basically have no slowdown on throwing the kunai, the stock weapon. And yeah, just shreds that boss. That's the biggest strat in the game we've found so far, and Bedwa found that.
I fell into that one day, and I've used it ever since. For obvious reasons.
Yeah, that fight's supposed to go for like 3 or 4 different phases.
It cuts
doing that, you never get out of the first phase.
It cuts a good 20 to 25 seconds, if not a half a minute easily.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're on the train level. A lot of rats, a lot of guys popping up out of what I assume to be sewers. Not really sure. But this stage is awesome. This is one of my favorite stages, and it's one of those that just feels really good when you do it and you don't stop. So we're gonna see Bedwa using some of those homing sites. Might switch over to bombs in a minute. Bombs are always fun. But we'll see. I don't know what his preferred method is. Oh, we got bombs. All right. There's multiple ways to go about this, so bombs are definitely a move.
Just a bit of a power move, but yeah, definitely a move.
Nice. Also, those little fire pits he's jumping over are also instant kills. There are no iframes in this game unless you run into an enemy or something like that. But yeah, the whole game is Mega Man spikes.
Usually you'll take those 3 out with a single bomb, but it just didn't quite. Ooh, he almost lost it right there.
Up. Nice. That's good. Didn't even stop for that guy. What a pro. Alright, we are getting close to the end. Nice job, Bedwa.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll go ahead and not do the safety. The safety death here. We'll go ahead and just go for it.
Let's see it. So this guy, we call him Robo Samurai. Not really sure what his actual name is, but it seems fitting. Basically what Bedwa's going to be trying to do is try to keep him close. He will swing like that. Now he's going to throw some traps. If you get stuck in those, you just can't move for a second. It's really annoying. The general idea is to try to defeat him as close to his final stage as possible, which is this. And we did it, so perfect. Some homing size for swag.
Swag size.
Alright, we're on to stage 5.
Nagoro's Wrath.
This is another one of those stages that just feels so good if you just do it without stopping.
Yep. My controller went on in a little bit. Every once in a while this level tries to dirt me out on occasion. There we go, we're back into it.
There you go, you got it. This guy's just gonna take like 20 hits or something like that.
You know,
Kind of a little sub-boss.
I would swear if you get hit in the knee that many times, you should actually drop, but dude's a tank.
This is another really cool part of this run. This elevator, I believe that's the only one you actually have to take up. The others, we realized pretty early on that you can just jump up here with Lyria, so we don't even need to hit the buttons.
One of two elevators. There's one other elevator on the last climb part on this screen specifically that you have to take.
That's right, the final one. Yeah.
Yep. But it's literally the first and last elevators, and that's it. Yeah, you short-shotted me there. That was rude.
Very nice. All right. We're on to, I don't know, this is a sub-boss.
This is a sub-boss. You get one of, normally with Gabriel you get one of his spirit companions here, but because the only power-up that you needed for Lyria was not the other spirit companion, but the enhanced kunai to break the bricks with. I swear I can talk. This is just basically a locked-in-place mini-boss. Normally they'll drop a heart afterwards to refill your full health, but we don't need any extra health. We got what we need.
Yeah, we're just fine.
Like that.
Don't need the health. I'm not sure exactly what those are supposed to be, but they look like Ninja Turtles to me. And as you notice, the gaps and the distance that the game asks you to clear just get bigger and bigger throughout the game. This is where they start to get really noticeable.
Well, and that's part of that second. The sub-boss we met right outside the front door is actually what ends up becoming the spirit guardian for Gabriel, and that chain that he uses to throw across is actually what Gabriel uses to go ahead and jump over these spots by grabbing those torches. So this is, again,
I did not know that.
With our speed and our distance, this is where we can go ahead and just avoid all of that headache.
Oh yeah. Here we're gonna have the full weapon use, like you just saw, like we saw in the first boss Samantha. Very good. We're gonna take him down and have one extra hit, so we can get hit one time in this. What Bed was about to do now is throw the kunai, and before the second phase spawns in, and it's actually going to damage him quite significantly. There we go. So he's starting to fight and already had a few hits in. And here it's just a game of good timing. Get this boss done.
Speaking of bosses, just a little bit of a month or two ago, or just after GDQ in January, Game Time and I actually passed back and forth the boss rush record, which is the reason why the bosses are so polished. The other half of it is that myself, I just over 2 weeks ago yesterday, I actually went on and got the 80% world record for Lyria myself by about 8 seconds. There's still plenty of time on the table, I'd say about a half a minute, but, you know, it's something that I've been working on the greater part of this year on, so.
Definitely, and GG's on that. That was not a free record, for sure. No. Dan, shout out to Dan the VP. He formerly held the record. He's the one who beat my record, and then Bedwood beat Dan's record. So the game has gone down 2 whole minutes since I had world record, which is pretty incredible, and there's still some to go. So if this looks cool to you, I definitely recommend giving it a try.
Highly.
We need more people.
Yes.
Yeah. We have strats. We understand some of the jank. Some of it. And, Alright, here we go. Oh, okay, so we skipped a whole cycle here. He's turned red. And Bedwell, I will let you do the honors on this one.
3, 2, 1, go.
Very good. So now we're dropping down into the stomach of that guy. the serpent. It's the biggest stomach I've ever seen. This place is huge.
Right?
And we're probably just going to see a bunch of damage boosting through here.
I have to be a little bit careful. I'm going to have to get this heart on this campfire here, but...
Yeah, props for going for that. Nicely done.
Did not need to get
There's really
homing
two
sides,
strats. There's two strats you can go for there. One is either just jumping into the spikes and taking a quick death to refill your health, or going for that health up there. So there are options. And now we're just going to see a bunch of damage boosting, getting through all this.
Oh, and
keep in mind that the spikes on the bottom and the top are instant kills.
Yep. You beat
so
me.
You're really threading the needle here.
You beat me to it there, but I was just about to mention that too.
I did not know there was a heart there. Learn something new every day. And we are
Great
climbing.
climb. Yep, meant to get that health, but we'll be fine without it.
Yeah, you should be okay. Here we are going to see the triple hit. This is a Deadlift special as well. Deadlift found this too. You can get 3 hits. It's very evident that you can get 2, but it is not evident that you can get 3. And it's near frame perfect. It's pretty close to it. It takes that boss down super quick.
Yeah, Parasite is my swag. I love Parasite as it's my boss. Let's put it that way.
Literally Bedward's boss. Yeah. All right,
Now,
moving along. Already to stage 7.
My favorite track.
Yeah, it's so good.
This one is Twilight's Edge. The music in this game, it has quite the pedigree at that as well. The title track and credits are by Yuzo Koshiro, and then all of the game tracks are by Dominic Ninmark and Pentagram. So the game itself, music-wise, is just banger after banger after banger.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, especially for an indie game that a lot of people haven't, a lot of people haven't heard of this. So I'm glad you're getting to show it off. But yeah, the music is just so stacked. This is one of the scary parts of the run. There's just a lot going on here. A lot of pits to fall in, so that was absolutely crushed it through here.
And we have yet to begun to pit because, oh boy.
Yeah, we'll see the end of the game soon enough. Gonna jump in that little store. There's little stores scattered across the game where you can get health and slice and stuff like that. Huge bonus. Definitely slower in a speedrun sense, but sometimes, you can route it that way and jump out of getting those, the better you get. But that was a smart move for sure.
And sometimes, depending on where your respawn point is too, it's faster just to go ahead and grab the health from the fireplace than it is to go ahead and take the death. It's just, that too is kind of boils down to understanding the game and the routes. So,
Definitely.
Speaking of, this is a good one to always get because then you get our little shield. And oh, that was a misstep.
That's okay.
Didn't get that second jump off the way I should have been.
Yeah, we're gonna grab those again. Those really help.
Thankfully, it was close to a respawn point. That's not as critical as it would be normally.
Definitely. There's just so much going on that can kill you here. You're like jumping on these moving platforms. The enemies are shooting in all different ways. There's floating wolf heads. All sorts of stuff. This is where the game gets really tough. And as far as I know, there is not a deathless run of this game yet.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
Good old
We are
Issa.
on to the 7th boss. Yes, Issa. Edwin's going to make short work of this boss. This is by far probably the most work we've put into this game, boss-wise, is this boss. We finally sort of cracked the code.
This guy
boss will just wreck you.
This guy is RNG personified, let's put it that way. You can manipulate his patterns to a certain amount, but not much. And if he gets off the side of the screen, you want to kind of bounce him off the edge of the screen so he does not go off the screen, and then you're not able to see where he's at, period. That was pretty good, Issa, honestly.
That was good, yeah. That was good. And out of Issa at 21 minutes, 21:23.
Yep.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I've gained a bit on my, minute and a half behind, so I'm only about a minute behind where my record is. So I will take that with how it started.
100%. So we are now in the final stage of the game. This is Fortress, Gallagher's Fortress. It's rough. Like
Yeah.
this stage is hard. So hard. Those things floating behind him are vicious. If you shoot them, they come at you with like 3 times the speed and they like hone in on you. It's a difficult stage.
Yeah. Let's put it this way, in comparison to a lot of other bosses where they're like, yeah, we'll just make the last level a little bit harder. If you got to the castle, I want to see you on my doorstep. Gallagher's like, you got to my fortress, you're not getting to see me face to face. I made this fortress to keep you from getting here.
He really did. Because this stage is ruthless. There's spikes everywhere, lava, there's so many enemies, and it gets more and more as you go. Alright, so this level's gonna have 2 sub-bosses before you get to the actual boss. This is the first one. As far as I know, we don't have a name for this guy. But he's kind of a pushover.
Except when he's blocking every shot. Other than that, giving me more jumps than he is.
Yeah, he's really trolling you right now. There we go.
We still have 6 sides, so...
Alright, now we're gonna see these spiders for the first time. The thing that makes this level really, really challenging. Because the big spiders will spawn little spiders, so you have to get rid of the big ones first, or you're gonna get in trouble.
Case in point. And of course, like any time else that you're on the chain link fences, if you get hit, you get knocked off.
Yep. And here's that second sub-boss I was talking about. This guy's gonna have 3 phases. You kill 1 and then 2 come, and then you kill 2 and then 3 come. And only 1 you can hit at a time. So
I like to call this one. I like to call this one Great Value Wolverine. And the 3rd phase, you have to get rid of his Ninja Gaiden clothes before you can get rid of him. So
that was really well done.
Get out of here. Great Value Wolverine. Wolverine
All right.
home.
Here we go. This is the hardest screen in the game.
Yes.
So keep in mind what I said about the spiders. If you don't kill the big ones, they just make more little ones. And you have those gold enemies coming at you. There's fire everywhere. Everything's an instant kill, and there's no checkpoint. So if Bedwood gets hit, it's back to the beginning. And you will not have
let that
sights.
spider come down. Goodbye, spider.
Nice. Alright, so we made it past the first one. We're going to hit this guy and get some health. Very good. Ground pound that guy. Nice. Get the scythe. Don't forget about the gold guy. There we go. And we're looking pretty good. Don't want to speak too soon. One more spider to kill. And...
we're clear.
sweet, we made it.
First try.
There. So we're gonna...
That screen alone can make it so that you go from having like a 4-minute Gallagher's Fortress to an 8-minute Gallagher's Fortress. So easy to just Literally, records have been made and broken in this level. Period.
Yeah, for a marathon run, that is everything that you could ask for. You can literally get stuck on that stage for 15 minutes.
Yeah, everything you could want and more. I've died 3 times within first half of that screen with not even blinking an eye. Here's also where you get the good reveal that Lyria is the Alucard character for this game too. She is the main bad guy's daughter. Oh boy.
Juicy.
Exactly.
And now you will pay for what you did to your family. Nice.
Go ahead. I am eager for this fight.
We're gonna start this fight with 1 jump shot. Nice, he got it. This fight is pretty optimized too. I think we can go a little further with it, but we put a lot of work into this too.
Again, that's where having the boss rush actually has done a lot of good stuff for us.
Nice. Alright, so we're almost to phase 2. Sick. And you already got the scythe, so we're good.
But wait, there's more.
There is another one. Going back to that double weapon usage. We're shredding health, taking a little damage boost through there. We should be good. Try to get 2 shots in. Nice. He's gonna roll. And this should be game.
And that's game.
Game. GG's, Bedwa.
Yeah, definitely Dragon Ball Z on Gallagher's second form. Not as nice as I wish it would have been. My current world record is 24:47, but in a marathon, I will take this any day of the week.
Yeah,
so,
that was fantastic.
Yep. 5-minute Gallagher's Fortress is not anything to sneeze at. The rest of the levels were pretty good. So, thank you as always for having us. Thank you, RGL. Again, this was my 5th year with RGL, my first year with 2 games. I'm very glad, even though this is more of a newer game, it's retro style enough to get in Retrothon, and I thank you for letting me showcase it. It's been a blast. To everyone else that has runs the rest of the day, good luck, and I hope you have a great day.
to sleep. Hey there. How's it going? It is me, the 3-2, once more. Filling in. And we're going to be playing one of my favorite games, Gray's Counter GM. It's a very fun shmup. When I saw somebody else playing it, I just had to have it immediately. But as the name suggests, the main gimmick to this game is you graze enemy fire and it charges your counter attack. Right there in the name, graze counter. We're gonna play this on a pretty easy difficulty just for the sake of completion. I pushed it a little hard the last time I ran this and regretted it. I put the wrong difficulty on the sheet and tried to live up to it. I did finish, but it was messy. Anywho, let's go. We're going to be playing as Coco, one of the guest characters. She has the ability to charge her break meter while countering, or maybe the other way around, I don't know. She can basically be in break mode and still charge her counter shot. Normally they kind of feed into each other one way. So here we are in break mode. You can extend the break mode a bit if you're collecting shots in the process. I probably shouldn't talk much, but I'm going to do it anyway because I am a large ham. Got ourselves a 1-up. When you have like a solid beam like that appear and you counter it, you get massive amounts of gold stars, which can get your break meter full pretty much immediately. And we're gonna go with the water stage. The other route has like crystal walls on it that are really annoying. They're easier to destroy in the GM version of the game than the original. But still just a pain. When you play this at higher levels and the screen is just filled with bullets, you can get an almost constant state of getting your counter shot and hyper mode off. It's really fun. This is a really good game for getting a feel for hitbox awareness. And as long as you can keep getting in the center of those power-up rings, you get all 3 of them. Which I believe was taken from Cho Ren Sha. A very influential game I have never played. Oh. Okay, that was just my shield. I did not die. The only achievement I'm missing is getting a no miss through the game. So I'm kind of low-key trying for that too. Once you see on Novice Standard is pretty attainable though. Even if it's like your first time playing the game. This stage got a lot harder in the GM remake to me. These tank enemies have like a lot more health. I can get a little bit of graze if I'm close enough to enemies, too. This game has, like, a mission mode for, like... Oh, shit. Well... I guess I'm not gonna no-death it. So we have to face a series of battleships that don't have any concept of personal space. Alright. You'll face one of the playable ships as a rival battle in the middle of the game. Revel Gear is a bit easier to take on than Kurasame Blade. They're both kind of tricky. There we go. That won't be the last we're seeing of them. I think I'm going to pick the new stage this time. Why not? This is one of those you're chasing the boss type shmup stages. So you're gonna have this giant enemy train thing in the background through most of it. James, Mary is sick, and so am I. And there's another one up. There's another one up. Thank you for the delicious bullets. Oh, I just saw somebody else playing this and I thought it looked really fun. I just like the graphic style, honestly. The shmups that I get into... honestly, it's about half vibes. If I like the graphics and sound a lot, it'll make me stick around long enough to learn the ins and outs. Kinda, yeah. I think she's an indie VTuber. Their name's Coco. And I know a couple of the other guest characters definitely are. Wow, I am artifacting to shit, aren't I? I'm not this blurry in real life, trust me. I always forget that they added those diamond blocks into the last stage in the remake. This time I didn't fly directly into them though, so that's good. I like this part. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Let's get that brake meter up. Need a denser bullet pattern, like this. Oh, it died. Never mind. To the left. And look, the rival is back. But we're friends now, so it's okay. Let's look that up between runs, because you got me curious now. I know a couple of the other guest characters are like from other like indie shmups. There's like 16 characters total. One of them is a melee only character that fights with a drill. Which is obviously awesome as hell. Okay, I have 19 lives, so I think I'm good. Oh, now I have 20. Seriously, this is easy mode. This thing always reminds me of the stage 1 boss from Metal Storm. Arcade mode has like more of a dynamic difficulty to it. And you can also enable a revenge bullets mechanic. Which, since the entire point of the game is to like graze and counter enemy fire, it's almost a good thing to have more bullets on the screen at once. There's like a dedicated drill character. I didn't pick the Stalker maid. I don't like her ship as much. They actually nerfed it from the normal to the remake. I'm gonna be a little cheap with this pattern. When you fire your counter shot, it actually has like a little force field for like the first second it's activated. When you go into break mode, it tells you that the boss is invincible, but the shield is actually temporary. And you'll still be able to damage it through most of the attack. Hey, there we go. The only drag with the guest characters is they don't have endings. Because they got a few little skits and stuff that pop up at the end. And there's a very nice extra little bit of shall I say, fan service at the end of the credits. The genuine kind. Not the lewd kind. I know, can I speed this up? I don't want to skip them. But yeah, this is Gray's Counter GM. You can get it and the original on Steam. This one's also on Switch, if you are so inclined. The developer said they love me on Twitter back in the day. But I'm not biased at all. I just found them and I was like, hey, I love your game. And they respond, I love you. Well, here under the special thanks, Raynex is actually the developer of Grand Cross Renovation that I played earlier. So these two know each other, which is neat. You can also get, you can play as the Grand Cross ship in this game, and you can play as the sword ship from this in Grand Cross. So that's neat. Okay, here's the good part. That was the good part. I love it. Okay, thanks for bearing with me. We'll be having that Marvel showcase coming up next. Do look forward to that. That'll be it for me until about 8ish or so, when I'll be back with Speed Power Gun Bike. It's a game I love, like a somewhat problematic puppy.
All right. Hello, Retrothon. My name is Sharif. You might know me as Sharfers. I'm here with a whole week later. I'm here with some more FMV goodness. This is Space Pirates, which is an American laser arcade game that was ported to DVD. So I'm playing the DVD version. If you're familiar, okay, hold on. We'll get to that. That's jumping the gun a little bit. If you're familiar with my Johnny Rock run or with like Mad Dog McCree, it's sort of in a similar vein. It's just Mad Dog McCree or Who Shot Johnny Rock, but in space, rather than the Wild West or Detective Noir. To actually understand what's going on in the game, you do need to watch the trailer. So we have a little bit of time, so I'm gonna watch it. It's like a couple of minutes. So we'll just watch the trailer when it runs here, and it'll explain what's happening, sort of. Let's watch it now.
Someone's receiving. This is Ursula Sky, commander of Colonial Star 1.
He's our commander.
We are under attack. Repeat, under attack. My ship has been overrun by the Black Brigade. Captain Talon is in control of the Star Splitter cannon. They're beaming colonists aboard the Black Dragon as hostages till the cannon crystals are found. Situation bleak. Deflector shield destroyed. Can't hold out much longer.
It's all the same people that are in all of these games. Oh, look at these 90s. There's American Laser. Space Pirates. The first.
American Laser Games presents Space Pirates. Alas, the scourge of the
This is the same guy who helps us in Mad Dog McCree as well. All right, he's the what's his name in Mad Dog McCree? Oh, I don't remember what his name is.
Plan to exterminate us all.
Can't remember the character in Mad Dog McCree that man plays, but it's the same character, which is like basically the helper man. Prospector. He's the prospector in Mad Dog McCree.
You see this black hole?
Yeah, the door opening and closing thing reminds me of Mystery Science Theater 3000.
This galaxy is mine.
That's Talon. That's the big bad.
Who can stop this mad pirate?
As it stands now, it looks as though this malevolent mystery and his armada...
You will actually see some of these scenes in the game itself as well.
His quest is my greatest creation. The Star Splitter cannon. All Talon needs now are the star crystals that will arm it.
The star crystals.
Well, these crystals have been lost for years on different worlds throughout the solar system. We must find them before Talon does.
Tattooed teenage alien fighters. I'm guessing that's like a Ninja Turtles sort of knockoff.
Not only will you have to repel the Black Brigade,
I've never heard of that.
In seemingly invincible force, there will also be mutant life forms, sorcerers, and mystics.
For how long this trailer is, it's fine. I have a very generous estimate.
Star crystals. Then, of course, there is the greatest nemesis of them all, Captain Talon.
Captain
But I want you to
Talon.
know,
This is a spoiler for the final boss.
you and me.
Live action Power Rangers,
Star
nice.
Splitter here that will blast that robotic space pirate crew out of the stars forever. What I need is a quick hand and a keen eye. What I need is a Star Ranger.
What we need is a Star Ranger. So we're the Star Ranger. We're gonna start the game now. We're gonna play on hard mode. Because I can. And because I think that's what I told RGL what I was gonna do. So yeah, let's just get started.
These pirates are armed to the teeth.
Alright, so the hardest part of the game is right now, immediately.
Greetings, Star Ranger. I'm just beyond the asteroid belt. Can you make it?
So we need to do some skeet shooting. It's impossible.
Nice shoot.
Nice shoot.
Nice shoot.
Nice shoot. Ah, see, I missed that one. And I have to do it 3 times. This is the easiest one. Nice shoot. Yeah, that's the hardest part of the game by far. In the DVD mode, obviously. So now we're on the ship immediately. So so the pirates have taken over Ursula's ship, and now we need to take it back by force, basically. And now it looks like any of the other American laser games that you've ever seen. So now we're gonna see these Mystery Science Theater doors over and over again.
It's a Star Ranger.
Where's my light gun? It's a PS2 controller. So y'all will have noticed something. Some of these, they didn't quite get all of the timing perfect on these. So sometimes the actor will like just kind of stand still for a second and then fling himself over when he gets hurt. DBK is up next. There's no problem here. We just had just a timing problem. All right. Yeah, so this is a DVD. It's literally a DVD. So you can play it with a DVD remote if you want. All right, so that's the end of that scene. And this is also the end of that scene. Yeah, this year I've been so this lady is always first, and then it's completely random afterward. This year has definitely been my sort of FMV year. I've actually found all of the Digital Leisure DVD games that were ever released. This is gonna work or not? Yep, she falls. Ah! I found all of them. So they have 15 of them that they released. Most of them are American laser games, but a couple of them are not. I think Space Pirates is also on 3DO, right? Yeah. So they released all of these versions sort of in the like year 2000. This is a good one. Ah! Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that a lot. So most of these were released in sort of the late 90s and early 2000s, so they actually got original footage and were able to clean them up. Very necessary CGI here. All right, so this is where the hostages are. I think there's a guy. So these enemies come down very slowly and make it very easy for you to kill them. They just sort of get into place and then try to shoot you. It's very interesting.
Star Ranger! The dungeon light!
The dungeon lights! So it's a yellow or blue?
Shoot the yellow light!
Yellow light. All right, so we kill the enemy in front of the blue light first then. And then we kill the yellow light guy. This wishes it was Space Mutiny. All right. So there's a lot of this where you basically they give you a random color and you have to pick that color. So it'll happen like 3 times. Whenever you free a group of people, always look at the group, look at the actors. It's always very good. That little thumbs up, like, all right, you did good.
The death grip beam holds Commander Scott. Shoot when it's green.
All right, so we're gonna shoot when it's green. Ooh, he's gone. 1. There's 4 enemies on this screen. All of them kill me. 2. Dirk Hardpeck. There's a 4th one here someplace. Oh, is that gonna work or not? I think it might. Yeah, okay, we're good. The in terms of the DVD games I've played, this is the worst one in terms of the reticule itself. It doesn't always line up. Like the grid doesn't always line up. Very good CGI here with where you're actually supposed to shoot. So you have to kind of guess what they're asking of you. So this is a fully scripted. Here's another one where he waits a long time before falling. Yeah, it's pretty good. So it makes you think like, was the whole scene just off? But no, this guy reacts properly. So it's just get talent. Oh yeah, the innocents that pop out are also one of like the huge highlights of this game for sure. There's a specific scene where the innocents are amazing. This guy just beams into existence. My American Laser Games story is a very interesting one. This guy oh, he's gone. I think there's one right here. So I think the next enemy is right here. There she is. There's some
Take that, Ranger.
This is just a woman in black jeans. She's just in black jeans.
Save Ursula.
Save Ursula. And then I think this guy comes running in. The first time I played this guy killed me. Very annoying. Green, right? Save the commander.
Save the commander.
Nice work, Ranger.
Now
to the transport.
The story of how I got into these DVD games. Oh, I have to shoot this person. These close-ups are very good, first of all. This lady's evil. That hits, by the way. That's the same lady again, by the way, just in jeans, and I don't know what she's wearing on her head.
Ranger! To the
Ranger!
ship.
Alright, I have to let the dialogue play here, though.
Talon can be had, alright, but you'll need the robotic tracker.
Alright, so
But
that
you
first half of the game
have
is
to get
done.
beyond these.
So now we have to do the second half of the game, which is going to look a lot like Mad Dog McCree, because we have 4 places we need to go.
The other 3 worlds hold
She had a purse on her head, yeah.
We know Talon's pirates hold
Also, yes, every once in a while, a character will just have a modulator on their voice, and there's no particular rhyme or reason.
Will be mutants. Trickster.
The Prospector's back.
But I'll help you through. First, I must tell you the arming sequence of the Star Splitter.
This is important, I have to pay attention.
First the emerald green crystal, then the aqua.
Alright, so it's left, right, middle.
Crimson red.
Just remember that. Left, right, middle.
Remember, it's the order the crystals must be loaded.
We think only you can stop these space pirates.
I like the 90s
Pick
hairdo,
a
though.
world and stand by for transport. Good luck, Ranger.
Good luck, Ranger. Alright, so this is the second half of the game. It's real good. So now people are going to start to speak in, like, rhyming riddles. It's very good. The Space Prospector, that's fair enough. So we're going to go to 4 locations. 3 of them will have the crystals, and the 4th one will have, like, the actual physical thing. Bring back giant shoulder pads. Shout out to the 90s, huh? You can see that person die and then run back into cover so his legs wouldn't show, which is pretty good. This game's actually pretty hard if you don't practice it. I actually did practice this one. I played Bug Blasters once as practice, but this one I de-rusted properly.
Beware of his flute and the palm of her hand.
Be aware of his flute and the palm of her hand. I was shushing myself. I don't know why.
Look, Menopause, we have a customer.
For the sand, Mr. Pat? Or could it be
In search of a crystal.
With only a pistol.
Then he's mad, Madam Potts.
No, that's me.
There you go. Bug Blasters was last week. I think it's already on YouTube. All right, so that's the blue one. Now we got to do some skeet shooting.
Memorize one of these.
Maybe he can shoot.
Maybe he can shoot. Maybe he can shoot.
Maybe he can shoot.
Maybe he can shoot.
Maybe he can shoot. Okay, so that means I succeeded. Nice shoot. Okay. This is another one where it's random. This first enemy is always the same. And then it's random. So each enemy will show up twice. This is the scene with the best innocence. This is gonna be... This is the... They just forgot to record the audio for that guy, so he's just completely silent. That guy is not a space pirate. He's just a pirate. We're gonna get all of the innocents in a row here. This is very funny. There's a guy who pops up in front. Like, that's it.
Get him, Star Ranger!
Oh, this guy's great. Shoot him in the foot, and then he's just gonna protect his head as he falls. I love those guys. My favorites. Okay, now we get everybody again. We got them twice now. That guy's gonna be quiet. This is the worst level in the game, by the way. It's by far the longest, and there's no checkpoint. So if you liked one of the enemies, you'll get to see him again for sure. Here he is again. This is gonna be the guy up front. I think is the only thing that's left.
Get him, Star Ranger!
All right, I think this is the wizard. 4 times. All right, we can do that.
Behind Dragon's teeth. It's the crystal you see.
1.
Is it here?
2.
Or here?
3.
Or here?
And 4. No, I just have to let him shoot me a bunch of times.
Is it here? Or is it here?
So you can get a number between 3 and 7 here, basically.
Or is it here?
And you have to just shoot him that number of times. And if you miss, it's no biggie.
Is it here?
Or is it here? Nice shoot. All right, that's the second crystal.
You must be out of your skull hunting talent.
You must be out of your skull hunting talent. This is like he's like a necromancer or something? I don't really know. Some wizard of death. Some more skeet shooting coming? Oh no, this is not skeet shooting. This is gallery shooting, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Can you even shoot him without getting shot? It doesn't actually matter. For this particular enemy, it's the number of times you shoot him that matters, and that's it. If you shoot him too many times or too few times, you die. We're just gonna do some gallery shooting here. All right, classic success screen. All right. I think immediately there's an innocent here.
Rangers, space pirates!
Rangers, space pirates! Yeah, the skull stuff is because they're pirates, you know? Skulls. Like the Jolly Roger. Is that gonna work? Yes. Good modulator voice.
Don't shoot what the medicine man brings from the fire, but shoot before lightning strikes.
But first of all, that's not helpful information. Also, I can't hear it. Shoot before lightning strikes. Another purse on the head. I think there's these two up here, yeah. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, that's my first death. Oh, well. I just waited a little too long there. So you actually get to see a death scene here.
Your life support system is running low. Be extra careful.
Oh, you don't actually get to see Talon yell at you. Darn.
Rangers,
So I gotta do the whole thing over again. So deaths, that's why I have such a huge estimate, because deaths cost a lot of time. Like the dog from Duck Hunt laughing at me, yeah. Yeah, so they have these helpful characters that are supposed to give you clues on how to defeat the bosses of each of these levels. But just common sense generally will give you the answer there. There's more of them, I know. Thanks. Love that for you. Same lady, too quiet.
Don't shoot what the medicine man brings from the fire, but shoot before lightning strikes.
Nice cigar, by the way. I hope this works. Damn it. All right, one more time.
Don't quit on us now, Ranger. You can pick up where you left off.
They just went to a Mad Max convention and recruited everybody. We're doing it one more time. One more time. Same characters killed me twice. Darn. This was a good run up till now. It was actually a very good run up till now. Get him, Star Ranger! I hope you like this scene, because apparently you're gonna get to watch it 3 times.
Don't shoot what the medicine man brings from the fire.
Shoot before lightning strikes. Over here someplace? Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be a miss too. All right, oh my god. This one character is gonna kill me a bunch of times, I guess. One more time, and keep going. This is why the estimate's so high.
Your history, Ranger. Too bad. I thought you could do it. Hey, why not try again?
Yeah, that's actually a game over technically, but we'll just continue. Infinite continues.
Rangers, space pirates!
Rangers, space pirates! I don't know why she needs to introduce me to the space pirates, but she does. Yeah, I've spent like, what, 5 minutes on this one scene? So you've seen like all of the different possible combinations here. There's one up here, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Star Ranger, there's more of them! And then the lady, shoot before lightning strikes.
Medicine man brings from the fire, but shoot before lightning strikes.
Alright, let's do this time. The lack of checkpoints is the really irritating thing, actually. Shoot him in the leg. And then shoot him in the leg again. Alright, finally, jeez.
Hey, wayward traveler. Come, sit by the fire. Perhaps the location of the crystal can be seen within.
You
are not easily fooled.
I had to shoot the fire.
The crystal is there.
That was the last enemy before the boss. This is the boss. This boss is silly. I have to shoot these circles or something. No, I missed. Ah. It's fine. We got the checkpoint.
Your history.
There we go. We got to see Talon at least. I have to shoot like near it. There we go. And then one more on the floor and we're done. Jeez. That was a disaster.
Conquer Talon. Take a shot at these.
And I have to shoot some lava lamps. I have to shoot 3 lava lamps. 4 lava lamps. They didn't deserve this.
Nice shooter, Star Ranger.
There we go.
Nice shooter, Star Ranger.
All right, there's my success screen. One more area. A lava lamper, like a necromancer.
Star Ranger, Felina's beauty is just in the skies. Everything
She says is a pack of lies. All right, so there's my my rhyming help. So basically, the boss is gonna give me instructions, and I need to do the exact opposite of it. That's all that is. I think that's the end of this scene now. Lady's gonna fall. Ah! This guy in front of a green screen. Oh, there's a funny innocent here too. This person is gonna phase into existence and then phase out of existence. This guy's great.
I am Felina, and your friend. Choose gold, then right for your journey's end.
All right, so we're gonna pick silver and left.
Since you slithered into my world,
All right, more skeet shooting.
Take a shot at my snake eyes.
Take a shot at my snake eyes.
Nice shot.
Nice shoot. Maybe?
Nice shot.
Nice shoot. Nice shoot. Success screen.
You have retrieved the star crystals. Now,
I've retrieved the star crystals. Left to right center. No, they're gonna like rotate or whatever. No, they're just gonna fall down.
Well, Ranger, the Star Splitter is a convergence fire cannon. Let's see you shoot it.
All right, so this is our practice. The practice does not matter. Doesn't matter if I succeed or not. It really doesn't at all. Literally doesn't matter. Now we're actually just gonna shoot him for real.
Let's blow Talon out of the heavens.
Nice shoot. Some good scenes coming up here where people shake the camera. Just gonna shake the camera a little bit. That's a miss, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Going.
You're in danger, Star Ranger. Make every shot count.
Make every shot count.
Now, let's blow Talon out of the heavens.
We'll do it again. And just shoot the camera some more. Everyone's just kind of flailing around. They're shaking the camera. Oh, that should work now. No? Are we sure? Hey, game, are we sure about that? I've played this game before, I'm pretty sure.
Don't quit on us now, Ranger. You can pick up where you left off.
Yeah, this game's actually pretty hard.
Now,
this game's pretty hard.
Let's blow Talon out of the heavens.
Was I late? No, I was just off. It's just the wrong... They're expecting a specific spot of the screen for me to shoot. I swear I've never failed this many times. Too bad.
Too bad. I thought you could do it.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Why not try again?
Why not? This is the very end of the game, so don't worry.
Now, let's blow Talon out of the heavens.
One. I have to hit him 3 times. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna do 1 above that. Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about the estimate.
The life support system is running low. Be extra careful. Now, let's blow.
Shoot him out of the heavens. I've had only 2 issues. I've only had 2 like problematic scenes, and still it's gonna add like so many minutes to this time. We get to see this thing over and over again, which is good. Yeah, I'm having trouble today. This should be it. This is it. We got it this time. Okay, I remember now. All right. We did it. Everything's fine. Yeah. Ah! Oh no! We did it! Success!
You've committed an unforgivable act. Now, yes, now, I'll meet you on the dark side of Helios 1000.
Actually, no, I have to actually kill Talon himself here.
You are about to go where no man has gone before and lived. At the end, you will have the robotic tracker. Use it to take out Talon.
Use it to take out Talon.
Now it's your turn, Ranger!
So we're basically hitting him in all of his, like, we're taking out all of his different, like, pieces of armor and stuff. His arm flew. Oh my god. Okay, well, that was supposed to be the end of the game, but I hit the wrong spot. I was off by one grid again, grid mark.
Next time,
one more time. We got this. End of the end game. End game's tough. We're just gonna do it all again.
Your turn, Ranger.
Oh my gosh. You know what? We panicked a little bit there. Let's be real. I panicked a little bit.
Your history, Ranger. Too bad.
Too bad.
I thought you could do it. Hey, why not try again?
Continue.
Now it's your turn.
This is fully scripted. There's no reason for me to ever lose. Pretty panicky. It's fully scripted, so I have no reason to do this. We're good. We got this. It's over. Yeah, the COD piece is very interesting. That should be it. There we go. We did it. The end. We did it. All right. Well, that took a turn at the end there. And I don't know what this is supposed to mean, but it's something. I think that's like the lamest possible like hint at a sequel that never happened. But yeah, so that was Star Pirates. That was Space Pirates for DVD. Yeah, they have a bunch of these games. I am going through all of them and playing them. I've played through 7 of them so far of the 15 that exist. I've played Dragon's Lair, Dragon's Lair 2, Dragon's Lair 3, Space Ace, Space Pirates, Who Shot Johnny Rock, and Mad Dog McCree. I'm just putting them up on my YouTube channel. I don't really stream that much anymore, but if you're interested in that, that's where to see it. I'd like to thank Retrothon RGL for having me as usual. Retrothon was my first ever marathon back in 2018. And which one is my favorite? My favorite is gonna be Dragon's Lair, just because it's a classic. But I like all of them. Anyway, I would not be where I am today in terms of like speedrunning and stuff if it weren't for RGL. So thank you very much. I hope y'all enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed this untextured Comic Sans. And see y'all another time at another Retrothon, another RGL marathon, and enjoy the rest of Retrothon. Thanks, everybody.
Good afternoon. I'm, of course, the Big Mike 1983. We're doing a little bit of schedule mix-up, so I'm up next. I'm going to be doing some Ninja Spirit games for you all. So I'll be doing Ninja Spirit on the TurboGrafx 16, followed by Ninja Spirit on the Game Boy. Let's go ahead and get those loaded up. Hope everyone's having a good Retrothon so far. Noted up top, at the end of this game, there is a lot of flashing. So, just warning y'all, but not too bad. Or maybe it is. You've been warned. Yeah, so a little bit of history. This is the first game I ever really learned to speedrun. I did it for a 12-hour challenge years ago at this point. Go ahead, get you loaded up. There we go. Oh, we can bump it up a bit. It's still a little hamstrung from when I did Game Boy Advance, because Game Boy Advance blows everyone's eardrums out every time. Cool. Okay, so yeah, this was originally an arcade game that got a couple home console ports. I have, we'll be doing the TurboGrafx 16 version because it is easier. Arcade is one-hit kill, and I'll go over the game mechanics as we play through the game, and everyone hope for good patterns. Yeah, like I said, this was the first game I ever learned to speedrun, and if you are looking into a new platformer, especially if you want to learn like TurboGrafx 16, this is a very, very good one. Most of the game is extremely easy to learn. With patterns, the biggest thing is going to be the last stage, and we'll get into that. So we are going to immediately switch to the ninja's finest weapon, which is, of course, dynamite. And we have two main power pickups in this game. There's going to be the red ones that give us power. Oh, we took a hit. That's fine. The red ones give us power, and the blue ones give us a spirit. And for the top speed runs, you're going to probably only want one spirit to reduce screen lag. But this will probably not be a top speed run. We're gonna go with 2 spirits, and also, frankly, I like the extra firepower. So we are basically a dynamite machine gun at this point, and hoping we don't die, which we might. Just one of those weeks, you know. We're getting bopped a bunch. There we go. So the pink scrolls clear the screen. So here's the first boss. We're going to start out with some well ninjas who are immediately going to get exploded to death. And once they all pop up, we meet the first boss, Ashura, the god of death. Why you would bust out the god of death first, I don't know, but that's their prerogative. Yeah, as you can see in the upper right, I'll go over that a little bit more. That is my health. You start each stage with 5, and then most enemies will do 1 damage, a couple will do 3, and then some will insta-kill you still. Alright. So this stage is really good for showing off some movement tech. If you notice, my spirits will move slightly after I do, but attack at the same time. And what that lets us do here is a technique I call grenade drifting, where I jump and immediately attack down and to the right. And what that does is cause an explosion in front of me that makes, you know, the front safe, then also drops some grenades since they're still on the ground, which helps clear up any enemies that are coming up behind us, you know, for safety and, more importantly, lag reduction. If you notice I am hopping a lot, you do not want to attack while standing in this game. You lose all your momentum. And the same thing if you drop off of a platform, you always want to jump off. Otherwise, you will just come to a standstill and lose precious time. Alright, so boss 2 is the Axe Ogre, and he will insta-kill me. So if I do not get a quick kill, we're gonna jump and run away. All right, we did both. Got the quick kill and jumped away like a coward. Stage 2 down. Stage 3 is kind of like the mini run killer. We're going to be in a swamp, and you're going to see these giant zombie DeVitos with giant swords. They will insta-kill me, and it is actually pretty easy to get hit by them if you happen to not insta-kill them. All right, that guy died pretty easily. How many are we going to get? We are going to get 2. Sometimes we can despawn the rest after the first one, but that is not the case today. So we're just going to keep walking to the right, attack when we need to, and then eventually we get to a swamp, which will slow us down trying to walk through it, so we'll want to do a lot of hopping. We do have to be very wary, though, because these bow staff monks will deal 3 damage if they run into me, but if they throw their staff in the air and it hits me, that's an insta-kill. So they're very dangerous. We're just pretty much getting attacked from all sides here. But now we meet Hanzo, and Hanzo is unfortunately about to discover that you cannot parry explosions. All right, no quick kill this time, unfortunately. There we go. Normally, I try to position my spirits in kind of a triangle formation to get more hits in. Didn't work out that time. All right, now we have the infinite corridor, and this is going to have several ninjas with sickles, and that is an insta-kill weapon. It also has the additional property of it can destroy projectiles, which means if I think I've killed one, there's a chance it can hit my grenade out of the air and then bot me. It's pretty unfortunate. I've died a couple times in this stage. If we keep jumping, though, we can generally get things through here pretty easily. Oh, no! Died on the screen transition. Are you kidding? Oh, my God. Okay, so now... All right. We're at least up to a decent amount of power. Well, I talk about never happened before. Actually, no, that's untrue. I have had that happen or similarly before, but usually not on the screen transition. All right, so now we have a falling ceiling to contend with while they throw exploding bowling balls at us. Try not to die here. Normally this part isn't a problem. All right, we're down to 1 health. Oh! Are you kidding? Oh, so much for the deathless run. Jesus. The thing bopped me right in my Achilles heel. All right, so we're gonna let this ninja catch up to us a little bit. We're now rearmed with at least our upgraded grenades, and this is the rocks boss, which is not going to be fun without both of my ninja spirits, but we'll see what we can do. We at least have the grenades. Basically, their entire job is they try to smush you, and we're okay. We escaped. We escaped. Not a great time for death, though, since I had to redo that entire hallway. And now we climb. This stage has actually been proven to be pretty annoying lately. This is going to have a bunch of steam explosions right there. And the problem with the steam explosions is they do not give you iframes. So if one of them hits you center mass, it can insta-kill you. So we're going to try to see them ahead of time and avoid. If I take a couple hits, that's all right, as long as I don't take them from steam. There we go. All right, so now you're going to find out you don't bring a kite to a dynamite fight. And the clan of the Flying Wind Dynamite Ninjas leader has been destroyed. Unfortunately, his minions are very pissed off and are now coming for revenge. So this is the real run killer stage, even though I died earlier. What we're going to have to deal with here is we have the Ronin, who will one-hit kill me, while we're also trying to dodge these fans of kunai flying at our head. And what we really don't want to do is get hit more than once in this because of all of the... Ooh, that was a close one. All of the hits we're going to take in part 2 can really add up. So this isn't great because now if a bow staff monk just runs into me, I'll die. I mean, if they throw their bow staff and it hits me, I die anyway. but just physically touching me will kill me now. And a whole lot of screen lag. We are doing what we can to clear everything out while avoiding the bow staffs. Oh, wow. All right. Woo! This is so much lag. All right, we're to the boss. We're safe. This boss is the most fun boss you will ever fight because you do not have to do anything. It's just going to keep summoning these zombie DeVitos for a while, and then they tucker themselves out and explode. Come on. Come on. Yeah, you save no time attacking them because they'll just keep spawning until the boss fight is done. If you do choose to jump around, they will probably corner you and kill you because they are one-hit kills. And they're done. So now we have the final stage of the game. This is going to have a whole lot more of the explosions, which, because of this stage, we call them cave farts, even though for the first part of the game they happen on the mountain. But yeah, they're cave farts. Their location is stationary, but their firing rate is entirely random, and they got me. Yep. Yep, cave fart death, it happens. Unfortunately, it did not get far enough to get to the checkpoint here, so we're gonna have to take it a little bit safe until we get our upgraded grenades, which we have. Much better. Oh! Insta-kill from the cave fart. We're just I'm hoping this is all the bad luck for this run, because this is just unpleasant. All right. Okay, we are to the end of the first part. So this is the Ninja Pit of Death. You kind of have to learn the pattern. There we go. So you go to the left, you pause a little bit, and then you can just wedge yourself in here nicely. Doing anything else, those ninjas will instant kill you. So this is the hardest part of the game to learn. You really just, it's kind of muscle memory. I'm really happy I got it one try. And now we have the final boss of the game, who is a giant angry demon, and he's dead. So for a run completely going to hell on me, 1120 is not bad. I'll take it. With those, we had a lot of stupid deaths. There's the photosensitivity warning. And I do really like the ending theme of this game, so we are going to let it play out. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's a really fun game. If you are looking for a new platformer to learn, really recommend it. If you need any tips, there are several runners of it that hang out in RGL. Cheese Viking Games and I are kind of like the gatekeepers, and because we have tied times on the leaderboard. Which, where is it? Ninja, I know I just looked it up. How many do we have now? We've got a decent amount. How do you not do the search? All right, there we go. There is Ninja Spirit for the TG16. You should all go learn it. Get on the board. I'd love to have another tournament of this. We haven't had one in years just because a lot of the runners have gone inactive. So, gonna go ahead, swap over for 1 second and get the other game up and running, which is the same game, but different. Okay, I am back. Let's go ahead and just jump right in. So this version of Ninja Spirit did not get a stateside release, apparently. It still has Ninja Spirit on the title, but the actual name is Saigo no Nindo. So if you were looking for it, it might be a little hard to find. Let's see, this should be all loaded up. Yep. Hold on one sec, getting these scenes set up. Cool. All right, so this is going to be a little bit different in that we are not really using the dynamite until the end of the game. We will be using the sword for most of the run. Let's go ahead and get started. We will be doing Game Boy mode because, yes, arcade mode, one-hit kills, much tougher. And the big reason we use the sword in the Game Boy mode is because once I get my power up here, I create like a... Oh, let's get our spirit. There we go. You create like a force bubble. And that force bubble is going to kill projectiles, which we need in this game because this version does not heal you between stages. So my life is what my life is. I can, I believe, get another life if I score enough during the run. But, alright, we're gonna go ahead, kill the well ninjas again while hiding in the corner. And then Ashura is back. Since we only have the one spirit for this stage, what I need to do is basically reposition myself right under its head. And my entire goal in this fight is to just keep projectiles from hitting me with my sword. If it looks like one is going to be at a bad angle, I may have to move. Other than that, my spirit up top is going to slowly but surely chop away at its head until it is dead. And it is, and it has the slowest death animation ever. Just taking its sweet time collapsing. The stages, yeah, they have names now, so it's the Forest of Ninken. We're gonna try and get our... There we go. We now have 2 spirits for maximum firepower. And we're just basically this entire stage gonna be hupping it to the right and occasionally needing to kill stuff in front of us, but other than that, not doing a whole lot else. It's same bosses, so we are gonna have the Axe Ogre here, and because the sword does not deal as much damage, we are gonna have to jump around a little bit. You may be asking why I'm not using the grenades, and that is because, unfortunately, they are woefully underpowered in this version. Kind of everything is woefully underpowered in this version. The only reason we swapped to dynamite at the very end is because of the Demon Lord's lightning attack. But we'll get there when we get there. And now, the one thing I do really love about this version is the zombie DeVitos just look so much more like him. They're just tiny little squat monsters that we ignore. Alright, so this is going to be Hanzo again. Hanzo might hit us a couple times. It's a bit rougher fighting him with the sword. Because usually since he can attack so quickly, he can sometimes kill us, but generally if he does, then I just shank him in the kidney a couple times with my new life, and he's done. Alright, so we're down to 2 life. We're gonna see how this goes the rest of the run. So, same thing here with the Sickle Ninja. We're gonna try and jump to avoid them. There are less ones in weird locations though, so we're pretty much gonna be okay as long as I keep hopping. Lots of hopping. And we drop down. And for this second part, since I cannot see the ground, I just will stay on the ceiling the entire time, because if you drop, there's a good chance it's going to be right into a bunch of bamboo spikes. Want to get rid of people. Occasionally we have to sword down to take care of people on top of the ceiling. And then we drop down. All right, falling ceiling. Let's see if this kills us. This is going to be interesting. Because if I die here, we might really be in a bad spot to kill the boulders. I have had, since you move so much slower, I've had the ceiling kill me before. It's not super, let me tell you. All right, so we got the boulders back. I'm gonna try and position my ninjas so they attack multiple at the same time, and we got them. All right, we have escaped. And now we climb. So unfortunately, I do not have as good of jumping ability in this game. So we're going to have to do a lot more hops and some not as tall. And then, of course, we still need to avoid the cliffside cave farts. And it hit me, because of course it did. Let's see how this fight goes with no life. Or, you know, no hits left. It's gonna be a similar thing. Oh, and he got me! Oh, you rat bastard! Alright, this actually might end up... I'm really hoping it's not rip run, because do not have infinite continues in this one. And we're a little hosed with our super weapon. Let's see if we got it. Well, if it is rip run, it's been a pleasure knowing you all. Not in a good spot at all going into the run killer level. Frankly, this entire game at this point is a run killer level. So we really just, I need to find a power up and my spirits. All right, there's a spirit. Please tell me you're a power up. All right, good, 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 good. I don't have both spirits. I really would like them, but go to war with the ninja spirits you have, not the ninja spirits you want. Alright, so in this stage, we actually have to kill the zombie DeVitos, and I'm gonna see if we can do that in this one. Alright, we're in an okay spot. So basically, you want to position yourself to the right, so they turn around when they swing, and they miss you the first time. And then you can usually button mash them to death before they are able to hit you a second time. All right, okay. So now we are going into the final stage, and let's see where this ends up. We're gonna try and get a power up for our grenades, while avoiding the cave farts. All right, and instead of the ninja pit of death, this is the ninja ditch of inconvenience. That's it. So this is a very slow moving boss fight, and we have to just basically keep going from side to side to not get hit by lightning. We basically need to bait the lightning up while my clones are hitting it, and then try to outrun it. Come on, come on. Thank God. All right, we did it. We did not lose all of our lives. We did not rip run. And that is Ninja Spirit Game Boy. Done and done. Even with a run that went to shit on me, sub 9 minutes, I will take it. Yeah, it is definitely, it is just different enough to be interesting, and it is a shorter run because of the stages being that much more compressed. We get a little bit of lore in this one. It's a fun time. The White Wolf, Tsukikage, will appear then again before us in our hour of need. But yeah, thanks everybody for the GGs. I am the Big Mike 1983, and yeah, I did Godzilla Domination yesterday, where of course we had never happened before during the marathon. Yeah, the music in these games is so good. Yeah, like I said, if you are you looking for a new platformer, you want to get another run under your belt, I do recommend giving both of them a try. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll transition to the next set of games. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned. We've got a bunch more games before we end tonight. Thank you all for hanging out at Retrothon.
Okay. Ooh. Everyone, Ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning, good evening, konbanwa, wherever you are. Hope you're having a good day or a good night. I'm DBK'd. I'm a guy who plays a lot of fighting games, a lot of beat 'em ups, a lot of stuff. And Marvel is always at the top of the list for me. And so I wanted to say, when's Marvel? At the top of the stream, goes, when's Marvel, baby? Because I wanted to prove something to myself, and also show off all the games at the same time, that at any time, all the Marvel games can be played. I often play them in tournaments around in Mikado and Big One and other places, and I love the community and the scene, And because of a new update, I actually get to show off a new strategy live, and I'm going to get to talk about that today. But When's Marvel, basically, I'm just going to let the timer run today. We're going to try beat all the games, and I think I set the estimate to like an hour and what did I say? Hour and 30 minutes. That's plenty of time. But you know, it's a Marvel game. It's crazy combos, crazy things to do. So let's get started. Let's have fun. And if you have, I'm watching chat, so I got chat up, and thanks. By the way, big shout out to Big Mike's on for throwing Ninja Spirit on right when I was having some trouble with my splitter. I tried to route a PS5 into my splitter, and I don't know, something exploded in my room. So I smelled burning. couldn't chat, and so I'm also going to blame that on Marvel. So let's go ahead. We're going to do the English version today. It doesn't really matter, but shout outs to L Roxon. Ever since he explained to me that there's differences between the English version of the Punisher and the Japanese version, I've been slowly trying to make notes about what I see between each one. I'm just going to go ahead and show the settings off, everyone. You can see I've set the default settings. We have it on free play, and everything else should be good to go. Yep. We will be using some secret characters. Anyway, timer's not going to start just yet. We're going to open up this screen. I'm also going to be, I got to get my hands a little rest. You know, lots of mashing today, right? I'm waking up first thing and mashing, you know. I'm going to use Blackheart today. Safest, he's my favorite character. And Retrothon 2025, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, look at that. We got some actual timing going on today. Every other run I do this with 3, 2, 1, go, and then wait, no, there's something wrong with the timer. So, how do I get started on Marvel superheroes, right? Like, Kodor, are Children of the Atom. Coda is very, very different as a game, right? So what this game started to do is it started to put into these like giant air combos that don't really work. Like the first as just the game before this was just the X-Men game. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong, right? Exactly. Yeah, so this game has insane air attacks. A lot of the air attacks in this game, they're the main focus, so more so even than other Marvel games, your air combos are the most important. And I'm just getting kind of warmed up here before we start doing some crazy things. Well, that was a pretty clean fight. The Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is coming out. It has Power Stone on it and a bunch of other stuff. Capcom versus SNK 2. It's got, it's got CVS, both Power Stones, Rival Schools, and it's got, what's the other game that I sometimes play? It's one of the few Capcom titles someone in chat helped me out with the other game. It'll come to my mind in a second as I'm fighting Spider-Man, who's, by the way, like the best character in the game. By the way, so yeah, in this game, mashing is 100% like necessary. You're gonna if you love the sound of arcade sticks being shredded to bits, it's beautiful to you, then this is the game for you. That is the case. You're getting hit by my boulders. Or you're not. Okay, Spider-Man. But yeah, Spider-Man has true infinites in this game. He's actually banned. He was soft banned. Yeah, not soft banned. He was hard banned in in tournaments at EVO, because Spider-Man just kind of ruins the game for everyone. I could do a Spider-Man run, but it's really not. It's first off, Spider-Man not a real adventure, right? But also, it's literally just the same combo, and you can infinite his DP in this game, his Dragon Punch move, and yeah, that move. It's pretty disgusting. Pretty disgusting. One interesting thing and why I wanted to do this challenge, right, is that this game in particular, like every Marvel game, plays so differently from each other. So I don't normally, like, I wouldn't run these games back to back necessarily. This is like a completely different, like, part of my brain that's trying to. It's like another language almost, right? Because in this one you can chain. You can do kind of what's the word? Darkstalkers. You can do like Darkstalkers chains in this game where you can do 1, 2, 3. Like, it doesn't always work with other characters. Yeah, Spider-Man, you're kicking my butt right now. I don't like this. So if things get really difficult at a point, what I can do is I can actually kind of just jump and throw out games. But Spider-Man also has one of the best supers, so we can't just do this whenever we want. I like how Spider-Man is actually giving me a hard time. It's just showing up just how. Oh, I got the relaunch too. Oh, I was clutch and I wasted it. We're gonna use reality. So there are gems in this game, and gems actually allow me to do. Oh, I can get soul. No, don't get soul. That should be killed. Yes. Okay, we got through it. Okay, I'm warming up. I'm warming up. This is this game has been on actually like the back of my list because X-Men versus Street Fighter, which we'll be playing next, recently had an update. And I wasn't. Yeah, so there's just so much to show off in this game. So the gems, right? So soul. Let me show off soul real quick. Oh, there's the. Oh, wow. Yeah. So that little like combo I did right there, actually pretty difficult with the timing. It's an air reset. I can launch them and then re-grab them right here. And that's what makes Blackheart like one of the most gross characters in the game, because you have to air throw tech, which is hard enough to do already. But then you have to Heart of Darkness. You know what? Oh my gosh, John. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Okay, he's just letting me know, and he's using Soul Gem. I'm sorry. So Soul Gem heals. That's what I was gonna say. Okay, Soul Gem heals. I swear that was intentional. I'm trying to show this off. Juggernaut has auto armor, right? Oh, now he has extra auto armor. Yeah, we were also bad turn of events there. Bad turn of events. So he had the power-up gem. So some gems do different things based on your character. The power-up gem, yes, it makes you stronger, but yeah, it also gives you auto armor. And guess what? Juggernaut already has auto. Oh my gosh. What is going on right now? Juggernaut, you're not cooperating. All right, we're going to save strats. Please land. It's gonna do. The good thing about the Heart of Darkness is interesting. I can like relaunch if he hit me from behind. That's cool. I'm getting pretty unlucky though with the AI's behavior, right? Because that was almost an infinite. Don't take forward. Don't take forward. Don't take forward. Can you hear the screaming inside? Nope. That will chip. There we go. Okay, sorry. I want a 1cc. That'd be nice. But that's kind of Juggernaut's weakness, right? On the ground, though, yeah, he's an incredible launcher. Really good move. He's still, every character in this game is solid. Just the raw super in my face. I appreciate it. That's exactly what I want. There we go. So that's Blackheart's little like technique there. You can throw out these like red demons, and then another. You can do all sorts of tricks with them. Let's say I think he's gonna jump forward, which he probably is. I can like then dash and go behind Juggernaut while those demons are still out, and it creates this really nice kind of 50-50 where the opponent's got to guess left or right. Which way am I coming? You don't know. Blackheart's is really good. So you can see that I'm like it's close. It's close sometimes, but at the end of the day, I have the easiest job. Oh, Iron Man, another character. Actually, I shouldn't really talk about infinites in this game because pretty much every character has infinites, but the most famous infinite, of course, is the Iron Man infinite in this game. Very cool. We're going to go ahead and use Soul Gem just so I have life recovery, but also so that if I get hit and my gem falls out, the AI won't have life recovery. Because an Iron Man with life recovery, because he can fly and run away and do all sorts of cool things. That's not something we want. It's not something we want. I want to show off I'll start with some of those spots. No. Oh, I am Iron Man. Yeah, this is not Tony Stark. That's this is just Iron Man. I wonder what universe Iron Man this is, because he's got infinite combos. He is not nice. Probably second best character in the game, but the hardest character to make. You're gonna use reality gem, throw it a little triangle, and we're gonna call the ice. So my medium attack actually turns into ice. If I do punch, it'll turn into little fireballs, and there's some other little tricks you can do. I like reality gem a lot because it not only gives you like free pressure with projectiles, but it gives you a really nice mix-up. And oh man, Iron Man just showing me that I don't get this. Can I relaunch? Yes. Oh, we are doing some. Oh, okay, there we go. Now I'm looking cool. Yeah, okay. We're getting in the zone. We're getting in the zone. That is the true versus relaunch combo. Not too easy to do, but it's just a matter of practicing the timing. Yeah, Capcom, by the way, has really been showing love to these collections. Like, we've had 3 updates. We've had event to event to that's it. Marvel gets me yelled at by my love. That's the goal, right? It wouldn't be Marvel. Not a good misconception. Oh, they were still out. The bats were still out. The little demons were still there. I'm gonna be a little bit careful because we could see that. We could see some nasty stuff. Oh, I misjudged it. Yeah, the AI is really using their quarter-circle back from where Iron Man's putting up like that. The good thing is my jumping medium kick is really, really good in this game. Like, it is easily one of the best attacks in this game. Oh, are you getting hit? No. Oh my gosh. Smartest Iron Man I've ever fought. Am I online? I don't understand. That was insane. I feel like I was playing someone from the Brazil or Mexican community, because they are just unbelievably good at this game. The top players in the world are definitely in those countries. Sorry everyone else, but even Japan knows that. lots of talks and shaking heads like, how is everyone so good at this game? So Captain America, even though I'm giving America a little bit and may have been disrespectful to some people who play this game in the American community, is a really awesome character. He has Charging Star, which lets him dodge, go through, basically not have to worry about projectiles as much in this game. And he has his own projectile with the shield attack. Honestly, Captain America's got some real swag. He does have infinites as well. Really, pretty difficult one to do, but great character, huge damage. yeah, again, every character, I think every character has infinites. I guess Shuma Gorath is like the only character that has to have like a specific gem to do an infinite, but yeah, everybody's got the swag in this game. That was me activating a gem on top of the character, which would freeze them. But because it was the power gem, I couldn't do the confirm in time because there's hit stun that's added for Blackheart's power gem, not extra auto armor. Throw out the little red demons just to kind of stop the pressure. I also have a infinite in the loop switch that I'm going to with my launcher into there we go, very nice. Very clean fight. By the way, the music is great in this game. I'm so glad it was not left out or resampled or anything like that. This whole collection has been amazing, and all the updates are great. I think there won't be any more updates for this though, because pretty much everything that is needed has been added. So they're not missing anything at this point. Magneto is not the final boss of this game. Oh my, clip that. That's Marvel, baby. That's Marvel, baby. Yo, that was air throw twice into 2 double reset. Magneto. Where is your curly mustache? Oh, yes. I'm gonna throw some needles on this big bad. Normally this is a terrible fight for me. This is the worst fight because Magneto can just like he can do air grab against Blackheart, and my whole game just it's like what do I do in this situation again? You know. Oh, I got it! Yeah, no! What a weird bounce. Okay. No. Oh, what am I doing? I have Soul Gem. Yeah, let's activate it. And then die, okay. Oh no, he's it's definitely a criminal. Never mind. That was nasty. That's like the most evil thing you can do, right? Like, felt like he was letting me, okay, go heal yourself, and then he activates the true combo, and he's like, yeah, actually, nah, you can't, you don't get that. I was just kind of teasing you, and now there's no soul gem, so next round you can't do anything. It's like, okay. That is true bad guy spirit. I love it. Oh my gosh. Okay, well now he's showing why this is one of the harder fights. Yeah, it was going too good. There. We're gonna have to use a coin right now. Put one in the machine. That's okay. I'll accept that. Lesson learned. Don't talk smack about the villains of the game, right? They're secretly listening to me. He's like, you're not that clutch today. I'm gonna use a soul gem though this time, just to make sure this man don't get it. Space gem. Space gem's interesting. It just gives me super armor. It does a lot. It's probably like. It's a nice treat, but like Blackheart really doesn't need super armor. Don't you fly. Don't forget. I'm Blackheart. Evil is in the name. Necessary big guy. Out here causing trouble for me. Why don't you stay on that Pringles box, okay? Why don't you stay on that Pringles box? Okay. All right, let's go back and make that clean. Okay, here's the mid-boss of the game. All these characters are unlockable in arcade as well, so they're completely legal in tournament. As the other games, the secret characters are not necessarily allowed in tournament. But yeah, you can use Dr. Doom or Thanos in this. And Dr. Doom actually is probably like a little bit weaker in this game. MVC2 is kind of where he's good. Oh wow, that was nuts. No, don't do that. That's his main game, though. So you like basically jump and do lasers. I want to do the relaunch now. You know what? If you're gonna fly, why don't you dodge this? Armageddon. Yeah, I hope well, maybe it's gonna go back. You know, the new X-Men show is so good, by the way. I'm not even gonna spoil anything. All I'll say is you have to watch it. They did such a good job. It made me realize, like, oh yeah, I really am like a Marvel. I really do like Marvel. The writing is just always been on point with the stories. I messed it up, but you're gonna have to eat some meters. Speed up. I can do infinite. Oh, okay. I didn't get the jump, but I can just jab infinite. Yeah, X-Men 97. So good. Alright, Thanos. The final boss of this game. Actually, there is another secret character that's not usable, but we don't need to talk about her. This is difficult because Thanos has lots of nasty options because he's gonna have every gem and can pretty much confirm into like half-life damage. His air raid combo is one of the best, but I'm gonna try and do some really cool stuff and make sure Thanos knows that he's not going to be able to snap his fingers today. Meteors, can't stop that. And boom! One more. It's not over yet. Don't ever count Thanos out. All snap. I don't know if you're making a joke by that, but yeah. That's a good one. I see it. I got your humor on that one. That's good. Oh, he tried to. He just has like a little water bubble that he can throw that captures you. Oh, okay. GG on this. This is just part 1 GG, but throw those GGs up if you had a good time. And we're moving on to the next game. I'll go ahead and just look at my hands a second as I readjust, get in the mindset, because there's more MASH and more Marvel. Right, we're not done. The timer doesn't stop. It's till we're gonna beat all the Marvel games today. This is a treat. 20 minutes, that's not bad. It could have been. I mean my PV is much faster in this game, but that's not the point today. The point today is to show off and have a great time and show you all the true potential that these Marvel games had. And it's cool because you actually got to see how good Iron Man is and Spider-Man. And even Magneto. Like, AI was doing most of the stuff. They weren't doing the grab. That air grab, it combos into itself. Another fun event in this game. Alright, we're not going to play all the credits. I just wanted to show. Oh, I wanted to art. Oh, how do I do that? No, okay. I pressed the wrong button there. I was just gonna put RGL and because I'm big villain hands right now. I just thumbed it too hard. Let me go ahead and quit this game. Look at this. Maybe I'm just getting older now, but the fact that we can just press start and switch the console is just and go into another game. Like first off, it's even quicker than MAME, and then I guess I'm from the the generation, like you'd have to like ask the arcade manager to switch the PCB, right? And now it's all here. Like these are pretty much perfect versions of the game. It's just I'm so thankful. All right, it's time for some silliness. Let's go. Just keep the timer in your head. So I might go back and clip this later. This might be PB. They updated this to include one of the versions that has the Tatsumaki, the short Tatsumaki glitch with Akuma, which basically Akuma now does a ton of damage on Tatsumaki. This is a true glitch in the game. Not supposed to be this way. It's patched out all the other versions. And this version of this game has some very, very silly balancing. All three versions of it, 1, 2, and 3, have completely different balancing. So when you look up tier lists for this game, they're not going to always be correct because they're not for the for one version. No one's made, you know, that to be some good content, but yeah, huge differences between version 1, 2, and 3. Even with I usually play Sabretooth Juggernaut, and Sabretooth literally changes it completely. But yeah, so does Akuma. I do have some there's air raid combos in this game, but the characters, because we're now fighting as Street Fighter characters, there's a whole, like the feel of this game is very different. You can call your, you can switch your character out. You can do double team supers in this game. So if I'm really scared, and you can actually heal the character on the side if you're worried about losing the character or something. But most normal combos in this game do about half-life. So this is also this is probably my main game, but it's also one of the harder games. Juggernaut. Juggernaut's really broken in this game because I can cancel my normal attacks into a special move, so I can do like a rematch and cancel out, so I can make most of my stuff pretty safe. I'm gonna get hit. That's fine though. It should be dead, yeah. Nope. Sorry. You're gonna get hit. You're showing up supers right now. And you can do that. And yeah, you should light kick here. There we go. See, light kick pretty much saves the day. Hadouken in this game is a Kamehameha. Yeah, I have, and Akuma has it as well. He also has the Raging Demon super, which is really good. It's even more silly in this game because you can do like air fireball, drop down in hard kick, and then do your Raging Demon. Very, very silly stuff. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. All the Shotos in this game, all the Doki characters are extremely good. Oh, I was trying to. So there's a fun thing you can do in this game. See how like you change sides? So Ryu has like that same loop that I have. Excuse me, I'm trying to. There we go. People want to see the Kamehameha. Oh wow. Scott, what are you doing, Scott? That's why no one likes you. You don't even let me show up Air Raging Demon. Good captains would have let that happen. Oh, I gotta be really careful in this version of that. That is he can infinite his stuff in this version, so we should be a little careful here. True confirm, that's a hit confirm with Fierce that does. Do I consider Cyclops in the same category? Oh, because of how, well, everyone's good in this game, so yeah, it's fine. X. 3, 2, 1. Blah. I should be doing more of that. Yeah, you can press start at the end and do some taunting and things on your opponent. Sorry, it was like a stress release for me. Yeah, no, Scott, Cyclops isn't even best. I mean, he's really good, but Storm is actually the true, like, best character in the game. She just is gross. Like, air infinites out the wazoo. Easily can confirm into, like, her lightning, quarter circle back super. And there's, oh, I saw it. I'm gonna switch just to save some health. Dhalsim's a little interesting to fight, right? Because you can't do air raid combos on him because he'll recover. Like, he can't get reset, so he'll just like disappear in the air like that after you were to hit him. So you couldn't do like a true traditional like reset air combo as you could in the other games. Still probably one of the weaker characters in the game. Oh, I'm gonna try it again. That's not the only time I'm gonna try it out. If you've never watched me on stream, I try all the risky stuff. If there's a frame to be, I'm not really trying to save frames today, but even if in a marathon I'm trying to show off, I will. I'm okay with looking like a fool if it pays off in the end, because then I'll look cool. Trade can't always be wearing the drip, you know? Now, my lightning kick, it doesn't work on hard, so I just did the lightning, the Tatsumaki to get to the other side. That doesn't really work. The AI is not really falling for my shenanigans today, so we're gonna switch, which is fine. That's probably the best. Ooh, Tekken. I can actually combo into super off the throat. Hit confirm. Throw some. Oh, are you gonna let me do this? Oh, okay. I might have done it too. Yeah, you can actually do your ground attack into. I missed. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, well, that's a famous attack right there. We're not at Marvel 2 yet. There's no reason to show that. There's no reason to show that. Yeah, that's another reason Storm is really good, though, that you just can throw out supers. There's very little that can punish her. X-Arrow, huge damage on that. I am mashing to get every single a hit. If you mash correctly, you will get more damage. This is a common theme throughout all the games. Not on every super, but a lot of beams with multiple hits or multiple like rushing supers like that. Definitely. Mash. When in doubt, mash when you do a super. Like you should. It's good practice anyway. It's not Marvel without mashing. Okay, that's my philosophy. No mash, no Marvel. Confirm there. Sorry, I mean, Magneto is always like you saw last. It's not a friendly fight for me. Huge damage. You see just how good my mashing is. That is a flex. My mashing is excellent. I haven't even shown off. I should have done that a bit. Let's do this. Let's do my command grab. No, you're not going to show the command grab. Well, interesting when I get flying screen or knock off a character, if a character's then jumping back into the screen or from the outside, I can set up for my command to grab him because there's auto armor. It leads to interesting situations. I'm going to focus up for a second as we fight this boss because I got to do a specific combo chain, and so I get the hits done. Lasers. Apocalypse is a little bit scary, but not so much. Just kind of die out. I could go behind, but then he has a chance of going into this mode where he'll basically throw this in. I'm going to try and lose as much life as possible, and then switch. You know what? No. I've never done this before. This is funny. Oh. Alright, so I went with Juggernaut. So, if I'm not mistaken, that we will have to fight Kuma. You never get used to the chip damage? Yeah, it's insane, right? Yeah, so now we'll fight our partners. But, yeah, Juggernaut is actually a better character, in my opinion. So, we should be able to make quick work of Akuma here, hopefully. Watch the AI rage beat us. Watch that. And GG on X-Men versus Street Fighter. And X-Men versus Street Fighter. It's like, what? Which game are we on? Yeah, really, really clean here. This is a much better show of clutchness. But there's less to see in this game, because if you're doing things right, with the characters, you're not really going into like all those air raid combos. And I didn't even show off like all the infinite loops that I can do with Juggernaut in the corner. But I just love this game, so it's always on my mind. I said that right. Yeah, it is always on my mind. The air raid combo. So the air combos of this game, they're much tighter. So you have to do them a little bit faster. Whereas in the previous game, you can kind of do them slower. This game is definitely harder in that sense. In that even like a lot of the car. There's actually car cancel in this game. Like Juggernaut has it on when he does that little like. You saw at the end when he does the taunt. That's actually a move of his where he'll do like the standing medium kick, and you can do that and then cancel it into command throw, and stuff like that is just really hard. Like it's. Let me go backwards. Not mess this up today. Actually, it was a really good run. That was worthy of I was probably somewhere on the leaderboard. There you go. Shout out to Retrothon 2025 here on Retro Gaming Live TV. Thank you everyone for sticking around for this. This is so much fun to do. This really is just an excuse for me to like practice Marvel in the morning with everyone. But it's pretty cool. I might do something like this again. I think I have an idea for what series that, or even Marvel. If people really like the Marvel stuff, I just think it's always time for Marvel.
Marvel superheroes versus Street Fighter.
People think I am stupid. Let me tell you when I outsmarted the Hulk. All right. We're gonna, and speaking of Hulk, we're actually gonna do some Hulk now. So I don't know if that was like some foretelling or what, but you're getting your wish right now. Yeah, let's do Hulk Ryu. We could do a couple combinations. We should do Blackheart. You know what? I like Blackheart too much not to run him again. All right. 3, 2, 1, go! Marvel superheroes versus Street Fighter. That's right. It's not just the X-Men anymore, right? Everyone's here, and now we can call assist out, and this is what makes this game extremely silly, and the kind of what's the word I want to use? Not easy, but like Marvel games aren't easy by any terms, but it makes it a little bit nicer. Like this, if you play this in the arcade, you can find some interesting combinations, or you can just copy what I'm showing you right now, and you'll get through arcade mode pretty pretty easily. There is raid combos, but they're all a little bit different in this game. That's where this is the game where they started to kind of get rid of the universal air raid combo, and they've made it now so you really have to do specific things. So you're not gonna. It just takes a long time to master certain characters in this game. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm just pressing the middle buttons, mid kick, mid punch, call out my my assist. Oh, arigato. Wait, arigato. すごいね。
私で作った。
ありがとう。
私で作ったパパ。
ね、ちょっと今イベント中だから、パパはこれ終わったら遊びましょうか。
パパゲームです
みたいなら静かに見てね。いい？今パパはね、ホックスマッシュやってるよ。山の力は強いね。またパパはずっと勝ってる。パパずっと勝ってるだから静かに。だっていいけど声は出せないね。The little one is the little one is studying Marvel right now. $1%, yeah. I do, yeah. I love. Give me some big boys. We're not into the little puny damage. We want the real slam. I mean, I'm all about. Yeah, come on. Like, bigger is better. This is Marvel, okay? Big damage, big combos, big boys. Just to make percent. So when you get Gamma Wave like this, it actually does more damage depending on where the opponent's. Hulk is insane in this game, actually, legit. Like I think he's one of the better characters, which is why I'm using him. Yeah, you don't really have to worry about losing health. He has some auto armor. Yeah, I'm just kind of doing what I want right now. And Gamma, look how much damage that was. Yeah, well, the Wolverine's theme is also one of my favorites. If I was really good, if I was like really good, I would be using Wolverine, but I'm always practicing those combos. But if I was gonna do that, I would have to get those infinites down. Wolverine actually has some really funny things in this game. You can do like crouching fierce into this like quarter-circle back 2 punches super, which time stops, and you can just press like down fierce and you can air. It's just like really like time. It's almost like time stop combos. Tanoshi? Yeah, buddy, Hulk with Tanoshi in there. Yeah, even kids know how much fun the Hulk is. Oh, we got the confirm. That's a true combo. Okay, can someone also clip that? That was the perfect, the perfect hit into the super, and that was here at Retrothon 2025. You got to see why I love Hulk so much. I'm a big kid at heart. Okay, just all those rocks. Hulk smash. I mean, the switch. You'll get hit by the switch attack. Yeah, I didn't even talk about how switch attacks actually work. I mean, there's no way I'm going to be able to explain everything. Ken is actually pretty good at this game. He has some decent combos. A lot of the Street Fighter characters in this game, I guess, is the one entry where they kind of felt bad that all the Marvel characters are always like a higher tier, and they have some really gross infinites on just like crouching medium into hard kick, and that comes back again in Marvel vs. Capcom, which is after messed it up, but it's okay because it's going to give it the max damage. Let's throw up the meteors. Yo, schedule. You know what's after this? More Marvel. For right now. It's a shame that, you know, a lot of people don't know the history, but like Marvel is really loved by people who have played it. But it came out, you know, there was a little bit of like an arcade saturation, right? There was a little bit of a saturation. My face is Marvel. Oh, yes. So powerful. That was the nicest compliment I received all day. You just, you know what? We're best friends now. So yeah, but there's a little bit of go back to what I was saying. So the history of this game, right? It came at a time when Alpha was in the market, Third Strike, I think Street Fighter 3 had just come out. Like, there's just so many Capcom titles, and so like King of Fighters. Just imagine walking into an arcade back in the day, and you know, there's this like Marvel game where everyone, Darkstalkers is also out at the same time. That's right. Like, there's just so much out at the same time that I think you gotta pick and choose, right? All your friends are playing Street Fighter and Darkstalkers and you name it, and you're just like, oh, who are these characters? You know, nowadays this is like one of the best. It's like, oh, you're a real one. You like the Marvel games, but yeah, there's really a different kind of starting vibe in Japan. So it's just interesting because of that. And now it's like Marvel games. Who doesn't play Marvel? Who doesn't Marvel? Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Let me show some other really cheap stuff with Blackheart in this game. You can also just kind of go right into Super. He has this also. Like Blackheart. If you thought Blackheart was nasty in Marvel superheroes, he's just as disgusting in this game. But I don't even pick him because of that. More Apocalypse. Be quiet for a second as I make sure that I get the there we go. Nope. Nice. Must use Golden Kappa as much as possible. Alright, we are fighting Cyber Akuma. That's right, Cyber Akuma is in this game. And this character is really, really nasty. It is unlockable in this version. You can play if you want, but you are being cheap. This character has like frame 1 supers, can do has a rock, that little like rocket you just saw, that rocket arm. That's an infinite in the corner. Does tremendous damage. Can dive kick, and it out-prioritizes everything. This character isn't even a little bit fair. It is fun, but definitely not fair. Definitely not fair. Yo, I see I was like 2 hits and my health is gone. So we're gonna be as cheap as possible to beat the cheapness. Lots of people have maybe trauma over this character. Myself included. You're not alone. Sure, just check everything I do. Oh, that's it. Bye-bye home. And that's Cyber Akuma. I tried to do something, and the game said, nope. Gotta be extra careful. AI's being a little bit tricky right now. Nope. I didn't air dash in the way. Okay, we're using the coin here. It wouldn't be a Marvel game without that.
Continue.
That's normal.
Choose your ultimate rock.
No, we're not changing combos right. We're not changing characters right now.
Ready.
I actually, so in the speedrun, Cyber Kuma is allowed, so there is like, you know, a section that way. It's silly. But that's totally fine. Yep. Who win? Well, actually, unfortunately, Daddy took an L. Daddy took a little bit of an L there. Daddy's the big guys. No! See how quick that is? I swear, I saw the flash and I held up. It didn't matter. It did not matter. I can also do some damage, but... Oh, you didn't tech forward. Nope, you're getting hit. Oh, what? No. Oh, there we go. GG. That was, Raging Demon is basically, it's like 75% in this game. It's ridiculous. That's, yeah, we're the cool guys. We're the cool guys. Blackheart and Hulk. Daddy likes lower tier characters. Yeah, Daddy is. She's excited. I would be. This is a pretty exciting game. Thank you for the GGs. We're going to the next title. The next two are really going to be pretty quick. I haven't decided when I'm playing Marvel 2. Marvel 2 is like the only one that I haven't like really sunk too much time in for the speed run. Yeah, oh yeah. She knew I lost. Okay, daughter's keeping me in check. She's seen me be victorious. She's seen me lose. That's important. It's an important life lesson, you know. This is Marvel is definitely not for the weak of heart. All right, let's go ahead and switch games. Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes. Let me show all the settings. Why are we on the hardest difficulty? Okay. And yep, that should be correct. Let's see. Make sure. Yep. Onto the arcade mode. I'm gonna be using some cheap strats for this one too. I don't want to disappoint, you know. All the secret characters, by the way, are pretty much legal.
Daddy's character.
You'll choose my character. I'll tell you what, when you start playing Marvel, you can choose my daughter, Bicade. Yeah, that, honestly, that would be great. No, I'm not being Spider-Man. We don't like Spider-Man in this household. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Your favorite MCU game? Go. Let's go. Venom, really silly character. And this is. Daddy is basically Venom. He's like a powered up version of Venom. Venom's right here. He's throwing flash in the line. he has extra damage and extra speed, and he's really, really cheap, but he also is a glass cannon. So if Daddy makes one mistake, the game is over for him. But Daddy is showing off all the cool things you can do. And he's going to show Venom who the real Venom is. Maybe. Oh, or no, Daddy's going to take another. And that's okay, because Ryu is my safe character. We can show off all of Ryu's power and tricks. Hadouken finish, classic style. And in this game, of course, you can do some taunting on your opponent. Don't you ever talk about my daughter like that? I'm not. By the way, I'm not using the cheap assist this time. I should, because I want to show off. In this game, you have an assist move, but it's preset in this game. Sorry, I'm like not explaining it. So, that doesn't combo. I just kind of did it, and it worked. And you can press the mid buttons in this game to call them out. And there's definitely a tier list as well for the assists that you get, but you can hold a button in between matches to get the ones that you want. I just want to show off the possibilities in this one. His name is Venom. Yep, it's Venom. Yes? Venom. Are you learning stuff? This is Venom. Daddy's Venom. And then sometimes Daddy's this guy, Ryu. If I press the two hard punch and hard kick, I can switch like I can in every game.
Daddy and Daddy.
Spider Goop. Oh, almost got it. There's a little like that I can do with that combo. Actually, shout out to Justin Wong. It's really good at doing that in this game. Sure. Just do medium touch. I don't know why. You can do jumping hard into standing hard. Oh, I could have done this through there. It's not quite as broken in this one. But... Oh, I was trying to do. I can also change an outcome, by the way. But I can. Like, where are Sorry. Spider Pig. You know what? That'd be really good. Spider Pig was like a big hit right in that last movie. Magneto's a nice super. It gives me like a nice little flash. It's not perfect, but it lets me kind of do some pressure options. Wolverine versus this Venom is not a really fun fight, so let's not do that. It's just asking for a bad time. Ooh, gotta be careful. I got reset. That's exactly what I was gonna say. To be careful of, but it doesn't. Oh, this is kind of scary. I should hit. Yeah. Stuff, so here's why assists are so good, right? You can just kind of take based on your assist. I can use this to keep people off me. I can, but when the number goes to 0, now I don't have any more assists. Now it's completely gone. Let's just weapon throw. Boom! That's a command throw. Hits him on all 3 sides and gives him a nice little slam. Doesn't do much, but the fact that he has a projectile throw is a really nice mix-up game.
We are Venom.
Ready. Fight.
Oh wow. I'm not going to explain why Strider is so good in this game, but basically as a move called Ouroboros, and that's all you need to know. And it makes it extremely unfun to play this game against someone. And I feel like everybody has like a pocket Strider in this game. But this is his game. It should just have Strider on the cover. 100%. That's his Strider. That's someone Arthur. Nice. Thank you, Arthur. Goblin. Oh, we're getting chips. We're getting chippy chips. This is going to be hard. Oh! Okay, okay. Oh, that might be it. Remember, I am a glass Oh, wow. Almost.
Win. 8, 7, 6, 5. Let's go, payday! Select your hero.
Alright, sorry about that. Just kind of readjusting for a second. So, yeah, I made a little mistake there. I played around too much, kind of playing with my food as Venom. Can't really do that in this game, but I'm just trying to show off all the cool techniques. There's just so much swag. Yeah, but Strider Hero, very, very decent character. Lots of options. Can call out birds and cyber animals and all sorts of things that I can't do much about. Charlotte. Wow, into air. What is this? Are we online? What is going on right with the AI? I've never seen them just do that over and over and again. We'll go for the hit. I think the AI is in some weird loop. Reset. See if I can get it. Yes. Okay. Finally, we're doing some the real true stuff. Ryu and Chun-Li, both characters extremely good in this game. Wow. Oh, now I get it? Okay. Oh, I thought he was... you can kind of air control your jumps in this game, so I really thought the AI was going to jump back, and I'm just going to hit this raw suitors. Wow, okay. Nice. Now you will open up there. I might be able to get through this. Just depends how obnoxious the AI wants to be. I like that. There you go. Chun-Li kick.
I'll make this, okay?
Charlotte, 本当に声は出せないって言ったでしょ?
We are still ready. Fight!
Wow. Yeah, really roasted up. Oh my gosh. Okay. For some reason I got switched twice. Yeah. The inputs... Marvelous Capcom is actually probably one of my weaker titles. But when I was a kid, I played it a ton. It's one of my favorites just because Mega Man and all my... Versus, I used Mega Man. Having the kids join us for a run, it is fun to have them watch, but I don't want her to talk the whole stream because she's also cool. I'm literally I'm at home being a family man while having to deal with, hey, don't. Yeah, I'm seeing in the background. She knows that I'm playing games, so she's using the advantage to like go through the other games in the house. Like, she's not really into Marvel. It's too young. This is too much. Especially this game. There's way too much going on. Can you tell I've only had a PS5 for a short amount of time? Alright, we'll get through this. Sorry.
Ready. Fight.
I'll do the wow, the AI is just reading through all my stuff right now. I'm sure how I feel about that. That's really obnoxious. Yeah, that's gonna be guarded. You can push guard in this game to make it so that I got vortex anyway. Okay. Ooh. Let's call out the lances. Really good assist. And not as good as like, you know, what's it, Psylocke or Colossus in this game, which are the best assists, but still really, really good. Hey. Shinku Tatsumaki!
You win.
Lend me your energy. Yeah.
We are Venom. Come on, mon ami.
Fight.
Ooh, I don't like that. That was not fun. Half-life game. Yeah, it's a risky strategy, but I wanted to show it off. It's also good practice for me. Gambit is showing me credit card power. This man opened up a bank and is making me his ATM lending machine. I'm allowing it to happen. This might be easy. Continue for me. Which game did you not practice enough? The answer is Marvel vs. Capcom. I love it. I love it. Hey, we got Colossus. Okay, I get to show the Colossus stuff.
We are Venom. Come on, mon ami.
Fight.
Hey.
Wow. Right? That was some god blocking right there. I'm doing that. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit. I don't know what this AI is doing. It's actually terrifying me. This pattern. I'm trying to get on the opposite side. But we may not need to. Nice. Ooh, let that happen. Ooh, Hulk is Hulk. Hulk is Hulk. Yeah, Hulk in this game is actually kind of fun. And really mess with the screen. This should be. There we go, Shinku Hadouken.
KO. You win.
Alright, another. Yeah, I think the boss in this game's a little bit harder. I've got to do some specific loops here, and I'm going to show how I can make really trivial work with Onslaught, but it's not by any means easy. Okay. Oh wow, that was cheap. Should make quick work of this, and we'll go ahead and continue fighting Onslaught while Onslaught's healing in the background. Okay, so that's a little trick you can do with Onslaught. If you time it and you give a little bit of pause in between it, that little hits done, the animation where he like leans back, actually can make this fight rather trivial. Wow, okay, this is the final version of Onslaught. That's a bit more damage than I expected. Onslaught partially is too high up in the screen right now. So when Onslaught do the punch, and then we're going to go ahead and shoot the head. We're probably going to get hit. So it's getting really awkward. Okay. And let's end it. Ah, GG.
KO.
Very nice. Actually, at the end there, that was like, man, I really thought I was gonna have trouble on Onslaught here, but we had more trouble on the fights coming up, which makes sense. We're on normal. The game gets progressively harder as the stages go on, and the AI was just really reading my tricks. I picked a really aggressive strategy for this one, whereas you saw with the previous game, Marvel Superheroes or Street Fighter, I can kind of pick like a lame strategy. So this really is showing off that you can play this game any way you want, except you do have to mash. So all those supers you still have to mash, so get good at that. Anyway, we're on the final game now. I hope everyone has had fun. It's almost time to bid you farewell. This was Marvel in the morning for me. It's like first thing. Like I wasn't saying this joke. I woke up, I rolled out of bed, and I played Marvel. Shout outs to the Retrothon 2025 staff, because I was like, ooh, yeah, it is a holiday week. It is Golden Week 2, which is why the family is here and stuff. That is correct. Someone knows. Holiday week, and it was early. It was like 5 a.m. But I'll do anything for an excuse to play this stuff. Let me show the settings here. It should be good.
Versus Capcom 2, New Agent Heroes.
I don't really have a plan for this one. Punisher is so good. No, all the games. This is my favorite collection so far, and Marvel 2 is the second one collection is gonna waste just as much time in my life. Let's go ahead and
select your assist type.
I'm thinking out loud. Or not out loud, internally right now.
Select your assist type. Select your assist type.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so we're using a pretty cheap strategy here for the speedrun. I'm gonna use trombone, and I'm going to do a strategy, also a glitch with Juggernaut, which is the power-up glitch, but we're not going to do it right away. Where basically, first off, Juggernaut already does like an insane amount of damage, right? But we can actually like power up Juggernaut and then switch out. And now with Juggernaut, when we switch Juggernaut back in, there's this glitch where Juggernaut does insane damage. Like it's Looney Tunes. So we do almost twice as much damage, and this trombone assist hits 3 times. It doesn't get the damage scaling goes Looney Tunes. So Half-Life. This is a really cheap strat, and I don't apologize, because Marvel 2 is, in my opinion, the most one of the most fun ones. There's just so many combinations. This game is never going to get old. And you can come up with infinitely, like, there are so many infinites in this game. There are so many glitches that I could talk about, you know, from, I showed already off the Juggernaut glitch, which makes a character stronger by switching out. There's a glitch where a character gets knocked out and you can basically force them, you can create unblockables with certain characters. You can air raid to in nobody's business in this game with certain characters. You know, it really is a mix of all the games we played before it. Like, some characters don't use that to their advantage. They don't have all those infinites, but they might just hit hard. You know, like Colossus, for example, or have like auto armor that makes them cheap. Or be able to card cancel, or, you know, it's just the list goes on and on and on. So, yeah, I don't even need to use the glitch. We just can use the glitch, if that makes sense. it is purely a suggestion. Ooh, there, switching it, yeah. Mega Man, like, these aren't even the characters I would normally use for like a versus match, but for a speed run, it's a completely different game. Yeah. Fortunately, Juggernaut pretty much loses some of his better stuff. It's not as good of a character, but the AI really doesn't know how to use Mega Man in this game, which is kind of like you can do a projectile trick where, like, right before you land, you shoot out a projectile, re-land, do another one. I'm actually kind of, it's so sad that it has to end. I just showed off so much today, and I've really only touched the surface of Marvel. Maybe I'll resubmit again, and we can do different characters next time, or oh, that's so gross. That's so gross. That is a disgusting team. I mean, you could do this with Zangief as well, and you can, like, do that DP air grab move, and then he flies over, and you can do like the heavy punch splat move, and that kind of forces the opponent to just always be guessing left or right, on top of having to deal with, like, trombone coming out and just being obnoxious. What is everyone's favorite hero? Like, has anyone not played MSC2? Because if so, this is the one I recommend. It's just the most fun, the most free, and it is kind of one of the best dream match games. You just got, you know, everyone's here. Everyone's here. So Shimaka and Colossus. Oh, nice. We got the little, that's not safe, just kind of a mix-up. Let's see if it would work on the opponent. But we basically, our main combo with Colossus is just to, like, do this and just slam. We can also do, that's our, like, standard bread and butter combo, our air raid combo. Okay. That's not what I really wanted. Nice team play.
Oh man, I almost had a heart attack.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is also one of the longer games, in a way. I wouldn't say it's for speedrun, but just there's more stages, and there's 3 bosses at the end. You get 3 in a row. It really is a celebration. We want to make sure we don't lose anything here, and then we're going to go ahead and switch out. Still have strong bombs. Let's switch back in. Servbot. Servbot sauce. Servbot actually is not the worst character in this game. I really get upset when I hear people say it because you can put him on anchor and he has full meter. He is a nightmare to deal with. He is an assist. Like a lot of characters you would think would be low tier, and there are low tier Marvel tournaments. It's like becoming a bigger thing, which is really nice to see. So we get to see how crazy our characters can be. It's just the top tiers in this game, you know, that the Sentinels, the Magnetos, the Storms. Yeah, they're just too good. They just can do the flying, you know, characters having unfly glitches and combos. Yeah, it does make it a little bit silly, but that's okay. That's okay. And even the weaker characters in this game, you know, they can still be used because they might have a really good assist and Servbot, or they might have a good a super basically. You know? Oh, that hurts. Oh, almost. There we go. That's what we want. That's what we want. It was everyone's favorite game. That makes me happy to hear. I'm always confused about how some people, they feel like this game is a spam game, but everybody has spam. Everyone can do, well, almost everyone can do a fireball. The real trouble comes in with the characters that can fly. Yeah, he's being pretty good about blocking right now. I tried to go for a little reset there. Not really going to work against AI opponent, but I'm always about trying. Oof, it hurts, but we're Colossus, so not as much as it should. Ooh, Clippy. That is a Clippy right there. That was some Colossus power for the marathon. We had some. There's a lot of good clippable moments right here. I'm gonna go back and clip when my daughter asked me, did I lose? Pretty sure she did know that I lost that round, but it's so adorable. You can talk as much smack as you want. As long as you're cute about it. Psylocke's also really crazy in this game. Just in general, I think Psylocke is one of the most underrated characters on the whole. Have teleport, a pretty interesting projectile that can bounce people and hits diagonal, especially the air version of it. Boy, we were just letting the AI have a field day. Okay. I'm not liking that AI thing here, so I'm going to show off some really cheap tech in a second, which is we can actually go into a super that gives us full armor, and we can even cancel into this, so we have lots of meter now, so if it runs out, it's okay, we can do it again. Just go ahead and plow into Psylocke. My voice, yeah, no, that's because this is the morning, but yes. This has been DBK live at Retrothon 2025. Smashing those buttons and playing the Marvel. Nothing is planned, but everything hurts. True love is what we'll make. Make a payday? Oh, come on. So Captain Commando, right? A good example of a character that's in here. Banned in tournaments, in low-tier tournaments because the assist is too good. Like, it's just infinitely vertical, and it's so wide that it just stops like half of the cast from doing anything. It truly is disgusting. There's this, yeah, you can do super switches like that. You can basically do THC and to which is basically you do the input for super one more time. And the character on the next segment will do their super. And what else can you do? Oh, you can do triple team super. Maybe I'll show off a triple team super next. There are even glitches with like the start of the match. You can change which character. I guess it's intentional, but you can press a certain combination to change the character you want to start with at the beginning of the match. And you can do a fast punch glitch where you basically hold the punch button, and it allows you to get like the first hit if the enemy was like, let's say the enemy was pressing buttons and you are, they're gonna get hit. Dan is Dan in this game. This is not his best one. Let's just say that. But he is. He can do kind of can do things, but he might be below Surfbot. I don't know. I don't know what people's. Here's triple team secret. Ooh, that kind of worked. Hey, I like that. That was a cool one. I've never seen that triple. I've never used that triple team super before. It's pretty funny how that works. You demand me to lose a Dan? No, I'm sorry about that. Although, if he keeps throwing these autographs at me, I might. How dare. Yeah. All right, we are going. Was that the last normal stage? No, this one. So this is the final normal stage. We're coming up just on the right time. Let me go ahead and make sure we get right under estimate. Promises delivered. Right? I would have been all about a fly in the wall when the games committee was deciding for this game. He's gonna play all the Marvel games? Are you sure, guys? Is that okay? He did sign me an RIG. Yeah, that's how I repaid him. It made me feel guilty about it, but. This is the damage also scales for the assist too. So. Oh, that was not smart on you. Ooh, interesting. AI doing some cool combos. Let's go. I'm having too much fun. That's the problem. Asking me to focus up on a Marvel game. It's hard. You're always trying to find new, low attack combinations, overheads, and things like that. Which this game has plenty of, especially the left-right. The difference is it happens in 5 seconds. So. Oh, I can do one more. Oh well. No. Nice. Okay. We are on to the final section of the game.
I just can't believe it. You're amazing.
We're gonna fight the. Which scary bad guy are you? Abyss, that's right. I couldn't remember his name. I'm super rude to the villains today. What's your name? Marvel makes you the villain. I'm trying to get behind, but I'm so big. I could just switch out. Yeah. First version of this is pretty easy. You can just left, right, use it out. So you can use it. The main point here is to use it with the meter. And then we're gonna fight the spinny version of Abyss, the bubble Abyss, which I like, which can be a little bit annoying to fight, but in this case, we're just going to be able to we're going to be able to go into. Can I go into the mode? Thank you. Like, I'm not too worried about moving. I mean, Colossus did. That move can be annoying, but again, we're just going to shoulder tackle. Here's the bubble. Nope. I tried to mash out of it and did not mash. That was a mash check right there. X, and the final version of Abyss is coming up. This boss, you can hit the main frame of this boss, but it'll also be, you see that little like spinning orb in the background? That's Vortex Industry. That's where the orb will appear, and that will also float around the screen. But we can hit that as we're dying. We're dodging, we are dying. As we dodge some flying attacks, and this boss will ultimately see its farewell once it decides to give us a chance to do something. Actually, whoa, okay, I guess we just, which is fine. What? Oh, I used the wrong super. Scoop? Balls? Don't miss here. Where's oh gosh. Yes, squish it. GG! Timer stop. That has been all the main Marvel games. Back to back, done live at a marathon. Underestimate. With some fun, extremely fun moments. I'm so happy I got to do this. Yes! This was the place at Retrothon 2025. Thank you, RGL TV, all the staff, all the chat. Thank you for joining me in a celebration of Marvel. It wasn't about... Yeah, obviously we went fast. We did some fast ones. We did some slow ones, but the point was to do them back to back, and just to show that it could be done and test my love and appreciation. Didn't do the beat 'em up. That's true, but I've done Punisher plenty. El Roxanne also is a master of that game. So this was just celebrating the Marvel series. All the game conquered with style. Thank you very much. Lots of clippable moments. If you like what you saw today, go ahead and follow me on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming on Twitch again. I had to take a little break because of the whole Twitch thing where they made you back up all the VODs, and I had thousands of VODs literally. And yeah, if you just like talking about games, I'm a video game historian as well, and yeah, there's just so much going on right now with releases. Again, it was mentioned in this while I was doing the run at this event that the next Marvel collection is coming out. You'll see me be playing a lot of Power Stone. I'm gonna be real, and CVS 2. Those are the big ones, and we've got Garo. Just like the kind of, we're still in the renaissance of the second golden age, I think, of fighting games. So appreciate you all. I had so much fun. I hope next year, I think I'm going to try and think of something special to do like this. This was really fun for me. And again, I love this event because it lets me challenge myself, but also be around everyone who just loves the retro games, of course, and the arcade scene. So it just really feels like a true appreciation and celebration. I can't say enough things to everyone. And we're gonna go we're gonna go ahead and be a father now, and I'm gonna end it here because otherwise we're gonna start having to teach you guys Japanese. Thanks again. It's been fun, and take care, everyone.
Alright, we gotta let that song play out, obviously. Probably the best Telltale game in the series. Hello everyone. Eat Bloody Candy with camera this time. And still bedhead because I haven't left this chair all day. We're coming with a banger, by the way. We're gonna be playing Shaq Fu for the Genesis. The rare occasion that EVC plays a non-Nintendo game. So yeah, with that. So Shaq Fu requires a little bit of a setup to get going. Generally, we would do no audio because audio causes a ton of lag, but this is Retrothon, and Retrothon deserves all of the Shaq noise it can get, so. Also, I liked how duel is the first option and not story. But with that said, 3, 2, 1, let's roll. Story. Shaq goes to Japan. Shaq goes to Japan, walks into a store. Old guy goes, hey, my kid's missing. He went into this portal in the back of my shop. Can you go save him? Yeah, sure, whatever. And then we go in the back of the shop, and we go into the portal into this distant land where we just go and high kick people in the face until we get to Set Ra, which is the final boss of the game. We ideally don't want perfects because they do take extra time, but I mean, when you're as perfect as Shaq, there's, oh, there we go. We got a shin kick in there. When you're as perfect as Shaq is, it's pretty hard to get hit. So the name of the game, if you're ever wanting to learn Shaq Fu speedruns, first of all, message me or Count Gooby. But there is a level of difficulty for every Shaq game out there, and there's more than one, I promise you. I will say the hardest Shaq Fu game so far that I have encountered is Shaq Fu for the Game Gear. Game Gear Shaq Fu is impossible. I think that's the only Shaq Fu I can't like consistently beat. Otherwise, the Amiga one is actually pretty tough too, just because of the load times. And if you're wondering like why is Shaq Fu on Amiga, the question is why not, first of all. Secondly, Shaq Fu has 5 discs for the Amiga. So it's pretty interesting. I eventually want to get the Amiga up and running for a Shaq showcase for an RGL event where you can watch me swap in 5 discs to get into just a Shaq match. But I would say the next hardest after that is the Super Nintendo Shaq Fu. Mostly because your inputs get eaten so much. In the Super Nintendo Shaq Fu, there's a lot of lag, which kind of think whatever, lag. But the Super Nintendo Shaq Fu requires you to do the Shaq Hurricane, which is basically think of like a fireball from Street Fighter, but better. And if your inputs get eaten, you don't get to throw the Shaq Shuriken, and you just get smoked by the enemy. And then the next hardest after that is the Game Boy Shaq Fu, which you will see after this run. I would say the only reason the Game Boy Shaq Fu is the hardest is just because of the button control. It just hurts your thumbs. You have to do something what we call the roundhouse kick or a sweeping leg, which is a down back kick motion, and it eats your thumbs away pretty quick. We just beat up an old man. That's actually the shop owner, so we had to prove ourselves to him that we can in fact save this kid. So now we're gonna go fight Prince of Persia here. This guy can be a dick just because he has such high range with his swords, and he starts further back than most of the other bosses as well too. But the easiest Shaq Fu to play will be the Genesis. Speedrun wise as well too. So speedrun wise, what you're seeing right now is literally it. You hold right and you press, I think it's the C button on the Sega controller, which is your high kick. And if the person jumps over you, then you hold left and press C to keep it going. Hey man, they've been in Assassin's Creed in Japan. They can have Prince of Persia anywhere they want now. Alright. Prince of Persia's not owned by Ubisoft anymore. They can do whatever they want with it. Alright, we beat him up. Now we're gonna go fight. We're gonna go to Gargoyle's Peak here. We're gonna fight this guy. So, something that's pretty unique to... Oh, little Zappy boy over here. He did this to me in the D-Roast earlier today, too. Alright, see, now we gotta hold... Oh, now we gotta hold right again. In the Sega Game, I think, does the Game Gear have it? I can't remember if the Game Gear has it, but in the Genesis, you have an extra fight, which we will see here after we beat this guy up. The Super Nintendo actually does not have the extra fight at all. Super Nintendo is quote-unquote faster because it has one less fight. The Game Boy version is quote-unquote faster because it has no fights in it. The Game Gear version is pretty much just like the Genesis version. Alright, so here we go. We're about to dive into that. Got it perfect. We're about to dive into that one fight, that exclusive Sega Genesis fight. Here it is, the Wasteland. For some reason this guy turns into a rock after you beat him. I don't understand why. But even though this guy is an exclusive boss in the Shaq Fu series, it's, in my opinion, the easiest of every fight. Kind of useless to have in here. Oh, he hit me. Alright, we're not getting a perfect. Good time save. Look at that. Bro being a bro. Alright, so he just crumbles into a rock. I don't understand why. But the reason we fight him last on that island is because there's going to be a bridge that's going to pop up right in front of us. So for the sake of time saving, we beat him so we can walk across this bridge. And now we're gonna get stuck on the bridge. Now we're gonna go fight the crazy cat lady. Cat lady is probably arguably the hardest fight in every Shaq Fu game. She's a jerk in the Game Boy version, and a jerk in the Game Gear version, and a jerk in the Amiga version. But in the Genesis version, clearly, not as much of a jerk. Hey, there you go. Oh, I gotta jump over there. She's gonna. So usually, if she dives away or teleports away from you, there's a high likelihood she's gonna throw something at you. She is not cooperating right now. There we go. There's a high likelihood she's gonna throw one of her special attacks at you. So if you just know to jump towards her, she will never hit you. And if you just jump kick, you'll hit her in the face. Call it a day. So now we're gonna go fight against Jax, I guess, from Mortal Kombat. Terminator Shaq, Future Shaq. I don't know what you want to call it. Future Shaq is a jerk on harder difficulties. So most runs of Shaq Fu are done on easy difficulty, just because we can spam a button like this. But there are some that will dive into the medium and expert difficulties, and Shaqinator over here on hard difficulty pulls out like machine guns and missiles, and it's not a good time. In my opinion, the second hardest fight of the game when played on a higher difficulty. The hardest fight is Set Ra. It's because Set Ra can be a jerk. Alright, so we beat up Shaqinator. Yep, see ya, bud. So now we gotta go down here to the south gate, and we're gonna beat up a kid. So this is the kid we're supposed to be saving, by the way. But instead, we're just gonna kick him in the face a bunch of times. Yeah, I don't know why we beat up the kid we have to save. That's not in the lore. Ooh, nice roundhouse there. Oh, we gotta watch out for that mine. Kid's got moves, man. Look at this. He almost got a roundhouse when he landed, too. Gonna fling his little thingy at me. Get out of here. Jerk, kid. Hey. Gotta knock him out to throw him over the shoulder to escape the portal, apparently. Kid's like, nah, I ain't going anywhere. Yeah, so you gotta shoot your little shield. Get out of here. I wish I could do a back handspring like that. Alright. There we go. Once you get him in that corner, you're oh, okay, well, you're just gonna sneak out. How did you dodge that kick? You're not gonna backflip away from me, kid. Get out of here. Is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar the final boss? No, that's in Hang Time, NBA Hang Time on the Super Nintendo. All right, now we got Cross the Bridge. So we do the South Gate last, obviously, across the bridge. Then we're gonna fight Monster. Monster is the hardest fight in the Game Boy version because of its reach. So Monster has claws, obviously. So if you remember like Street Fighter, that one guy that has like the stretchy arms and the stretchy legs, it's kind of what Monster's like. Whenever a monster swings or does any type of attack at you, it takes up half the screen. So it's pretty fair. Yeah, that person. Drop chat. I don't play Street Fighter. The only fighting, honestly God, the only fighting games I ever play is Fist of the North Star for the Game Boy and Shaq Fu. I'm bad at fighting games in general. So that's Monster. So that was the second to final fight of the game. Now we gotta go face off against Set Ra. And that first little cutscene that you saw with the lightning bolts, Monster was reviving Set Ra for the final fight. So now the cover of the tomb opens up, across the bridge into the Tombstone Island. Now we face off against Set Ra, which is the final boss fight. Now Set Ra can be a jerk because Set Ra is a mummy and will use his bandages and whatever else to put it through the floor and attack you, and this is why the estimate was a little bit higher than normal, so like that. His attack also ranges pretty wildly across the screen as well. He also has an attack where that one right there, where he has like saw blades coming out of him. Yeah, don't understand that one either. He's gonna beat me, isn't he? No one beats chicken. Be here. Oh. Stop jumping. Yeah, Set Ra is a jerk. This is the reason runs die right here. It's this guy. Oh, we almost got roundhoused. Almost. And not yet. Not yet. It's time. Yeah, 11:59, sub 12. That is Shaq Fu for the Genesis. We've beaten Set Ra. We saved the kid, come back from the back room of the portal. Looking like Charles Barkley. We run out into the court, but wait! Why is Monster here? Then you talk some trash, and then we roll credits. And when Shaq fights Set Ra in space. And that's Shaq Fu for the Genesis. Easy game to learn, honestly. If you're looking for like a speedrun fighting game that it takes no thought at all, because I literally read chat the entire time. Shaq Fu, Genesis, not Super Nintendo. That one takes concentration. 12 minutes of your life you're never getting back. Well, you know what, bud? You're about to get 5 minutes more of your life you're not getting back after this when we play Shaq Fu for the Game Boy. So everyone stay tuned. Turtle power. All right, we're back. Look at that, more Shaq Fu. That's crazy. We're not playing Pingu next, by the way. I forgot to update that screen apparently. Yeah, no, that ain't a thing. I'll tell you the story about Pingu when we get to Maru's mission. How about that? We'll have story time with EBC. And I'll tell you why Pingu is not happening next game. Just like that, we're playing Maru's mission next. Alright. Welcome to Shaq Fu for the Game Boy. Alright, so there's some setup for Shaq Fu Game Boy we have to do now. Can't just be simple. But by the way, Shaq Fu is a mode in this one, so that's why this one's the superior version. We are playing on easy. So Shaq Fu Game Boy is wild in that we only do 10-second time limits. Don't ask me why, I didn't make the rules. This is what we do. Anyway, we're rolling in 3, 2, 1, let's Shaq. Alright. That's a good sprite. That should be an emote in itself. Alright. Shaq Fu, the Game Boy. Oh, I haven't practiced Shaq Fu in a while. So okay, the name of the game of this one is... Oh, it's so weird going from Genesis to Game Boy. The name of the game of this one is to do the sweeping leg kick if you can. And hopefully you have the most health by the end of the fight. That is Shaq Fu on Game Boy. Come on, Shaq, I need you to leg sweep. I'll tell you what, it's weird going from Genesis to Game Boy though, because Game Boy's definitely slower. But you know what, we beat the first boss. And you know what, there's no overroll, we're going right to Prince of Persia. So if you thought there's an overroll that we're gonna walk down on, man, you were sadly mistaken. I barely won that one. Yeah, the timer's good. Yeah, I'm glad that whoever made the rules for Shaq Fu, that was the decision right there. No, it's not human. I would have rather put no limit on there. Kidding me? The more Shaq, the better. You just wait till I get the Amiga Shack working. Better, rather. I have it working, sort of. We beat him when the timer hit 0, even. Look at that. Typically, you would play, so going on the Shaq Fu lore here. So typically, Shaq Fu speedruns are also done without sound, because the sound lags the game, as we found out in the Super Nintendo version of the game. So typically we would play these without noise, but this is a special occasion, so we have to have noise going. Alright, so we're on the Crazy Cat Lady. Hopefully you don't see her turn into cat form. You might see her throw some birds, that's about it. Yeah, there's some bird. Oh, there's a cat form. Just gonna low kick. Just hope. There we go. Low kick and a prayer. If it was Gardman with Shaq in the game, like, dude. Imagine if Gardman was a fighter in this game. Gardman was the final boss, and he had to go through like the 4 phases of Gardman. Dude, one can only dream. Oh wow, she won. One could only dream. So yeah, like I said, she's the jerkiest one on the Game Boy just because of how she likes to not behave. There we go. Who Gumby? I have a. Oh, I actually brought the Gumby doll out. I had one in my room. Could have cut out a little Shaq jersey for it. This is a monster. Could have cut out a little Shaq jersey for it. I don't have Pokey though. We would have been Pokey-less. inside of this hitbox, like therefore we can't hit each other. Is Guardman next? No, Maru's mission is next, which I gotta put a photosensitivity warning on the screen for that one. Because that game can get wild pretty quick. But I mean, if we want Guardman next, I can certainly, you know, assuming Ant is okay, we can play some Guardman. I'm pretty rusty at it though. I don't know if I can do the final stage. Not quickly, in a way. I think I still remember where to go. I just don't remember the enemy placement. Alright, so we're at Set Raw. So Set Raw has the... So the cool thing about the Shaq Fu games is that all the enemies have the same move kit throughout all of the other games. Well, that's interesting. In terms of all of the games, they have the same skill kit or move kit. Just look a little bit different. Another thing too with the sweeping leg is I can hit the enemy pretty. Oh, we got him. And that is time. 5-11. I think that's a. I don't think that's a PB. I think my PB's 4 something. So that's Shaq Fu for the Game Boy. Now just think, next year we can add another Shaq game. Because I think last year or 2 years ago I did Shaq Fu Game Boy. This year now we did Genesis. Next year we could have Shaq Fu SNES. And the year after that we just keep adding on. And then pretty soon Shaq Fu Reborn is going to be retro. And we can have the brand new Shaq game on Retrothon. Like, this is the long play right here, right? This is long-term thinking right now. Victory. We've done it. Alright. So yeah, with that we're gonna take another quick break. I'm gonna load up Maru's mission. I'll tell you the story behind Maru's mission and not Pingu during that run. So yeah, definitely let's stay tuned. When life gives you lemons, you play Maru's mission. Alright. And here we are. Maru's mission. Another green game, by the way. Pingu would have been a green game too, but we'll go through that story here in a minute. There's that classic Maru's mission noise right there. Alright, so we're playing the American version of the game, first and foremost. So we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, let's roll. So we're playing. Oh, I gotta put the photosensitivity thing up there. 1 second. I don't wanna get yelled at. I spelled flashing wrong. There we go. Alright. So we're playing the American version of the game. Western version of the game, whatever you want to call it. Because it's easier. Not even joking. The Japanese version is brutally difficult, but it does give you really cool. Oh yeah, here comes the real photosensitivity stuff. But it is cool. The boss sprites are completely different. Enemy sprites are completely different. The game overall is actually more fun in the Japanese version, but it is just brutally difficult. I've done the Japanese run twice in a marathon. Once for Handheld Heroes way back in the day, like 2016, 2015. And then again, I think I did it for Retrothon once upon a time, back in like 2017 or something. Wait for Cyclops to open up. So the only time you can take Cyclops takes damage is when his eyes are open. But if you're taking damage while his eye is open, you cannot hurt Cyclops at all. That's how the game works. I don't make the rules. Alright. Oh, Cyclops is gonna hang out there and... Oh, I've never seen Cyclops do that before. There we go. So in the Japanese version, if you fall into pits, you die, and it's game over. This game doesn't have any continues or lives at all. So in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see some hearts and a number, sometimes a symbol for some reason. That's my health. Health hit 0, we're dead, game over. That's the end of it. That's why I put warning flashing lights. So this stage here introduces the doppelganger. Stupid laser beam again. The ideal, yeah, your doppelganger. The ideal weapon is the teleporter right to the end of the stage. But that is a very rare power-up to get. So a lot of this game is literally health management. So here we're gonna fight in Sector. When we beat Cyclops, we got a special weapon that we're gonna have to hit select 4 to use it. This special weapon that we got to fight in Sector is worse than the Friday the 13th rock on the NES. Hey, 1 cycle, let's go. I haven't got a 1 cycle in Maru in like 4 years. Also in the Japanese version, all those souls that come out, that doesn't happen in the Japanese version. That only happens in the Western version. So now we're gonna ride. So another cool thing, we ride a turtle in the Western version. In the Japanese version, you ride a frog. But now we're gonna go save Tara Reid from Sharknado 1. If you've never seen Sharknado, you should probably do yourself a favor and go watch Sharknado. Too slow? I was too slow. This lobster down here, that's the lobster from The Little Mermaid. That's why Sebastian, I think his name is always questioning morals, because he watched young Maru just slaughter a bunch of sharks in the ocean when he sat on a rock. Alright, these sharks go. What was that? See it, bud. Sharknado? You've never heard of Sharknado? It's probably the greatest American cinema. I think they made, what, like 5 of them? Okay, so this stage here, this is where the game really starts to suck a little bit. Alright. We don't get caught by these chimeras either. So those chimeras will grab you and take you to the start of the stage. Which doesn't sound bad, but oh, we don't want that weapon either. Which you don't think would sound bad, however. When they drop you, they can drop you in a pit. And that is pretty unpreferred, especially in a game without continues or lives. I don't know where this thing is going to float at. Yeah, I'm just going to play that one safe. Oh, there's 3. We're going to get picked up? Nope. Clutch dodge, and that's what we call that. So here we're going to do Super Mario Brothers. And just jump across the top of the stage. Goomba stomp that Frankenstein. Now we're gonna face Wolfman. And yes, these wolves actually will hurt you if they touch you. have 51 S health, by the way. Fever Dream, dude. Cocaine Bear was awesome, dude, if you ever watched that. They're making Slaughterhouse now, which is a serial killing sloth. So this guy here, you have to wait for him to transform into his other form. Think of like Jekyll and Hyde. But if the fight goes on long enough, the split personality actually becomes a real thing. And then there's 2 sprites on the screen. We might see here soon. Nope, never mind. Alright, story about Pingu, by the way. Yeah. So Pingu was supposed to be the next game by me. And I was derusting it, but there is a mini game in Pingu called Hockey. And there is a strategy to win in hockey, but it's not 100%. And if you fail it, you will basically just be in a world of pain for the next 20-something minutes, 30 minutes. I kid you not, I did 6 derust runs of Pingu, and my fastest hockey time was 30 minutes past estimate. No, my power up. I wanted that power up. See, this is what I mean by getting taken back to the beginning. Yeah, so I tried for I think 3 hours today, and mind you, Pingu is like a I don't know, 15-ish, 20-minute game. Practiced for 3 hours after Mickey's Dangerous Chase. And the closest I got to my time estimate was 42 minutes. So I was like, hey, Aunt, Pingu ain't happening. I have this other game, by the way, that's for the Game Boy. It's around the same time. So thankfully, Aunt let me swap games. Hey, 1 cycle Dracula too, so we gotta hop over to the garlic and start spamming garlic on him. But if you're ever curious about Pingu, Pingu is a really good game. It's just that hockey game is brutal. Alright, see, we're on that turtle. We're on a floppy turtle. Other cool thing too, you notice on the map we're in we're in Greece, right? In the Japanese version, it's flipped. So our bad guy in the Western version is in Japan. The bad guy in the Japanese version is in North America. Another fun fact there. Maybe someday we'll do like a Maru block where I can just show you the differences between the 2 games. Yeah, so you can't shoot when you're taking damage. Also, you're upside down. When you shoot, you start lowering yourself too, so you have to be careful of that when going over pits. Because if you cross a certain threshold, Maru will flip back around. And good time. Now we're gonna fight Gollum. Gollum can be a real turd, because Gollum can decide to go into a ball and just roll around the screen for a minute. Hey, alright, Gollum played well. Good job. Oh, we're not getting any health. Gotcha. Alright, so now we're gonna face Medusa. Medusa's cutscene sprite is the best sprite in gaming history. You'll see why in a minute. Got shot. Oh yeah. Last say if we don't fall into a hole. You think the flashing warning's bad? Without being dead, you should see what happens when we fall into a hole. Fever dream when we fall into a hole. I need you to jump, Maru. Thank you. God. Gonna take all that damage. Good thing the next roll's easy. So the next roll, I think, offers the worst weapon in the game. It's the whip. This is Medusa. This isn't the sprite I'm talking about either. This is the sprite I'm talking about. God, it's so good. That should be an emote. Alright, so we're gonna flip over to the shield, and what we want to do is that we want Medusa to shoot Cheerios at us. Just like that. Keep shooting those Cheerios at me, Medusa. That is... I don't want snaked, I want Cheerios. Oh, we got the Cheerios. Snake. I'd like some Cheerios. Yeah. We could have had Pingu, you're right. And we could have mercy killed Pingu in about 9 minutes. I promise you, Pingu was not getting beaten today. Promise you. Now we're going to Egypt. We have to fight, we're fighting ISIS? Yeah. So here, this stage here, really easy place to farm health if you need it, but it offers the worst. Oh, we got it too on accident because I didn't see it. So we got the whip. The whip is great, but also it's the worst item in the game. So with that, so we're just gonna run into stuff. We got enough health to last us a while. So here we're gonna go against the Sphinx. The Sphinx is the hardest boss in the game, especially in the Western version. It's gonna ask us a question. So in the Western version, the Sphinx will ask you to answer a riddle, and the riddle never changes. It's the same answer all the time. But in the Japanese version, since you can't read Japanese, at least I can't in a way, and the question changes as well too. You have to know what the answer is. So I had to memorize the first 4 characters of... I had to memorize the first 4 characters of the question to know what the answer was going to be. Alright. Oh, we got the comets. Alright, so now we're gonna face off against Isis. And Isis is literally Cyclops, but easier in this version of Murder's Mission. Dog? Little leg, no. How many dogs do you know with 2 legs, right? He's gonna blink over where our last position was. So again, just like Cyclops, has this little laser beam thing. We're just gonna blast him. Oh, the Shaq Hurricanes? They could have been all the missed Shaq Hurricanes from my Super Nintendo running days. Could have been. Coming in to save the world. Alright, so now we're gonna do another Sharknado. We're going to Brazil, so obviously if we're crossing an ocean, we gotta fight sharks. So we're gonna save Tara Reid once again. If you're fast enough, you can get to... Oh, yeah. Oh, see, I'm just dumb. I used to be so good at the shark sections. He got shot in the wall. But look at how slow that fork was. My lord, dude. If I'm shooting a spear, I'm expecting this thing to come out Mach speed. Pardon me? Alright. Back to the... So these ones here, now we have dragons. Because, why not, right? So in order to progress the screen, you have to kill the dragons. And we're also going to have seahorses, shrimps, whatever you want to call them, come across the screen. And they take kind of 2 hits to kill. The way they work is when you hit them, they turn into like this fireball that will seek you out, and then you have to shoot the fireball to break it. I have that health. I got way more damage than I want. All right. Alright, now we gotta face Hydra. So Hydra's gonna spawn us right over. I like how Hydra has 1 head in this picture too. Hydra's gonna spawn us over a pit. That's how rude this game is. So we're gonna just hold the jump button and buffer it. So we don't fall in the hole. And assuming Hydra's gonna be a bro, Hydra's just gonna hang out on the other side there. We're gonna collect our goods here. And then they're gonna give us a fireball. Alright. I better get my favorite power up in the game because I got it taken away from a stupid chimera. Oh yeah, the lag is good. I don't know where the dragon's at. We didn't get our power up. Well, chat, you're never gonna see my favorite power up in the game apparently. My favorite power up in the game is a minecart. I don't know why, it just is. Does nothing, you're just in a minecart. Alright, so here we're gonna flip over to the fireball. Come on. So this guy's a jerk because he can fly off the screen and you don't know where he's gonna be. So I have no idea where he's at. Alright. So the longer the fight goes is when we get into this night mode thing here and we get less health from the boss. So we're going to Japan. We're going to the final world of the game. We gotta be crossing the ocean. You know what that means? We gotta play Jaws. That's right. A little Jaws action here. Nice shooting text. Like Maru is worse than I am. Oh, look how slow that shark move. We're gonna have to actually play smart now. Alright. Yep, now here it goes. Speed patrol all of a sudden. So the final shark always goes Mach 10 underwater for some reason. Alright, Miramasa. So the first fight we're gonna fight against is Neo. Is this the one that starts you over a pit? No. Next stage does. Neo in this version of the game is actually off of me. Neo in this version of the game is actually pretty cool. But Miramasa in the Japanese version is sweet. Which I'll explain when we get to Miramasa. So the sumo wrestler, there's a power up in the game that basically will teleport you to the end of the stage. Now, it sounds great, and it is great. It's the fastest way through a stage. But in this stage here, if you get caught by a sumo wrestler, it cancels out the power up. Fun fact, happened to me on a PB pace run. Alright, so we have Neo here. Neo has two phases, body and head, both incredibly easy fights. And once this body, there we go. We're gonna go under the head and just mash. There's gonna be a lot of flashing happening right now. Alright. And that's Neo. So now we face off against Miramasa. So Miramasa stage here, we're gonna start over a pit. So we're gonna have to buffer the jump button here, so we don't fall into the pit. By the way, the Japanese version does that too, and if you so in the Western version of the game, if you fall into a pit, you don't immediately game over, which is great. But in the Japanese version, you do. So there's reasons we play the Western versions for marathons. But anyway, Miramasa. So that's our second time we'll see the doppelganger, and the last time we'll see the doppelganger as well. Stay away from me. So Miramasa, this add your doppelganger. Yeah, heck yourself. In the Western version, you always get to see the boss. In the Japanese version, Miramasa has two phases to him. Phase 1 is what we see right here, where we're just gonna have to stand here and just fight Miramasa. In the phase 2 of the Japanese version, Miramasa goes completely undetectable, and you have no idea. You just stand still? You have no idea where Miramasa is at, so you have to guess based off of when he throws his sword where they are. Which makes this fight incredibly difficult in the Japanese version. And time. That's Maru's mission. So Miramasa's gonna be like, oh, you beat me. Then prove that you beat me to this address. And it's gonna give you the address to a Jalico headquarters. And fun fact that Northbrook, Illinois address now, last time I checked, was a plastic shop, or like a plastics like recycling shop now. So the cool thing about this screen as well too, so like we're gonna hang out with this turtle, but if you hang out on this screen long enough, it turns to night. It goes from day to night because you're on there for so long. But we're not gonna see that because we have Speed Power Gun Bike after this by 3-2 that we need to go watch and hang out with, and we have plenty more marathon after that. So if you want to see nighttime tomorrow after Retrothon is over, go to YouTube Maru's mission for the Game Boy. So yeah, anyway, that's it for me this marathon. Thank you all for having me. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the Shack. Hope you enjoyed the Marus, the Gatsbys, and everything else that Retrothon has had to offer. It's been an amazing Retrothon this year. So stay tuned. We got more coming up rest of the night, honestly.
Nice catch, I was muted. Let me get my levels adjusted here. This profile's still set up when I was restreaming. Okay. Anyway, like I was starting to say, I was getting a crazy idea to try and run this character, who is 4 experts, which means he's very awkward. As you can see, he has high ratings in gun and speed, but not so much power. But he looks cool. And the current world record holder, Friendly Dragon, uses this character. So it's not like you can't do well with him. But I'm just gonna play with Ami again. I like the drop kick. So let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Speed. Power. Gun. Bike. Four elements that lived in harmony at one time. But all of that changed when the base bugs attacked. Oh. I did not derust it all, so I'm going to be relearning the physics pretty much live. Okay, that didn't work out. You want to hug the guardrail and get past that steam shovel, instead of go directly into it. You can kill those, but you usually take damage in the process. Oh! Okay, I guess I was a little too far to the left. So every time you get hit when you're in speed bike mode, you fly off Excite Bike style and have to wait to get back on. Supposedly, if you're far enough from your bike that you outlast that compulsive restart timer, it'll just teleport you back to the bike. But I've never managed to screw up badly enough that it does that. I'd kind of like to see it happen, in all honesty. Maybe not today. Note that these bikes have guns. So I have to clarify a few things about the lore of Gun Bike. It turns out that you're not fighting aliens so much as, like, evolved humans. Called the Michi. But the basic gist of, like, regular firearms and stuff don't work on them. That's still a thing. Alrighty. So one of the reasons that I was attracted to this game is a speedrun, and really the only thing that I speedrun, is that the way that the game is structured, playing it fast means you're playing it well. Your batteries are constantly depleting, in addition to when you take damage. The energy gauge, if you will. Stop moving. There. So that's the first boss. As you can see, they give you a rating at the end of every stage. It basically maxes out at 5,000 and counts down. So as long as I keep getting 5,000s for the speed score, that's the max, and I know that I'm doing pretty good. This character here is kind of a good beginner character because she has the best handling and acceleration, so if you screw up, you can recover faster. The red biker is kind of the main character. He's a balanced type. He has probably the only really useful ultimate skill. A lot of this game just kind of exists because, like, anime rule of cool. Like, you have a gun, but it's effectively useless except for, like, making one boss make itself vulnerable faster. There's a combo system. You have, like, a 3-hit melee combo that you will, like, never use. You'll spend most of the game getting as much speed as possible and then just throwing yourself into enemies. Honestly, this is probably what 3D Sonic should be. Okay, I can never get this part to work with this character, but if you dash and do the follow-up attack, like right next to those orange guardrails, you can clip through them. This particular character has a kind of a delay to her follow-up attack, though, which makes the timing really hard. For me, anyway. Steering is kind of slippery. You can usually get better results if you aim the nose of your bike and transform. It kind of cancels your inertia and just launches you straight. I'll be using that a lot in the next stage because it's basically a big maze, and if I get turned around, you're going to listen to tires squealing constantly. I need to make sure I break some more stuff before I get out of this level. I want to spend the first at least half of the game destroying as many targets as possible to drive that gun meter up. Yeah, shoot. I guess we're not getting a meter from this stage. Yep, still on pace, though. This is my favorite part of the game. Favorite boss, anyway. Oh, shit. Ugh. I forgot you could just sit still during that part and go straight up the middle. You want to go to the sides on the second part, or the third part. Okay. You want to stay off-center of this one. And you don't want to go all the way to the sides because those missiles will get you in between cannon shots. Usually if you're charging, you're in pretty good shape because it has massive damage reduction. There we go. The scoring on the stage is also bugged. You can get over maximum. I don't know why. So this used to be just a maddening stage. It's a big maze that takes place inside either like a warehouse or an aircraft carrier dock or something. If you tap the select button, that thing on the side changes from a rangefinder into a compass that will just point you to the right direction. It can course correct though, because there's more than one correct way through this maze. So you might notice a couple times where I just like look like I'm going off course, but then I'm fine. But for the sake of like everybody's ears, basically, you'll do a lot of like throwing yourself into a 90-degree turn, then transforming. Which kind of cancels out your momentum, and you can make sharper turns. And not listen to your tires squeal quite as much. I turned a little too early there. There's another section where you can start just busting wall after wall, and the compass rights itself. I screwed up again. But they usually put a health pickup at the end of the dead ends, which is good because your health is also the timer, so you can get back a little bit of the time you wasted. I'd be sweating wasting time in here a little bit more if I didn't finally kind of have the gist for this. The funny thing is, like, my friend Piku was the one that kind of tipped me off to the compass thing. Like, the first time she played this. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way. Usually when you hit those gray tunnels, that's your signal to turn. So really, I have to give her credit for my ability to reliably get through this freaking stage. The brief thing about mobility and why I keep changing modes. When I shift down like this is called rally mode. It's a bit slower than speed bike mode, but corners tighter. And you also don't get knocked off if you get hit in rally mode. So this is the part where you can kind of just start smashing things. This game does not really control well. It's a pre-DualShock ES1 game. And I think having a little bit more fine control would make some of these sections a lot easier. Yeah, it's been getting a little bit more traction on YouTube and stuff lately. So that was a bit slower than the other stages, but it's also a much more complicated stage. Okay, this next boss is kind of miserable. I hate bosses that are just untouchable for large gaps of time. This game is kind of at its worst whenever they want you to have like a regular arena-style boss fight. There we go. This is also the only time you'll really use the gun, because you can make this monster get up on the deck faster. Okay, I got most of its health off that time. If you can get enough speed up to like do a proper charge and follow-up attack, you can get like massive damage. The trick is to hit him with like the tips of her wings. It does more damage than a direct hit. But Ami's drop kick is a close second, and now it's dead. Which is actually a pretty quick kill for me on this stupid thing. If I get it in a 2-cycle, I'm usually happy. So this is the second maziest stage. It's still pretty much a straight shot, except for like towards the end it just becomes a really twisty straight shot. It still kind of sticks to the same general rule where like if you make a wrong turn, there's usually going to be an energy pack at the end to help you compensate. These mines are really obnoxiously spaced out. If you hit one, you're going to bounce and hit others. The funny thing about these tanks, if you ever heard people talk about like how enemies in Doom had to be dumbed down so they don't just instantly kill you, like computers need to be like taught to miss to make a game fair, those tanks are aiming at you as soon as you're within range, whether they can see you or not. There's been a bunch of times where I've been playing like stage 2 and I just get, or stage 3, and I get sniped around a corner by those tanks. It's like, as soon as they spawn, they are pointing at you, and they're probably shooting before you can see them. Just on like a timed interval. There's not really a lot of danger in like being like directly killed by most enemies. You lose a tick of energy whenever you get hit, Mostly just like the knockback and wasting your time is the hazard. And if I didn't need to build meters so I can use my ultimate multiple times in the last stage, you'd really just be ahead to ignore them. And yes, her face is just sticking out the front of this mode. She's just bonking everything head first. On an unrelated note, part of her characterization is she has mysterious headaches. And she's not really sure where she is. It's completely unrelated to ramming things with her face. This part with the warehouse has a lot of turns. You'll have an easier time of this if you just kind of tap the accelerator instead of lean into it the entire time. Now, she doesn't have a helmet, she has like a bondage mask. Maybe she has a lot of hairspray. For some reason, the purple guy's rally mode always makes me think of like a McDonald's Happy Meal car. So now the boss has been... They're going to start taunting us. They're like a weird ghost girl. Or an experimental subject or something. Again, my friend Friendly Dragon. That sounds funny to say. He dug up a bunch of like resources on Twitter from like art books and interviews and stuff that never really got circulated much. So there is like artwork of all the characters. I still choose to believe that this girl that's taunting you through the warehouse is like a ghost, though. It's cooler that way, and she looks like she's fused with some kind of a machine when you fight her. According to the production art, she's just sitting on it, though. Okay. Okay. So, this boss used to be my least favorite. But now that I kind of know how she works, and I can kind of game her a little bit, it's not so bad! There. So there's 4 joined rooftops, and every time you hit her, she's gonna, like, teleport to another one. But if you position yourself just right, or don't use like a full boost, you can get her to stay on one roof and bonk her repeatedly. See how I kind of cruised past her? So I got a couple back-to-back hits there, and... Oh shit. She didn't even move that time. She just stayed right in front of me. I wasn't going fast enough to do much damage, though. There we go. Now I've exploded a child. The goal of every great hero. Okay, this part's fun. In every storyline, your commanding officer, Commander Nono, goes berserk. So, like, you have to fight him as 2 characters, and you have to fight as him in his own path. The thing is, his AI is just mindlessly aggressive. So if you just hug the wall, he'll basically run into you. Come on. There we go. This is important because the controls in this are ass. And putting you in a conventional boss fight is the hardest thing it can do. But Ami here in particular, she gets a free use of her Berserker mode in the start of this one. So you can kind of grind him to death against the wall, like, immediately. If you play as the red guy, he has like a BFG style cannon attack that the commander will just run into head first. Anyway. Make sure I break lots of stuff. Get that meter up. Get knocked off my bike. If you have 3 G power bars saved up, you can go to a state called G Magna, which is like an ultimate overcharge mode. I would like to go into the final boss with 2 of those. But I can beat it pretty reliably with 1 and change. Anyone who's watched me play this repeatedly knows that I just love the second to last boss. Okay, I'm gonna need to stop wasting time. I'm legitimately running low on health. So I'd like to have 6, but I'm not gonna freaking kill myself over it. I might still be able to smash enough tanks along the way. These things are freaking obnoxious. They just spin around and shoot electricity. You do not want to linger nearby. Oh shit. I keep screwing up the follow-up charge. But like, you see this, right? The way I just keep like awkwardly twisting like 90 degrees. Oh, this is not good. This is very not good. There is a health pickup right here. Okay, good. It's a substantial one. Every once in a while, it'll pick one up and it only gives you like 10 energy. Sorry, energy. Okay. Oh! I just want to get to the finish line. No more showing off. Normally these guys don't hit you during this race because it's a lot shorter and they don't have time to accidentally weave into your lane. I'm still gonna do these preventative dash attacks in case they decide to run into me. Are you guys ready for it? You ready for it? The cool thing. The one cutscene I don't skip. What are these guys up to? These rival gun bikers.
EW セクターより複数急速接近。あなたたちは行くぜ軍兄貴。来いダン。スーパーリーゼントフォーメーション。
Yes. I love how many people can guess what's going to happen, but they're still amazed that it actually does. Okay. I guess I only needed one. That fight used to be agony. This fight still sucks, though. Oh god, I already lost 30 energy. Whatever. So, you have to keep flying at this energy core. Because your wing tips do more damage than hitting it directly, you need to slightly miss it while timing it so that the barrier is down. And that bouncing ball beam from the core is the most damaging thing in the game. But we're not doing too shabby here, I have to say. I'm not gonna... Let's not jinx it. Oh yeah! Okay, rough start aside, that was a very good final boss fight. But we're not done yet. Because like most 90s anime, it has to end in glowing bullshit. That's right, it's naked time. The timer will stop when we pass all of the 2001 Space Odyssey slabs and all of the Chaos Emeralds. This is very artsy and transcendent. You guys ever seen Evangelion? You ever seen Empty Geist? You seen Akira? You seen Ninja Stroll? You know Tenchi Muyo? Do you remember, love? I really like the Boruto photoshops of Naruto covers where they change the title to say Boruto's dad. And they eventually lead to the cover of Boruto #1, where it says Boruto, son of Boruto's dad. Ugh. What doesn't anyone call him Nart? I have the Blu-ray collection of Patrick Labor. I have a bootleg CDR of XL Saga. I have an episode of Transformers Cybertron inexplicably in packaging for a different series. This whole sequence emulates weirdly. Okay, I've lost control. I also can't control the character in the game anymore. How many people have anime VCDs? Some people think they're hot shit if they have laser discs. Who has VCDs? Anyway, the game is over. This is my last run for Retrothon. It's been quite the experience. I had a good time. Oh, nice. We do have VCD owners. But yeah, this will be it for me on Retrothon. It has been fun. I was mostly on the back end this time. I hope to see most of you guys back again next year. I hope I still exist next year. Maybe I'll rebrand. Maybe I will finally become an actual cyborg. That is the goal. Anyway. I have been the 3-2. You can follow me on my channel for occasional drawing, gacha games, assorted, usually weeb bullshit. You know, if that's something you're into. Otherwise, I'm usually RGL art guy. Havoc, you can be a cyborg if you have an insulin pump. I think that counts. Yes, the real Gunbike was the friends we made along the way. Did you know that Gunbike is a character in the game? The red guy's bike can talk. It has an AI and a personality. In fact, Gunbike tragically dies. Gunbike has a vocal song in this game. I'm not joking. A lot of these things have been jokes. That wasn't a joke. Gunbike has an image song. Okay, I'm gonna hop off here. Be sure to stay tuned for more game. Desert Eagle with Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Take care, everybody. Have a good rest of the Retrothon.
Alrighty. So we got some of the old Link to the Past here. You've all seen it. You all know this game. It's always fun to be able to be the one to run this in a marathon. You know, as this was actually the first game I did speedruns of, all the way back in 2013. Which is funny, because that's like way late in the game compared to some people around here. But that was my first run. It was this game 100%. We're doing any percent here, but yeah, it's again always nice to be able to run this game. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get going on this here, because we got a long run. So let's do it. So, as with you know, any good game, we have to mash through a bunch of text at the beginning. No, it wouldn't be a speedrun without some text mashing. Well, thanks for the good luck, everyone. Sire, Lyra, Imperion, Boxing Bob, thank you. Alright. So, at the beginning here, we don't have the boots, so we rely a lot on pumping, which, if you're not familiar with, the way Link moves, at least when you're moving north and west, is he moves alternating 1 and 2 pixels at a time. And so what we do is constantly tap, like when we're moving left, we'll tap up or down as long as we can kind of walk along a wall. And that's with the goal of constantly getting that 2 pixel movement. And when we're moving north, we'll do it for on west and east walls. So just a little bit to get some extra movement speed. That was just because I lost that heart earlier. Wouldn't normally bother. But when we're moving east and south, it's a constant 1 pixel movement, so there's not really a point in doing the pumping in those directions. Oh. I did that wrong. It's fine. So ideally what you do there is you give him a little poke and then release the spin, and that'll do enough damage to kill him. That didn't quite happen there. And you are going in a bad direction. Lantern. We don't pick up that lantern. Okay. So I'll spare you all from the beeps. Yeah, so if we don't pick up that lantern, we won't be able to go into the escape. Which, I've definitely never, ever forgotten to pick up the lantern ever in a run. So here we're actually just gonna face north and hold right. because, again, facing east will get the constant 1 pixel movement, but if we're at least facing north, we can't do pumping in that direction, like moving east, but facing north will at least get us the 1-2 pixel movement. You suck. It's not like it's a requirement exactly. I mean, it's like barely required. And for the nope ropes, not a bad pattern. They can be a lot more in your way. If this were a rando, it sounds like you should learn your dark rooms. Alright, so that rat wanted to... He was in Oregon. He didn't quite take a trip all the way up to Seattle, but he stopped at Portland for a little break. Now that requires some US geography knowledge there, but... For some reason, we've decided going all the way up in the corner is going to Seattle. And there's escape. So if we didn't like ourselves, we could skip this part. We're not gonna do that. Because that's miserable. Hello, keys. So there, we want to stay, like, just south of that fence, otherwise that green guy can and will run into us. And now we just make our way down here. Cool, no idiots shot us. Get your pumping in on the stairs. You can do both left and right there. That wasn't a diagonal throw. Nice. Alright, got a blue ruby. Alright, that was a good pattern. Is this even randomized? Guess we'll find out. Well, it's not Monday, so I don't think so. Some people say you can skip those arrows. suppose you technically can. You have the ability to. Whether that's a wise decision or not is a whole different conversation. I am so bad at left-right pumping. Alright, it's a little D-boost there. I will very much have that red rupee, K thanks. Oh, right, these aren't red. I didn't need to shoot that second arrow. These guys just sneak right behind him. That pattern was dumb. I probably should have grabbed a an extra pack of arrows, but oh, that's not good. Well, we didn't get the red guy, but I also wasted a bunch of arrows, so wasn't exactly a good fight. Was a bit off on the position, so that first guy got out. Uh-oh. I'm very curious where this is going, Manic. Wait, why am I grabbing this? This is the wrong category. I didn't need to do that at all. Well, now we have extra stuff. Because I forgot what category I was in for a second. Okay, no spin speed then. Controller, do the thing. That is definitely a thing. Where are spin speeds today? What the hell? Apparently cleaning out this controller did not help. Hey, there we go. We finally got one. Yeah, so that's a 1.0, Japanese 1.0 version exclusive. If you release a spin attack and on the very next frame start a dash, then when you touch stairs, you'll get this wonderful little speed boost where you can move normally, but at running speed. Yeah, wait, this is right. Yeah, it's Shadow Zelda. You know, the one you fight in the water temple in Ocarina of Time? Oops. Overmatched. I was trying to get right behind that statue. You do have to bonk the wall somewhat close to the statue. And a lot of people do a bonk like between the statue and the wall, which is much safer. But I really like doing the strat where you kind of graze the back of the torch there. Though it doesn't help when you don't aim it correctly. Zelda. So you can dash through that quicksand enemy there, if you get a dash like immediately. Otherwise, you want to go to the right side of the hall, or you'll get stuck in his sand trap. I would have loved that red rupee, but not enough to go to the other side of the room for it. You still don't think Hilda counts? Or Hilda. Come on. I like getting the little sparkle ring there after getting the pendant or crystal. Right. So now we're coming up to one of the glitches you want to be careful about. We're gonna do fake flippers. But if we're not careful, we could hard lock ourselves here. So, on that note, I think actually I'll take it a little marathon safe. We'll do it the way that's not going to lead to a hard lock. There we go. And as that turned out, that was a good idea, because that dude spawned right next to the whirlpool. Which is a little scary. Oh wait, yeah. You don't do that in any percent. That's a hundo thing. This is one thing that's difficult when you run a bunch of different categories of the same game, where there's different routing in the categories. It's very easy to get mixed up on which strats you do. Palace of Darkness being the worst for me, since I often run restricted major glitches, all dungeons. Oh no. The like one spot I really needed you to not be. Go away. We're just gonna reset this here. Stupid cabbages, dude. What the hell is that? Just formed a wall for me there. They're like, no, you're not getting through with spin speed. What got me into speedrunning this? It arguably is my favorite game of all time, and I've played it God knows how many times, and so that just seemed like the next step. Yeah, I always have a good time playing it until I started speedrunning, of course. Then, you know, you speedrun a game and then you hate playing it. But I say hate jokingly, of course, for the most part. Not how you do that. Also not how you do that. Come on. Thank you. So if I were better at timing my stops with dashing, would have stopped on the pigs. Fortunately, I did not. Four into Cutisland. Oh, but yeah. Yeah, it's one of those, you know, played it so much. And it seemed like the right next thing to do. You know what? At this rate, I'm gonna need those hearts. close. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't trying to pick that bomb up. I was trying to bonk off the wall. Oh. That's unfortunate. Go away, all of you. Whatever, we're gonna go with that. A sprite read. Oh god. That would be quite a sprite. Hi. There we go. A bit of a slow fight, bit of a chaotic fight, but not the worst. But some good things to keep in mind with him is if you're facing left or right and you have your sword out, he's generally not gonna bonk you off the edge. And if you stand like immediately behind him, like when he starts moving again, he'll never start moving 180 degrees from the way that he's facing. So hold on here. So generally you're good to stand directly behind him and kind of gauge where he's going to go. Oh, I don't need to do this anymore because I picked up the extra money on accident, but I did it. So we'll take advantage of that. Normally we'd go for a tree pull here, and get 4 red rupees that way. But seeing as we already have enough money, because I grabbed the 100 rupees behind Sahasrara for some reason, we're just gonna skip all that. Again, normally that's not something we would do in any percent. Though it is absolutely a perfectly valid safe strat. Because for the money there, to get the tier 3 tree pull, the one with 4 red rupees, you have to kill 4 enemies without taking damage since your last tree pull. And then do the tree pull again. Which generally isn't too bad, except in this forest here, these birds are sometimes jerks, as birds are. And, bush guards don't help. But, yeah, this game 100% carries on the legacy of birds are jerks. That's a very good question. Oh, whatever. Well, that's unfortunate. So, we want to hit those two each with a sword beam and then dash through to kill them. Because the way enemies drop prizes in this game is there's different groups of enemies that have, almost forgot the key, that have different prizes. So there's like different, I think there's 3 different groups of enemies for that. And there's, I want to say 8 prizes per pack. And the way to progress that prize pack drop is to kill the enemies like normally. But if you kill an enemy by like dashing through it, there's a few other ways that I can't think of off the top of my head now. I guess freezing it and hammering it will also not progress, because that always drops magic. But, yeah, so we want to dash through them because those guys are in the same prize pack as the Pokies in Turtle Rock. And due to some, damage boost strats in there, we generally... You suck. We generally want to have the fairy drop there. Oh god, what is this poll? Choose your fighter. Link, Cartoon Link, Link of Arabia, Abraham Link. Oh god. You know what? For the memes, there you go. All right, so now is the obligatory put in your guess from 0 to 15. How many blue balls we're gonna get? Hey dog, how's it going? All right, so this fight is basically RNG, but there is some strategy to this. Wow, that's a great start. The strategy is basically keep trying to hit Aga toward the center if you can. And generally you don't want to stand above or below him, but whatever. I do what I want. But yeah, we want to try and hit him toward the center because that'll, on average, decrease his warp distance to the next attack. Alright, there's 2 blue balls. So it's either going to be 2 or 3. Of course it's 3. Alright, there we go. So, I suppose Manic wins by only being 1 off. But yeah, so aside from that, like, one little thing about always trying to hit him toward the center, there's really not much by way of strategy for that. You know, do spin attacks, generally stand to his left or right if you can. Otherwise, you know, it's whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. Yeah, I think 3, I want to say, is the most common outcome. I know the LTTP nerds did some stats on that, and I'm pretty sure it was 3 that's the most likely outcome. Generally seeing something like 5 and higher is, while not impossible, not very common. And certainly getting above 7 is now getting into extraordinarily rare. It is. I mean, I've made my fair share of mistakes, too. Like that Tower of Hera thing, that's 100% on me. As much as I'd like to blame the game for that. Okay, this is any percent. Or NMG any percent. So we jump first. Sorry, I actually have to think carefully about that one. Because for RMG, we actually blow the hole in the bridge first. Because we got in here through some cheaty glitches. For a little bit of safety, I'm gonna grab this. That's not right. Really? Let's see how well this goes. Alright. A lot of pauses, but that's fine. I think it takes 23 pauses there to be slower than actually like going up and around. I think it's 23. That number's stuck in my head for some reason anyway. Because if you don't do hammer yam there, you have to go over, get a key from the basement, come back, go through the maze, blah, 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 you know. And I'll just have some extra arrows for safety there. Really? Oh yeah. Wrong category. I mean, I blame that on wrong category, because in RMG we do use the boomerang there, but that was entirely my fault, but I'm gonna blame it on the category anyway. Because I can, and also this is not going fantastically. Alright, so we're gonna do a spin speed here at the start. We're gonna try to do a spin speed at the start, because those of you familiar with Link to the Past are probably aware that the hammer hitbox when facing north is janky and awful and terrible. And it actually, for whatever reason, fixes that. I know I was supposed to hammer the jewel as well. That would have went a bit faster, but I actually switched to the arrows because of the 3 hearts and just wanted to be a bit safe. It was slow and maybe unnecessary, but Helma's like the first dangerous boss of this game. He can and very much will kill you. But fighting him with an odd number of hearts is just the same as fighting him with the even number of hearts just above that. So like fighting him with 1 versus 2 hearts is the same, 3 versus 4 the same, 5 versus 6. So like here we have 8 hearts. This is one of the benefits of grabbing that Sank heart, because otherwise, so we went into the fight with 7 hearts. Well, 7 heart containers. We didn't go in with 7 hearts. But 7 heart containers gives you 1 extra hit compared to 6, because he does 2 hearts of damage per contact. But in RMG, we always get in there with 4 hearts. So 3 hearts, 4 hearts, same thing. It's a little bit familiar territory. We also fight him with Fighter Sword. And by with Fighter Sword, I mean with the hammer in RMG. Crap. Okay. That there is a hammer dash. That's done by hitting hammer and dash on the same frame. You can get dashes with a lot of items, just not all of them are useful. For example, like shovel dashing is a thing, but it will only actually dig up the last spot that you stop on, which is a little unfortunate, because it would be wonderful to do digging game where you just, you know, shovel dash the whole thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. This is true. It being Monday or not Monday has never stopped me from blaming Weapon. We're gonna play the flute for him. I was supposed to get spin speed there. I was also not supposed to warp back to the Dark World after getting the flute. But again, I hundoed myself because of course I did. Hundo was the last run that I did of this game. And so it's a little bit stuck in my head. So I'll blame Weapon for that. Somehow that's his fault. Where am I going again? Oh yeah, up here. You ever just be doing a speed run and completely forget what you're doing? My diagonal inputs are not good today. Oh. I'm blaming that one on birds being jerks. Oh, I actually was on the grid. Okay. I was confident I was gonna bonk off the door there. I thought I was off grid. Oh, come on, Hellway. Don't be like this. So fun fact, I actually did mean to get powder before doing this dungeon. I usually grab it right after getting the flute. It is a safety, but it is a safety I very much enjoy having. And I forgot to get it. I realized as I was entering this dungeon. So we'll just have to not mess up. But it's generally not a big ask to expect some hearts in here. The blue dudes very often do give hearts, and there are those 2 hearts. So the only thing to worry about is that red jerk right there, running up the middle shooting fireballs. Which doesn't always happen, but it does happen. And that's how you know the game decides it hated you today. I'll have those arrows. And there's also a heart in this top left skull here, which we won't be needing. Alright, not perfect, but good enough. So, number of dungeons-wise, we're halfway done now. But now we're coming up to the longer dungeons. So, I am actually going to, before doing the next dungeon, I am actually going to go get my, my sword, or not my sword, I mean sword too, but, my powder. I do want it for this dungeon, just in case something dumb happens. Which it occasionally does. I know, right? They were on that. I couldn't forge a sword that quickly. Or reforge? Temper? Temper, there we go. That's the word. Nope. No fence dash. Sorry. Sorry, fence dash lovers. Tempora sword. I could go for some tempura veggies right now. None of that tempura shrimp, though. That's not for me. You suck. And me too, I guess, because I dashed into a wall twice, but we're gonna ignore that bit. Oh my god. Well, see, Master Sword may be the Sword of Evil's Bane, but if you make a sword out of bacon, I think that's a lot more threatening to an evil pig. Okay, just what am I doing? Like, I don't know about you, but if someone came to me with a weapon made out of people, like Soylent Green style, I think I'd be pretty worried about them. Exactly. Certainly seems pretty frightening to me. One of the other people he made it out of. Yes. Wait a minute. I did not need to do that. Did I? No. I didn't. That's the whole point of the bomb jump. Oh well. I'm gonna blame Rando for that. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, time for a stupid moth. Get off the top, jerk. Lord. Alright, so the moth has quite low health. The problem with moth in here is if you hit him into the spikes, the spike damage overrides your sword damage, and he's immune to spike damage. Also, fun fact is the butter sword, the level 4 sword, does damage equal to the spikes. And instead of typing the damage by saying like, hey, this is spike damage or this is sword damage, they just made it so the moth doesn't take any damage if the damage has this value. And so you can't harm him with Butter Sword. Likewise, your spin attacks with Tempered also don't do damage for the same reason. Because Tempered spins are equal to butter slashes. That's not right. Let's try this again. There we go. I know, right? How dare they? Now, thankfully, they fixed that in the randomizer and in the GBA version. At least if I remember correctly, it's fixed in GBA. I mean, you know, that's fair, Manic. That's very fair. Yeah, it's for sure fixed in Rando. A lot of things are fixed in Rando. Which is nice. Alright, so we needed to have 500 rupees for specifically this. This, as he's become known in the rando community, the extortion artist here. Extortionist. Scam artist. That's the word I was looking for. I suppose I should point out, even though, like, it's, I think, pretty commonly understood now, but I am technically running NMG any percent, no save and quit. That's the NMG category. Get in the hole. That's a role for the NMG runs on the leaderboard, but we do have on the extensions board, there is a category for NMG any percent with save and quits. As you know, that would be a bit faster. I'm not entirely sure why the original rules have no save and quit, aside from, like, just that's always what was done. But yeah. Alright, so we're not doing the fun glitch over there. Sorry to disappoint y'all, if you were looking forward to that. I almost forgot about that key for some reason. Exactly. That is one thing I do like that they started doing in Rando, was having them tell you what item they have. I don't know if that's like an always on setting these days or what. Like, I don't play Rando nearly as much as I used to. But, yeah. Alright. I am going to focus a little bit here. That's not a hammer. So obviously I didn't focus enough. Not the greatest fight. He got out of the corner, but that's okay. that fight right there, that's like when you're first learning Link to the Past, that's one of the scariest fights in the game. So if you're first learning and that fight's giving you the business, you know, don't feel bad about like grabbing the bug net in a bottle just to make sure you make it through that. Because as you're first learning, more important than anything else in this run, especially in this split here, for Ice Palace, is do not die. No one puts Cold Stare in the corner. Exactly. I tried, but I failed. And that's why it danced all around the room. Right, now we're off to arguably my least favorite dungeon of the game. Like, sorry if there's any Swamp Palace lovers out there, but I find this dungeon incredibly irritating. Kind of just full of a bunch of stuff that barely hurts you, but there's a lot of it, and so it's really annoying. Right? I do like this dungeon in wait. See, I'm RMGing myself here. This dungeon is fine in RMG, though. Because we get to skip this whole hammer dash. No? Thank you. We get to skip all this crap. Is it? Hope not. I have no dropped frames on my end, at least. And I do have it muted. Or, like, I have the stream that I have up muted. Almost forgot about... Oh, I see it now. Okay. I can confirm it's not from my side, though. I don't know if a restreamer is listening, but if you want, I can pause while it's like refreshed if you want. Yeah, I see it now. I do have the stream up, just muted on the side. But yeah, I see it. Alright, I will pause here then. We looking good now? That refresh seemed to do the trick. Okay, cool. Let's get back to it then. I think you missed me picking up the big key. I am sorry if that is heartbreaking. So there is a pixel perfect trick there where you can hook onto the second pot, the one that has the key. You have to be like vertically aligned perfectly for that, and it's not easy to do. We do have a method of doing it. It's just not perfect. Well, it is a perfect method, you just have to have perfect movement for it, which I do not have. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Please address all your complaints to Weapon. And then blame him. So if you pick up hearts with the hook shot, you can sometimes get a double heart. I didn't get one, unfortunately. Hi. Ah, okay. I am unfortunately not someone who can zero cycle this, so... But we are gonna try for this strat. Ah, boo. That's unfortunate. So if you do that right, you can stun him with 2 rod shots and then get the spin off, and that kills him. I was apparently, I think, maybe a little fast on the fire rod shots. Not 100% sure. This Crystal Maiden talks forever. She's affectionately known as Chatty Cathy. Because of all of the text scrolling we have to do, this one takes the longest. Now there's a lot of lore here, from her. And so, you know, like, playing through the game, it's cool. Speedrunning, it's... Please stop talking. So now we're gonna go get an ice rod, and then make our way over to Meyer, and I bonked against the wrong wall. You know, fair. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's not the flute. No! Go away! Oh, I know what I did. Or rather, know what I didn't do. I was supposed to do something before Swamp House. And I forgot to do it. Because normally I get both the ice rod and this thing after ice and before swamp. And I forgot, but I only remembered that I forgot ice rod. No, that's right. Oops. My apologies here. Also, apologies for the flashing that I forgot about. There will be another set of flashing very soon. I do want to start Meyer with full health, so if you're wondering why I'm doing this, it's for that reason. Alright. So when you see me getting up toward the entrance to Meyer where that lightning bolt medallion symbol is, that's when you'll want to watch out for the flashing again. Now. Alright, the flashing is over. I meant to warn about that last time, but I forgot. Right, that other key we'll get later. So a nice little trick about this game is if an object is in motion, it basically doesn't exist. So we can shoot the fire rod through it, even though we wouldn't normally be able to shoot the fire rod through a block like that. Guess I deserved that. Aw, no chest turn. Boo. Hello? One thing I also won't be doing, because I tried practicing it a couple times and I just never got the hang of it and didn't continue putting in the effort to try and figure it out. I won't be doing the spooky action glitch here. So we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Like, I think I've gotten it once or twice on practice cart, and that's it. Which isn't really consistent enough for me to want to try and do it in a run, unfortunately. One day I really ought to go back and try and learn that properly, but with me not consistently running this game as much anymore, it's not been really a priority. Here we go. Time for Vitreous. So that was 2 eyeball hits, so we need 6 arrows. Yeah, so those hearts do, those eyes do 4 hearts worth of damage if they hit you. So what we do here is we use the goo on the ground, which does very little damage, to iframe through that. And that way we can stand like in the middle of the eyeballs and, you know, let off those spin attacks and get multiple hits. And then it's a bonus if you can hit the big eye with spin attacks, because otherwise we would launch 8 arrows at the eye, but since I got 2 hits with a spin, I only needed 6. Which is nice. Alright, now time to utilize the better version of spin speed, which is hook speed. Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't mean to jump off there. Yeah, so hook speed pretty much works the same way. You just, as spin speed, you just hit hook shot and dash at the same time, and then you touch some stairs. For the memes, I'm gonna get in the portal. I'm gonna try and get Quake speed. You can get it off the little bit of stairs here. It is kind of difficult, and to utilize it for time save is nearly humanly impossible. I didn't get it anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's very difficult to, like, again, you get it for, or use it for time save with human inputs, but it is possible. And it's not very big time save either. I had a feeling I was too late on that. So this is where the damage boost would happen that I was talking about with the with wanting the fairy. It hasn't shown up yet, so it might actually be okay. But I'm just gonna play it safe. It's a marathon. Don't mean to do that. Okay. Move. That's unfortunate. Yep. Okay, that was stupid. That's why I have powder, just in case. Alright, so all you big key fetishists, we got a big key coming up. Hope you're ready. There it is. The penultimate big key. It would be fantastic if... Oh, okay. If this dude would drop a fairy. How did you survive? No fairy. Okay, that sucks. I mean, there's chances later. Just... that would have been a convenient spot since I had to kill them. I did that every sort of wrong possible. Don't emulate the nonsense. Don't glitch the big key out of the map. I'll try. You know, just for some safety here. Try and preserve everything. Can we kill him? Nope. Let's take the ultimate marathon safety here. Oh yeah. Oops. I did mean to get a fair there, but oh well. No wait, this is not 100%. Oh, come on. There we go. There's Trinex. Oh, wait. I was supposed to be lower, not higher. Alright. So, on estimate, I have 15 minutes. 15 minutes for the final dungeon. Let's see. You know what? This isn't rando, but what the hell? Okay, is it 1 through 23 or 1 through 27? What number chest will the big key be in? Oh, I forget how to rando. Let's see how well y'all know your NMG. How many chests will I open before big key? $21 key is good. So I guess that probably counts as one. Nope, that's right, that's right. I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay. We're just gonna do it the lame way then. Oh no, I'm skipping Rando Room. But what if the big key is in there? Oh. Well, that works too. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Alright, this is not how to do Ice Armos, by the way. For the love of God. Okay. That was bad. Alright. I wasn't keeping track. How many chests was that? I think that was like 4 or something. I'm gonna save what arrows I can, I guess. Was it 3? Alright, we're gonna get some safeties down here, I guess. We're gonna go for the beginner room. All because of that Ice Armos, which was, nope, two left inputs game. That works. Really? A 3-cycle Landmo 2, huh? God, which one of these is magic? I'm gonna have to do this next room with Lynn. That's unfortunate. Let's try this again. I guess I don't need that. Just this. Alright, let's give this a go. Never mind. One try is all you're getting. I am far too rusty to be doing that. But if you want proof that I actually can do that, I don't know if it's my current PB or my previous PB. One of them has it. Just a one-shot hover. Alright. Time for some Aga 2. Let's see if we get memed on or if it goes alright. There is some mild flashing in the background of this fight you may want to watch out for. Alright, we got a triple. There we go. A single, triple, double. Oh wait, we have to do the obligatory. Alright, time for Ganon. Let's see how this goes. Simple geometry. Damn geometry wizard. Just gonna stop at 9, not be greedy. 10, 11, 12. Okay, still got a double out of that. Oh, that wasn't the last one. Oops. Trolled myself. Trying to meme and I trolled myself. All right. There's gonna be an opening, and we're gonna pick a block, and we're gonna get a goal. Ready? There it is. Goal and time. There we go. There's a run of NMG any percent. Not a very good one, but a done one. But it was underestimate, and that's all that matters. Yeah, hope you all enjoyed the run, had some fun here. And yeah, that obviously will do it for me in the marathon this year. I'll definitely be back on the channel at some point in some form. But yeah. So coming up next, we have Twilight Princess, which this is my favorite Zelda game. I think Twilight Princess is the best Zelda game. So I'm very excited to see what this all mirror shards run looks like. But yeah, so thanks again for hanging out for my runs, for all the runs, for hanging out for the marathon. It's always good fun every year. And yeah, well, take care everyone, and we'll see you next time.
hello, Retrothon and chat for, I think this is the finale. This is Twilight Princess. All mirror shards. I'm Phantom, and I have Mid with me. If she wants to say literally anything. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. I can
Okay,
hear
hi,
you.
Guys.
Do you want to talk about what all mirror shards is really quick?
Yeah, so obviously we're collecting all the mirror shards, so we're going to like 4 different dungeons. We go to Snow Peak, then Arbiters, then City, and then Temple of Time. And we just, yeah, we try to do it as fast as possible. We have a lot of different like glitches and different skips we do throughout the dungeons.
Yeah, so we start from this pre-made save file, and we can talk about why that's important in a second here, but I will go straight into this. We're going to start the timer here on the TV settings screen. 3, 2, 1, go. So why do we have the pre-made file?
We start in, we're gonna like go to Snow Peak, but we start in like halfway through the game. Because we don't want to start, we can't start at the beginning because it will just, you know, then we have to do all the fuse shadows. So you're allowed to make a save file or have a save file ready that's halfway through the game.
Yep. There are limits, like you can only have 8 hearts, you can only have things that you would normally have glitchlessly up to this point in the game. But it's not too complicated. And also we're going to be immediately doing a frame perfect trick.
Yeah, so we're starting with map glitch. So what happens casually is you can't go up the mountain this early into the game. You need to have like a reek fish and stuff like that, but you can just do a map glitch, which is frame perfect. You have to open the map and call Midna at the same time, just as you see there. And then you just cancel everything out and it unloads the map, so you're able to just climb right up the mountain. But actually at the top, you have to howl, because if you try to dig, as you normally would do, you have to dig under, like, to get through the cave, it would softlock your game. But you can just howl at the top and it'll like, put the map back for you.
Yeah, so there's currently no loading zones or void out planes of any kind whatsoever. If we were to fall, like, off a cliff, oops, we would be falling forever.
And if you die here as well, like, you guys be kind of careful with map glitch, because if you die, you'll soft lock. If you, yeah, obviously, like, fall off, you'll soft lock.
Yeah. Lots of small things that can just kind of kill you.
Yeah.
But this is the intro to this category. Normally this is about, what, like an hour and a half-ish into most runs? Most, like, full game runs, something like that.
Yeah, I would say about a hour and a half.
I'm just trying to think of, like, AD and any percent, mostly.
Any percent, yeah, definitely an hour and a half.
Yeah, so by howling here, we just load in all of the void out planes and loading zones. But we don't need to actually play the song. We kind of just need to, like, reload the room.
A lot of time if you travel there again.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
Playing the song takes a while.
Yeah. This cave is kind of annoying as well, because there's, like, ice keys and stuff like that, so...
Yeah, we'll see if they want to let me through.
Mm-hmm.
They don't usually. Okay.
Damn, nice. That was clean.
He didn't want to let me through. He got punished for it.
So here I'll just explain what Phantom's doing. So he's, oh sorry, they're doing a messenger skip, because there's usually a messenger fight. Sorry, yeah, there's like a messenger beast fight here, but they can just long jump attack over there, and then it becomes like blind snowboarding because the fog never really clears.
Yeah, so we're gonna be snowboarding through a whiteout.
Yeah.
Would not recommend. It's kind of hard to tell where you're going when there's a bunch of jumps in the middle of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can talk about like why I'm doing some of the things that I'm doing during this, like spin attacks.
Yes. So if you can do spin attacks here, and it kind of just makes you go a little bit faster. And you're gaining height, makes you go faster snowboarding. And if you just kind of like stayed, on the ground, it's gonna be pretty slow.
Yeah, although sometimes you want to be on the ground so you can move.
Right.
You don't have much mobility in the air.
And I think you're taking the shortcut as well.
Yep.
The shortcut is obviously faster, but it's a lot more dangerous because there's a lot of gaps and stuff.
Easy. That's the scary jump.
I find that one is the scariest one.
Really?
Yeah.
That first one's really hard to like gauge for me. But yeah, that's we are going into Snow Peak Ruins now. Our first dungeon. Okay. Hi, Midna. So, you can talk. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, so we're starting with an LGA here
Uh-huh.
to get over this gap. And then we're gonna do something called LFC, which is basically like a frame perfect timing of this. Yeah, this is a thing too. You have to go under the floor. There's a lot going on in Snow Peak.
All kind of immediately.
Yeah, but this is LFC. So you have to do like a frame perfect timing here. And you'll hear, when Phantom gets it right, you'll hear a creak. But it's kind of hard to get. And then you have like the next one is like a 7-frame window. Yeah, there it is. And basically what that'll do is it'll stop the freezer from spraying. Yeah, like that. So it'll spray here and then it'll stop, but if you don't do that, the freezer will just spray forever. So this is the only way you can get up.
Yeah, you're supposed to destroy this freezer by doing the dungeon. That's like the that's like the last thing that you're supposed to do is destroy that freezer with a cannon. But we want to get over here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and this is the like freezered skip that Phantom just did. You basically just have to line yourself up like parallel to the freezer, and then you can kind of sneak in there.
And I did have to open the door. Unlike most Zelda games, the doors actually matter.
And this guy is Dark Hammer. You can kill him kind of quick if you just run around in a couple like spin attacks. Or I guess 3, yeah, like 3 spin attacks.
Yeah, or 2 spin attacks in a combo, which is what I did accidentally.
Yeah.
You can also use bomb arrows, but we're not doing that today. And then this is the ball and chain. It's a weapon.
I think it'd be kind of useful, like with killing Dark Hammer pretty easily. Not Dark Hammer, Dark Nut. And the
Yeah, we're gonna be fighting more Dark Hammers.
Yeah. I always confuse the 2 names. And then we just use a small key to get back through here, and then we gotta do LFC again.
Yeah. Freezard's pretty hard to destroy, turns out. Oh. I was hoping one of these would be first try.
It is, yeah, it is tricky to get because it's frame perfect, this one. Yeah, got it. And this one, the other one you have more lenience, though.
And we're going to be going into the chapel. Hopefully I don't mess up this fight, because it's really cool with the ball and chain. I think it's cool. I think it's flashy. But yeah, there's a bunch of Chillfos in this room you're supposed to destroy to open the door to get the boss key. Well, the bedroom key, but... I think this is the only dungeon with a unique boss key, right? Yeah, it's because this is the only one.
I just realized that it is the only unique one.
Yeah. Ow. Getting
this
bullied.
room is difficult. There's a lot of ones you gotta get with the ball and chain.
Yeah. The cool one is the one where you destroy 4 at once, to be fair. See if I can get the 2-frame side hop. Nice. 2-frame window there is to skip Midna text. She will tell you that, oh, you got the key to the bedroom or whatever. And it's almost time for our first boss fight. So what is Blizzetta?
Blizzetta, yeah, so basically Yetta is gonna turn into a monster because of the mirror shard, and she'll become Blizzetta. But you can kill her pretty fast. There's like like a 2 cycle or something like that. You can well, I'll show you here in a second.
Well, the first cycle is first phase is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's like basically the same as casual. For the second phase you can 2 cycle it.
Some weird angles. Whatever. This room is not a circle. It looks like a circle. This room is not a circle. It actually has a lot of different sides, which make the way that she bounces off of the walls kind of weird.
Yeah, so this is the part where you can 2 cycle. So basically you're gonna run around and then bounce off the wall a little bit to get caught in the circle. And then you can use the ball and chain to hit her once and then twice, and the fight will be over.
And there we go. And that's Blizzetta.
Yeah, it saves a lot of time to do it that way, because you skip basically the whole other phase.
I think it saves like, what, 40 seconds?
Yeah, it's still quite a bit of time.
Maybe more. But now we have a very long cutscene. Where this is the perfect opportunity to, I don't know, talk about the game, maybe? What is Zelda? What is a Midna?
I mean, yeah, like Midna's from the Twilight film.
Uh-huh. Do I get it? No. I was going for a 1-frame backflip.
Oh, you can do a backflip there? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the backflip sends you forward and it puts you next to the portal. What is a link? Look into eyes of Yeto. Look in reflection of Yeto's eyes, their true beauty. Who need mirror?
Best in the game.
I'll get the heart container to show you a funny thing. This only works with heart containers and maybe heart pieces. But it turns out, who needs a claw shot? Or a boomerang?
You could do that, that's awesome.
I'm pretty sure it's... I know it works with heart containers, and I think maybe heart pieces can be grabbed by ball and chain. It might just be heart containers. But that's like the only time where it's really relevant. So I hope everyone likes ladders.
Yes, it is a ladder time. We gotta go to Hylia to get the memo from Aru. I think that's his name, yeah, Aru.
It is Aru's memo.
Yeah, okay. And you can do some, they're called like C-up transforms, and it just saves you a couple frames. Saves time, but with ladders it's a little bit tricky, because sometimes you'll just, you know, like miss the ladder and things like that, so...
Yeah, like that.
Like so.
We can, there's things like this, like jump attacking up ledges instead of climbing. Little minor optimizations.
Yeah, you can do it with Wolf as well, but sometimes you bonk, which is, like, annoying.
And then you're sad, and then you climb this 19-second ladder anyway. Anyway, this is where you would play that one song that would DMCA you. Because that's just how much time you have.
Yes.
But now we're going to be going to the desert. If you liked ladders, I hope you like sand also. So how much do you think this game lags?
If you don't see down, it's gonna lag quite a bit. You didn't see down there.
Yeah. Not here.
Yeah. And then here. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
I've completely forgot about Plum for some reason. This is Plum.
Yeah. Usually you'll transform just before the bridge there, or like just right there. And it'll make it so Plum doesn't see you, and then also you can talk to Fire. Because obviously if you're Wolf, they'll get scared.
That was weird. Did the completely wrong menu, it's fine. Nice. I love the cannon. Is Plum a jerk? Plum is a bird.
Is a jerk because he ruins your freaking. He loses time.
So I hope everyone likes sand. We're gonna be running across the desert.
And Phantom is sea down, going in sea down here, like Eagle View, because it lags a lot in the desert.
It's
but luckily,
pretty noticeable.
Yeah. Luckily you do know where you're going though, so it won't matter too much.
I just look at the minimap.
Oh, that's smart. I never thought of that. Don't fall. Okay, good.
Why would I fall?
I don't know. I've fallen there before.
Yeah, at some point here we'll get some Boblins will notice us. Oh well.
Yeah, you get a couple like cutscenes here.
I'm just gonna ignore them.
And coming up here as well, we'll have another map glitch. So I'll show you guys that. It's just the same one we did in Snow Peak. Because this time you have to be able to fall through the floor, essentially, to reach KB3.
Yeah, I do this with Wolf. I know some people roll with Link.
Yeah, it's easier to roll with Link, but it's faster to use Wolf.
Yeah, as long as you get an angle that works, please.
Yeah, I gotta angle like a bit more to the right, I think.
And then he auto-corrects to the other side anyway. Classic. And I will save here, just for safety, just in case.
Yeah, well, as we mentioned before, if you die during map glitch, it soft logs. So you could die pretty easily. Well, not easily, but you could die to KP3.
Since I'm also not doing a buffer strat for map glitch, I don't want to warp to Lake Hylia.
Yeah, never really considered, yeah, if you like mess up map glitch as well, you'd have to warp away, so it's better to save.
That should be fine. Anyway. I hope everyone likes this color. It's kind of yellow. Do you want to explain what's happening?
Yeah, so this is supposed to what I said this before, because you fall through the floor and then you're going to KP3 because it's unloaded due to map glitch.
Mhm.
So you just go, you keep going, and then you're gonna get to KP3 eventually. It just takes a while. And then just like that, KP3 is dead.
Just do that. Just do that all the time.
No, quick spins are essential for this run. You gotta be able, you can do called quick spins. You just jump attack and rotate your analog stick.
Yeah.
So it just makes it easier to kill, especially KB3 or KB bosses in general.
Yeah, that trick that we did skips getting a small key. That's basically all it did. But it does save time. Despite how long it takes to fall.
Run all the way over there.
Yeah.
And then this is pretty casual, we just break the gate, and then we're gonna go into Arbiter's Grounds now.
Arbiter's Grounds is a dungeon.
Yes, it is.
Everyone likes it. I think this is most people's favorite dungeon, right?
Totally. It's definitely not a way you can lose a bunch of time.
Yeah, so we're gonna be making your way, well, mostly intended? There's like one minor thing, right? Otherwise it's pretty much intended. Nice.
Oh no, yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that auto roll was,
Nice
oops.
backup though.
Let's go over here. It's fine. One of the dungeons of all time. This is one of the only spots in Twilight Princess where there's a lot of cutscenes and they're unskippable.
Yeah, there's like a really long kill cutscene coming up.
And most cutscenes in this game are just skippable with the start button.
Here we try to go in blind, just save some time, and then pull lantern. And you can just kind of roll through the sand here. It saves a bit of time and makes it easier to escape the stall troops. Or what are they called? Not stall troops.
I don't know what they're called.
Mini stall troops.
Tiny children.
And this is super long.
It's like, what, 40 seconds?
Yeah. It feels like longer. And then all the Poe, we gotta collect, we only collect 3 out of 4 Poes here because you can do something called Poe 1 skip, which you'll see coming up. It's just another long jump attack with the boomerang.
Yeah, because this door doesn't check for the first Poe. It only checks for Poes 2, 3, and 4. Because the developers tried to think, well, you need the Poe scent to get to the second Poe anyway, right? It seems pretty logical. That you would just, I mean, it's implied that you need the first Poe. high.
Yeah, Moldorms are very annoying in this dungeon.
He really wanted to say hi. He almost really wanted to say hi again.
This is a pretty precise trick.
Yeah.
So like, you gotta get it, like, you gotta mash A, get on the pillar, and then jump. You gotta be in like a certain angle. But this is the only way you can get to Ho 4 quickly.
Close. So this is our first Stalfos. That was our first Stalfos. We have bomb arrows. It's not super relevant. But bomb arrows are very strong.
Yeah, all you have to do is like 1 bomb per like skeleton.
Yeah.
Guy. And then this, you can do some RNG manipulation here, depending on which Poe we get.
Can try at least.
And try, yeah. Oh, you do yours a little bit differently. I've done it like this before.
Unfortunately, I don't know what that Poe means.
Oh, that one was get out of the sand and jump attack. Yeah, but basically, if you do get the manip, they'll immediately start circling. So it just saves a bit of time, but you are pretty good RNG anyway, so it didn't take too long.
Yeah, and this is where we get the Poe scent. Because we do need the Poe scent in order to get to Poe 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll just make our way back to the main room and go to Poe 2.
We do have to push this block.
Yeah.
This is very important.
Yeah, because if you don't push that, you can't make your way back to the last Poe that you need.
But the entire reason we need the Poe scent is because in order to actually dig up this chain, it's not interactable unless you have the Poe scent.
Mm-hmm.
Also, since I don't have ball and chain equipped, I do this redead a little bit differently than you would in any percent.
Can you just use the... Oh, you just do that, okay. I thought you could just use the bow. And then you gotta get that for the small key up ahead.
Yep.
Or the small key door up ahead.
Avoiding the red rupee.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess you don't need rupees either in this route.
Yep. Because we start with 300 rupees. No reason to actually collect money.
Yeah, so you'll want to avoid rupees because you'll get the text too and it just loses time. You want to spin attack those guys because they'll come back to hit you when you're trying to deal with the Poe.
Yeah.
The room a lot easier.
Yeah, the bubbles kind of tend to get in the way. As you can hear. Ow.
Yeah, they're very annoying in this room, especially.
And off to Poe 3. So 4, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure that's the right order.
Yeah.
That's how counting works. Say hi to Po1 again. Run right through him.
It's just ignored the whole time.
I'm sure he has a lot to say. But yeah, so we have a small key for this locked door. I'm sure you can tell that it's locked, right? It was pretty obviously locked.
That's pretty cool. You can unlock it from the other side.
Then we're gonna sneak up behind this redead. Because if we walk in front of him, he's gonna start screaming. And that's Po 3.
Then the door will be, we'll have another cutscene to watch, but then the door will open.
And then we get to do more tricks.
Yep.
There's gonna be some interesting movement in the back half. Just because of the direction we go to get to the dungeon item. Depending on your definition of glitchless. This trick is not a glitch.
We're gonna be getting the boss key early.
Somewhat early.
You don't have to, yeah, you have to go through the whole back half.
So we're gonna make our way over here.
You can just kind of B-attack to get through there. Sometimes it's a bit annoying if you don't have the right angle.
Yeah, it's kind of a precise angle. Come on.
You want to be a little more to the left, but it's hard to get it like that.
There we go.
If you B-attack too much, you'll risk, going into the quicksand.
Yep.
But just like that, you have the key.
And then making our way through this room backwards. Doing some sort of weird pathing with wolf flank.
Yeah, and you can kind of just B-attack through the sand there.
Oh.
So you don't sink.
And then we have 3 more Stalfos in this room. You're supposed to come from the other side.
Just use your bomb arrows on these guys. Or the bombs, yeah.
And easy.
Yeah, you can just drop the last bomb there, like Phantom did. And the 2 Stalfos will actually gravitate towards that envelope, and then you can just be waiting at the gate.
Ah, nice bonk.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, these bugs are super annoying. Especially if you bonk, sometimes you can drown in the sand there too. And then we'll be going to Death Sword.
This fight is... No.
Okay. Yeah, this fight you can one cycle. You can just, you gotta be wolf first to get his attention there. Jump attack him, and then you can, just claw shot and do a bunch of slashes, and it'll one cycle. Usually this fight does take a lot longer, but... Spin attack. Dang, I didn't see. That's cool. Yeah, and then you just do some combos there.
That was the mini boss. That was Death Sword. It's supposed to take a while. I think you're supposed to technically use the bow. It's probably what they intended you to do.
I think so, yeah.
But we're making our way to the boss fight. Save warping.
Yep, save,
Just
you save and then you
a little bit faster.
button reset there.
Because otherwise we have to make our way through all of the rooms we just came through. And these rooms are just ever so slightly faster to get through. To get back to where we were, at least.
So, start at the beginning.
That Moldorm, please.
Oh no! I almost drowned. Yeah, this dungeon has the boss door pretty close to the entrance, because, you know, you're supposed to go pretty far into the dungeon to get the spinner. The spinner's all you really need to get to the boss.
Yeah, assuming you have the boss key already.
Well, yeah, that's true.
So, Stallard is a fight. We're gonna be bouncing around an arena. And these stall soldiers that spawn are kind of RNG, kind of not.
It's pretty RNG, because where they spawn and then they'll throw you off. Sometimes you'll get stuck on them instead, because you're supposed to be able to go to his spine every time and attack, but the stall troops kind of get in your way.
Yes, this fight is a 2-stage, 3 cycles on the first stage. Every cycle is pretty simple in concept. I find the second cycle to be the hardest, personally. Just because I want to take it aggressively and I always get punished.
It's very easy, because you don't have any stall troops in your way. Well, I guess not very many, but...
Well, not enough to matter, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the second one is pretty tough.
Nice.
So yeah, they'll get in your way pretty easily.
And then the third one, you actually have to, like, bounce from behind. So I try and take a very specific path if I can. Nice finger.
Oh, and then, yeah, those things are annoying too, because...
Easy.
And then you'll get another long cutscene here for the second phase. Gotcha, a couple, because you get one, and then you do your spinner, and then you get another one. So,
Arbiter's Grounds is cutscenes. Normally this is not like, you know, 30 minutes into most speedruns. Normally it's pretty deep.
Yeah, usually it's like 2 hours in, two and a half maybe. Oh, my spine. It's real. Yeah, and then you'll get a cutscene of Stellar pushing you off this.
We're gonna be going for a kind of tight trick. Hopefully I hit it. It's not too hard, but it's a little tight.
Yeah, it's called Early Knockdown. But it's not frame perfect, but it is, yeah, fairly precise. It's probably do like 5 rolls and then get on the spinner.
Oh, I was a little
you
late.
almost got it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just go around.
Oh, okay. I didn't play. I need to back up.
Yeah, it's not that much slower just to do it normally, but it is a tight trick. I don't know the exact frame window. I think it's like a handful of frames.
Actually, we were trying to do that, but a lot sooner.
Yeah.
Because you can get beside them. And then the quick spins are very important for a lot of bosses, like this one too. You can one cycle Stellar 2 with that, because otherwise, you know, you'd be doing it
The
maybe
same
2 to 3
thing.
more times.
Yeah. It would take quite a bit longer to do it the intended way of, because every time that you miss that, there's like the little spike spinners that spawn on the railings also. Just makes it so much harder every single time. If you drop like a couple spins and have to knock him down again, it's so painful.
And here we'll just skip the heart container to save some time, and you spread your spinner, and that's it. It's easy.
Yeah, because if you just press the spinner button, then you don't even have to adjust your angle or anything. You just go straight forward. If you pick up the heart container, it's not as simple.
And then here we have another messenger fight. This one we'll actually be fighting. There's about 5 of them, so you have just a little pattern you go through to get them all done quick.
Yeah, this is required for the sake of the category. It is all mirror shards. It's not the 4 dungeons that normally have mirror shards in them. We have to actually collect the mirror shards.
Yeah, which is why we also have to raise the totem of the mirror shard.
Nice.
Oh no! Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he hit me during the spin attack.
So this is where we're getting our first mirror shard.
Second.
Or sorry, our second mirror. Yeah, second. Yeah. I kind of forgot about Snow Peak for a second there.
Snow Peak is so forgettable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 2 mirror shards now. I don't actually know how the game keeps track of it. I think it's mostly just progress based anyway.
In fact, the cutscene we just skipped, if you let that play, it would crash the game. Or, right? Yeah. No, there's like one or two that like it crashes the game if you don't skip it. So it's just good to skip it anyway because it saves a lot of time.
They are long cutscenes regardless.
Yeah.
So it's time for City in the Sky.
Yeah, so this is another big trick. It's called Early City. So you have to you basically transform into the owl statue and you can flip through. It's just a semi-precise angle you have to use. Because originally, you know, you'd have to do the quests, like the Skybook quests, which suck.
Oh, a little too far left.
Close.
Trying to just YOLO it.
You can also do a long jump attack through here, but it's a lot more precise.
Too far right. That's not gonna work. This is just one of those tricks sometimes.
Yeah, it's a little bit finicky. That should work.
Yeah, that'll work. Oh.
No? Wow, that's interesting.
I was probably just a little bit too far right.
Yeah, angle is everything with this trick. You gotta be kind of just shimmy yourself in there.
There we go.
Oh, perfect.
So we're gonna warp the cannon.
Yeah. You can't warp it normally though, because you say like Minna will be like, "Oh, there's someone watching us," because usually Shad is in there with you. But all you have to do is just map warp, and she'll warp the cannon for you.
Yep.
And then usually you have to have like collect rupees throughout the run to pay fire, but you already have 300 rupees, so it makes it easy. You just pay them, and they'll fix the cannon for you.
And then we get to go to the best dungeon.
Yeah. And then we'll transform again to avoid Plum.
Oh. Hello,
and
Bridge.
take a dip.
Hey, buddy. Is that your cannon? And then you get to hear the sound of $300 draining directly out of Link's pockets.
Taxes.
Unskippable. But there's a lot in City in the Sky to talk about. There's a lot of things going on. A lot of, well, mostly LJAs. Which you could say how an LJA works. We never actually mentioned that.
Yeah, so with the long jump attacks, you use the boomerang, and anytime you throw it over a void, and it's coming on the way back to you, you can jump, like jump attack, and it will do a long jump attack. So it's a really good way to clear voids. Use it in so many like different areas in the run, but especially in City in the Sky, you're going to use it a lot. Just in this first room here coming up, use it a couple times, and it just saves you having to use the Uku to, fly yourself across.
Also, thank you for the raid, Bug Doctor. You're just in time for the second half of the run. This run is not very long, admittedly. Most Twilight Princess runs are fairly lengthy for Zelda. But since we're only doing the 4 dungeons, it's what, like half the length of any percent? About?
Yeah. Yeah, the only times you're gonna get a short run if you're doing AFS or AMS. Or I guess there's like Hold a Dog too, but that's only like 5 minutes. And Jot Wad is pretty short.
Yeah, we can do Hold a Dog speedruns.
Yeah. So this is the room I was talking about with the long jump attacks. You have to be kind of cautious because there's some Helmosaurs in here, and they'll try to knock you over, and they can make you void out if they attack you like that. That was close.
He tried.
And this, you have to be kind of careful with this door, because if you just ran up to it and opened it, the fan at the top would start going. You can do this thing, is called fan skip. So if you just transform into wolf and open the door behind a certain line, the fan at the top will stay still, and you need that because in City 2, like the second part of City, you're gonna need to get the boss key up there, and it will completely mess you up if that fan is going. You'd essentially have to do City casually.
Yeah, I transformed just like a little far back so that Wolf Link wasn't quite close enough to open the door.
Mm-hmm.
Which is always the sketchy part. It's like I have to nudge forward like a pixel, but not 2 pixels.
And we have to go over here to get this small key, because there's no way to progress on the other side without it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, locked doors are actually obstacles that we can't really do anything about. Doors in this game are very strong. Small key in the biggest chest in the world.
Yeah, right. Coming out of here, we'll have to do a cutscene skip, because if you just ran out here normally, Argarok would have this big cutscene where he breaks the bridge. But you can claw shots. Well, there's a couple ways to do it. Essentially, you just need to go around where the cutscene trigger is. So I'll see what Phantom does, because you can go up the barrier or you can claw shot the P hat.
Yep.
Just kind of jump attack across with the wind. You have to wait for the wind to be going.
Hello, bird.
That bird can really mess you up if you're too slow. Like it'll hit you and then you go into the cutscenes.
Yeah, I've seen many ways that those birds can be a problem. Normally this would be one of the last uses of spinner, but we actually have to use the spinner in the last dungeon as well.
Yeah, in Temple of Time. Yeah, you want to kill that guy because he'll just immediately hit you off the spinner.
You cannot, in fact, extend this bridge fast enough.
Yeah, this is a really slow and annoying part.
But I know a lot of people casually do not like this dungeon. And the solution is going to be how I'm going to move through these next few rooms.
Yeah, there's a lot more long jump attacks. We're gonna bypass a lot of the puzzles here.
It makes these rooms a lot more fun.
Yeah, for sure. You kind of have to be careful where you stand with this one too, because you can also crash the game here too. There's a lot of different ways you can crash this one.
A lot of different ways the game will just stop.
Yeah, it just cease to exist. This is our tile room. You can do like just a little slash there too. Get back real quick. Couple long jump attacks. It's pretty easy to avoid out there. It takes a lot of practice to be able to do those. And here you can just spin attack both of those, what are they called? Lizards?
Dynalphos?
Dynalphos, yep. And then you can just claw shot there before the cutscene, too.
Yeah, because they're not Lizalphos. They're the same thing as Lizalphos, but with more armor.
Yeah.
Quite different. I'm gonna grab this chicken.
And just use the Uku to get through the vent. And the next room is also kind of tricky, because you do something called like an Uku jump. If you have a good angle, you can bypass having to claw shot one of the levers. But it's pretty precise and easy to mess up.
Yeah. Hopefully I just get it first try.
Yeah.
Because I will just retry it. So wait for the fan cycle.
Here you gotta have a... Then you should just be able to drop the chicken and...
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate.
I need...
That's okay though, it's hard for them to do.
Just want to get rid of that guy. There should be another Uku. Way up there. Okay. We're just gonna do this. That Uku was so far away.
Oh my god. Yeah, this happened to me too. Like, I don't know why.
Why
they're
is
all the
it
way up
so
the wall.
far away? Hello?
Oh man, yeah, this is a really bad circumstance. Like sometimes the chickens just aren't cooperating.
There's one up there. Surely.
Just unlucky. Okay, there we go. Okay.
These Uku were not having it today.
No.
I don't know what I did to them to deserve this. But they were 10 miles up the wall.
Yeah. I don't know like why they do that sometimes. And here, instead of doing the whole puzzle to get down with the double claws, you can, well, I don't know what they do, but you just skydive with the chicken.
I don't know the vanilla strat.
Yeah.
The intended way of doing this room.
I honestly don't. Like, I struggled with this casually.
I missed it.
Yeah, you can do it as like a one-frame opportunity to put your boots on during the cutscene. And now we're going into something called a Ralpho skip. So this is very precise. There's a buffered method of doing this. And essentially it allows you to claw shot up without actually having to fight the other Ralphos. I just let Phantom focus.
Anyway.
And just like that, yeah. That was easy for Phantom.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And now we have 2 claw shots.
Yeah. 2 claw shots. And that buffer angle method we'll be using again in Temple of Time.
Oh, true.
Just a little bit differently. Yeah.
I was like, what do you mean using that again?
Yeah, for dot skip. It's kind of cool you can climb on the chest there, and it's just a little bit of an easier way, or a faster way.
Yeah, easier and faster.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to adjust or anything for getting back.
And you don't have to worry about the cutscene skip again, which is nice. You can just run on out.
Yeah. Our save warp took us there because we skipped the cutscene in the first place. Nice. If we did not skip that cutscene, the save warp would put us at the front of the dungeon like normal.
Yeah, which would be pretty inconvenient because we'd have to do the first room and stuff all over again. And then we have to go up here and we're going to do something called Kai Clip. So this is how we get the boss key pretty early, which is also why we needed that fan to be stopped. If it was going, it would be a huge problem.
Yeah, it would kind of be in the way of
Just
Link.
a little bit.
In fact, it would probably... You think it would just kill Link.
Essentially, you can aim and there's a grade at the top where you can actually reach with your claw shot if you're at a certain angle.
I saw the target. There it is.
There we go. And you can just claw shot through all the grates, which is nice.
Yeah, there's just a very small missing piece of collision that you can aim through. Okay. New things.
And sometimes you end up playing like musical chairs up there because you keep grabbing onto things instead of jumping down.
The fan is somewhat awkward.
And this room is also, it's kind of challenging sometimes because they're not actually moving. You have to do an LJ in between, and then but you can also just do that and like flush at the top, and you can climb onto it. And then here, Phantom will do another LJ. You have to do 2 in succession of each other. Nicely done.
Easy. I never actually learned. Supposedly the 2 single LJAs is easier. I just never learned that.
Yeah, I've never, you'd have to do that pretty fast.
Like, I think I've seen someone like learning it. I was like, the other method's not hard.
Yeah, because if you do multiple trigger or targets, you have more time to react.
Oh, okay.
And the goal in this room is just to
I'm gonna be behind a cycle. It's fine.
wall shot all the fans before they turn. Usually have like 1 or 2 opportunities each time.
Yeah, you kind of have to let go of the claw shot before it tells you that you can.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise you're just gonna miss more often than not.
Standing still, so it makes it a bit easier.
Yeah. And we're gonna be heading into our boss fight against Argarok.
Yeah. Fun. There's some there's some ways you can make it a lot faster.
It's a pretty slow fight, no matter how you take it, but
you can do something called a rob shot here as well. Aim up and then optimally you'll be at the very top by the time you flash shot.
close enough.
Or well, very close to the top, which is
Yeah.
good.
I just need to burn some time here, so I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna wait for Argrak to come back, and then we're gonna attempt to re-grab. So you grab him first, and then you quickly flush out one of the pillars, and then you're able to re-grab, and that saves at least like 20 seconds, because you skip the part where Argrak like flies around again.
Yeah.
And you have to climb all the way up the tower, so yeah, it's huge.
Argarok is
So then right away, yeah. Nice. And then another long cutscene.
this cutscene's like 45 seconds or something. But we have to watch the P-hats come out of the ground.
Very, very important part of the run.
Argarok is a cool boss. It's just mostly an auto-scroller. An auto-scroller that you can speed up. We'll be speeding it up a little bit.
Yeah. You can do stuff, these things called flame skips, or yeah, I think that's what they're called, to make it a little bit faster.
We're also gonna void out immediately, because Argarok is trying to fly away. And we'd rather he just stay in the middle of the arena. So voiding out resets him to the middle.
We're here to get up to the top before Argarok howls, because essentially when Argarok howls, you have to be aiming to that P-hat. And that's how you will have your timing for your flame skip.
I like to go up the second one.
Argarok will think that you've fallen here and will go into his vulnerable state, where you can just fall shot onto his back. And that's what you do for 2 more times, but the last time is a little bit differently performed.
Yeah, the second one is pretty much the same.
Fortunately, if you're too slow and you get up there like after Argarok howls, it messes up the cycle. Skip. You also have to be pretty quick with targeting the back, because Argarok will go back to normal after a short period.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of time to do it, but it's overall fairly generous.
And this time you'll want to have your boots off, and then you're gonna go on more of the P-hats. You go on like 4 of the P-hats. It's just a little bit different. You have to wait for Argarok's flame to be like on that P-hat, and you put your boots on. And then as soon as Argarok does his flame, you take the boots off, and that'll work that way. To get invulnerable again. Because usually in the 3rd phase, Argarok will have 2 cycles of the flames.
Yep.
Yeah, 3rd cycle's always a bit longer.
It's it doesn't seem like it's fast, but it is still significantly faster than doing it the casual way. I think overall it's what, like probably 40 seconds or something if you do all of them. Something like that.
Yeah,
I will actually be grabbing this heart container just to be at full health. Because we're going to take some damage in a second. We're going to take a lot of damage in a short amount of time. And having more health going into some kind of laggy fights is overall just more comfortable.
We'll go back out, and then we warp to North Farron now at this point to do something called the Sacred Grove, like bomb boost. And it's just an early way to get to Sacred Grove. So we're gonna have to go to Temple of Time now.
Yeah, Temple of Time will be our last dungeon. That will be when we have all of the mirror shards. I do typically run all dungeons, but all dungeons is a 4-hour speedrun. Whereas this is an hour and a half. And this is a fairly similar run to the second half of all dungeons, for the most part. Ignoring the fact that we don't do Palace of Twilight or Hyrule Castle. So, this is a fairly precise trick here.
As well, a little bit differently done, and it will bomb boost you up to the ledge essentially, and then you can do another long jump attack to reach the other side. Just huge time save considering it's the only way to get to Sacred Grove now.
There we go. That route is a little annoying. And we're clearly inbounds. I hit the tree.
No way.
That's funny.
Oh,
That's actually really funny, but that's fine. Just have to get up there again.
yeah, that was like really unlucky to hit the tree there. Yeah, because you essentially are doing a blind LGA to cross that gap, so it's sometimes you know, can mess up the jump or hit something and makes you fail it.
Yeah, but it's not overall that difficult. It's just a little weird.
You can also use the minimap to help you a little bit with this one.
I tried to land on that Howling Stone.
You're close.
I've done it before. It does literally nothing, it's just kind of cool. But yeah, we have to chase Skull Kid through the woods.
Yeah, this is in the Lost Woods where it's easy to get lost.
Yeah, overall, this game is very, very difficult. All mirror shards, I think, is probably the easiest category. Just because you don't have to do a lot of the hard beginning tricks. That wall, basically just a wall for most people. Just to get started. If you just want to play the game and get a feel for things, I think all mirror shards is a pretty good category for that.
Yeah, people generally enjoy the late game more, and this is showing off the more of the late game. Well, except obviously the 2 last dungeons.
Yeah, and to be fair, compared to like any percent, you wouldn't even go to Temple of Time.
Right, yeah.
So it's like a minor difference.
You do, I would say like the same as casual. You just follow the light and hit Skull Kid with your bow.
Oh, okay, I missed the trigger. That's fine.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost in here for sure.
There's a minor optimization you can do there to trigger the trees to open up in a different order. But it involves like kind of weird movement. It just skips this backtrack part a little bit. Yeah, we're almost done. We just have to shoot Skull Kid 3 more times. Ah, hello, puppets. Hello. Why was there a puppet behind me? I didn't know that they could follow you down here. That's funny.
Yeah.
I think I might have seen that before, but I didn't remember that ever happening. What did I collect? Arrows, maybe? Puppet died on me and gave me arrows.
Well, that's handy.
How many arrows do I have? Yeah, they gave me arrows.
Nice.
All right.
Lots of arrows.
Yeah, we'll be using a good chunk of arrows in Temple of Time. Okay, that side hop is impossible. It's just another like one frame trick, but the cutscene skips so quickly it's hard to position your hands in such a way to actually do it. And if you were questioning whether or not this was the GameCube version, this should show you right now. This fight is very laggy.
This is our last Shadow Beast fight.
Yeah, I mean, we're not leaving after Temple of Time, so...
True, yeah. Unfortunate.
I got pushed away.
All of these fights are essentially like puzzles of how you can kill them in which order to make sure they're all getting killed and no one's getting left behind.
As long as not a single one is left standing.
Mm-hmm. You're not gonna get the bug? SMH.
There's a bug here?
Yeah, I hear it.
Why would I get the bug?
For bonus points.
Oh, of course, of course. So this is Temple of Time. Just like Ocarina of Time. Here's the Master Sword pedestal. Except there's more to it than that. There's an actual dungeon.
This will be the last dungeon of AMS.
Yep.
For our last mirror shard.
Yeah, normally in like all dungeons, you actually do Temple of Time before City in the Sky. But it just works out for this category that it's a little bit better to do it this way. This dungeon is mostly as intended, at least the first half. It's pretty close. There's not a whole lot you can do because it is just about climbing the tower as quickly as possible. It is just a giant tower.
Skip talking to Uku here, which is a long jump attack. To jump over basically the dialogue.
Yeah.
trigger.
On the 1.0 Wii version, that trigger is very small. Hello, spider.
And what Phantom's gonna do now is jump over the gates. You can do a very quick A and B movement here. Or just like can jump slash essentially over the gate. Instead of doing the different puzzles and things you'll have to do in this dungeon.
Yep. As long as you don't do it on frame 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Easy.
Nice.
Spinner. I'm used to all dungeons and my equips are a little bit different because I have double claw at the top right now. But that's really the only place where the equips are different between this and all dungeons. Is just right now having double claw be at the top.
You can save a bit of time here by kind of manipulating the levers a little bit. Like you can get Link to stand on the other one, but then at the last minute, climb onto there and you're up.
Yeah, we actually
we
actually use analog glitch there. If you want to talk about what that is. Do you know how analog glitch works?
A little bit, yeah, because you basically Phantom like held forward and like spammed A to go forward, but because of analog glitch, Link actually side hopped. So you can use that to get up, yeah.
That was interesting. This is the small key. There's actually a lot of other things in this room. We're just gonna ignore those. There's like 2 other chests in here. One of them is just a piece of heart though, so it doesn't really matter. You're supposed to come back in there with Dominion Rod to get most of it. Because you're supposed to come through this dungeon from top to bottom. But because we will not be doing that, we're gonna try and get a few things early. Namely the boss key coming up shortly. Also, this room exists.
Yeah, the lizard enemies are really annoying in this dungeon.
Luckily, we actually can use bomb arrows for this. In all dungeons, we don't have enough bombs. Okay. Okay.
As demonstrated, they were very annoying in this dungeon.
They got in the way. They got punished for it. Nice camera.
And that was another example there. Isn't that him? Because it like.
Yeah, because the camera was being weird.
Yeah.
It technically is analog glitch. Two health, I'm not actually concerned. Shouldn't really be taking any damage that's meaningful at this point. I like to side hop onto this, but it just gives us a little bit more height to be able to reach this.
Yeah, that's really handy and a quick way of getting over to the room here.
Yeah, you're supposed to bring the statue down here and get it on the second trip by like weighing the scales down. Hello, sir.
Thanks, taking those shields off because it's can be used as material for the levers, for the pressure plates. It would be called, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can use what are those things called? Like the weights, or you can use the shields.
Yeah, and you're supposed to use the Dominion Rod to get more of the little statues off the wall. But even glitchless would come in here early. Because there's really no reason not to.
Yeah. Which to use the shields.
Nice. We have one more LJA coming up. One more use of the boomerang. In probably a not like super expected way.
This room is very annoying too. There's a lot of obstacles and enemies.
There's a little bit going on in this room. Okay, he followed me.
Yeah, sometimes they like all follow you too.
I will take the heart.
But you can long jump attack and just avoid the electricity there. It's really nice.
Barrier skip. I was trying to get the heart that's in one of these. There it is. And this is the mini boss fight against the one and only Dark Nut in the entire game. Right? The only one?
Totally a unique boss fight. You can actually start the fight with the boomerang too, which is really cool. It's a really easy way to beat Dark Nut. You can use the ball and chain as we mentioned before. Just in the second part here. Or you can do it or you can just use slashes to it. Right up to it.
Anyway.
Done, yeah.
Just a ball and chain to the ankles 4 times.
Amazing.
The other Dark Nuts in Hyrule Castle don't make it that easy on you. You have to do a little bit more work to hit him with the ball and chain. But this guy just runs at you.
And we got the Dominion Rod.
So we're going to be save warping. Make sure that before you save warp, you do get the Dominion Rod.
Yeah, because fun fact, if you forget it, you gotta do that whole thing again.
Yep. You have to climb the entire tower. And that would be a shame.
Yeah. This is a very precise trick Phantom's about to do. It's called Door Time Skip. And similar to what we were doing with the Arepo skip, you have to do a very specific angle. And so Phantom has the angle now. They're trying just to keep the angle by targeting and just very precise like side hops. And then you need to roll into the door, roll, and then on the second frame, yeah, perfect. You do on a second frame roll, and then you'll clip right in.
Easy.
That was a nice try. Yeah, well done.
Considering I failed that trick at Midwest Speed Fest a week ago. I'll take it. I'm a little too far away from the thing. It's fine. And we will be fighting Armagoma. This is our final boss of the run. So Armagoma is RNG. She will stop at basically random over one of these. Every time she gets to a light beam, it is a 50-50 if she will decide to stop or move on to another one. And there is no cap. She could technically go infinite if you just get coin flips for long enough. Eventually she will flip tails and stop on a light beam, and then you can shoot her with an arrow. And between phases, she will summon babies. Apparently she'll also do this if you just don't have arrows to shoot her with. Okay. Goma. Goma.
Oh, very nice for now.
Goma. Hello. Hi.
Watch the Empress like what happened.
All right.
Oh my god.
50-50, by the way.
There we go.
Nice.
What?
Yep.
How does that not hit? There we go.
That can happen also. That usually doesn't happen. I think it's like if you hit her like too early with the statue, like before she's completely vulnerable. But that's some Armagoma. Will she stop this time? Huh? Hey. There we go. She's not actually dead. There's a little bit more, but time will be coming up on the text box selection to leave Temple of Time. Oh no, it's an eyeball. Anyway. If you use regular arrows, it takes 3 arrows, but bomb arrows, it's 1. And that was Armagoma in the Temple of Time. She was an Armagoma of all time. At least that second round was. Yeah, that is all mirror shards. This is the last mirror shard. Normally, I am running all dungeons basically every day of the week, at least as much as I can. That is my current goal. And mid plays any percent. Primarily, that's time.
That is time.
So, thank you all for hanging out and watching this run. Hope you enjoyed a kind of like snippet of Twilight Princess.
Very much the like late game showcase.
Yeah.
Good time there, Phantom.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming mid and commentating, because doing this solo is really hard.
Yeah, for sure. Like especially some of the more precise tricks.
Yeah, so thank you, Retrothon, for having me, and for multiple runs even. And hope everyone had a good time with the marathon. Hand it over to whatever is planned for the marathon outro.
Retrothon. We've been doing this since 2018. So it's 7-8 years now. And it just keeps getting better and better every year. Thank you, all our runners. That's what the event is about, celebrating speedruns and speedrunners. You guys bring your A game year after year. So thank you all from the bottom of our hearts. We couldn't do this event without you. 10 days, hundreds of runs, over 100 runners. I love it. We all love it. It's our favorite marathon of the year, and just a celebration of all things retro gaming, speedrunning, and the speedrunners. So thank you for bringing your wonderful games year after year. We're going to find a raid target. Let's have a nice, big, strong raid. And we'll see you next weekend for the Kessel Run, the only Star Wars speedrun marathon this year that we can find. We've been looking around on that's headed by BMAC, and we're proud to host that every year as well. And then we'll have more great stuff coming for you here at RGL TV as always. But for now, we're going to go get some well-earned sleep. So thank you all. And stick around for our weekly events. More marathons coming throughout the summer. We'll have another Nescathlon this summer. We've got some other things cooking. We got Jenkmas in July from OJ. Got some new shows coming your way for our weeklies. And like I said, more marathons, old and new, coming up this year. So we will see you very soon. Let's find a raid target. Have a big old raid for the end of Retrothon. Much love to all our friends out there. See you next time.
海底罪状を突きつけて推定鑑定の結果暫定前提有罪とにかく有罪オンしろ